Good morning to all eminent dignitaries, esteemed guests, learned delegates gathered here. I humbly request all the dignitaries to take their seats on the dais. All of you be comfortable in your seats. The power of one, if fearless and focused, is formidable, but the power of many working together is better. You all are welcome to the highly anticipated National Conference, Empowering Health, Uniting Against Diabetes, where brilliant minds have assembled to exchange ideas, inspire each other, and shape young minds with an aim to keep diabetes firmly in the public spot and promote the importance of concerted action to tackle the impact of the condition. I, Ms. Sneha Bhosle, feel privileged to extend a warm welcome to Honorable Dr. Deepak Tirak Sir, President of Tirak Maharashtra Vidyapit, Honorable Dr. Pranit Tirak Ma'am, Director of Lokmanya Tirak Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Honorable Dr. Rohit Tirak Sir, Vice President TNV, Honorable Gitali Tirak Ma'am, Vice Chancellor TNV, Respected Mr. Ajit Khadilkar Sir, Secretary TMV, Respected Dr. Meenakshi Devdar, Principal LTIPS, Respected Dr. Meera Deshmukh, Registrar, on this notable event. Lighting the lamp symbolizes the dispelling of darkness, igniting of thoughts and enlightenment. Together we have gathered to honor the symbolism and pay homage to the timeless wisdom that guides us on our path. I kindly request our dignitaries to do the honors. Please, sir. Please, ma'am.
सर्वेषां शान्तिर्भवतु सर्वेषां शान्तिर्भवतु सर्वेषां पूर्णं भवतु सर्वेषां पूर्णं भवतु सर्वेषां
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Music is a moral law which gives soul to the universe and wings to the mind. To start this morning of splendor, we have mesmerizing welcome song to be presented by final year students.
मुदाकरात् मोदकं सदा विबुद्धिसाधकं कलाधरावतंसकं विलासि लोकरक्षकम् अनायकैकनायकं विनाशिकेन्द्रदैत्यकं नकाशुभाशुनाशकं नमामि तं विनायकम् नातिभीकरं नवोदितर्कभास्वरं नमः सुरारिलेशरं नताधिकाम्बकातुरं सुरेश्वरं निधीश्वरं गजेश्वरं गणेश्वरं महेश्वरं तमाश्रये परात्परं निरन्तरम् समस्तलोकशङ्करं निरस्तदैत्यकुञ्जरं तरेतरोतरं वरं वरेव भक्त अक्षरं कृपाकरं क्षमाकरं मुदाकरं यशाकरं मनस्करं नमस्कृते नमस्करोमि भास्वरम् अकिञ्चनातिमर्शनं चिरन्तनोतिभाजनं पुरारिपूर्वनन्दनं सुरारिगर्वचर्वणं प्रपञ्चनाथभूषणं धनञ्जयादिभूषणं कपोलदानवारणं भजं पुराणवारणम् नितान्तकान्तिदन्तकान्तिमन्त्रकान्तिकात्मजम् अचिन्तरूपमन्तहीनमन्तरायसुन्दरं हृदान्तरे निरन्तरं वसन्तमेव योगिना अमेकदन्तमेकयामि चिन्तनादिसन्ततम्
Thank you. That was indeed a marvelous performance. The aim of education is not only the knowledge to recall facts and figures, but the power to seek and spread the truth. It is on the occasion like this we get opportunities to test our knowledge and understanding. Diabetes has become one of the major health concerns of the world. More than 522 million people are suffering from diabetes, and 1.6 million people die due to diabetes. This is the need of hour to put forth the relevance of the remedies and technologies employed in diabetes treatment. We look forward to get an exposure about what the best of the brains think about this very dynamic issue. Lokmanya Tilak Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences did organize e-poster presentation on 18 Jan, where total 52 candidates participated, 27 from diploma and UG category, 25 from PG and PhD category. Outlined with today's conference highlighting the theme of uniting against diabetes. The overarching objective of this two-day national conference is to provide a platform to address the growing concerns related to the escalating threats posed by diabetes. We believe that this conference will not only broaden your knowledge, but also leave you inspired, motivated, and ready to contribute to a brighter future. Before we proceed, we extend our deepest gratitude to all sponsors: Sonkarn, Barwa Skin Therapy, Asian Eye Hospital, Herbal Life Nutrition, and New Dimension Fitness Studio for helping us in our efforts to organize this conference. As we embark on this incredible journey of knowledge and innovation, we are immensely blessed with the elemental presence of distinguished personalities to guide us. Today, we are fortunate to have President of TMV, Honorable Dr. Deepak Tirak Sir, amongst us, whose expertise and insights have provided valuable learnings to us, who has driven this organization to new heights. Hence, I kindly request Director Dr. Pranati Tirak Ma'am to felicitate Honorable President Sir as a token of our gratitude and appreciation. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir. One cannot transform wisdom and insight to another person. The seed is already there. A good teacher or a mentor touches the seed, allowing it to wake up and to sprout and to grow. These lines describe well as respected director. These lines describe well as our respected director, ma'am. The president of Tirak Maharashtra Vidyapit, Honorable Dr. Deepak Tirak Sir, who is not only the cornerstone of our organization, but also a source of motivation for us, and has rich tapestry of experiences and wisdom. Under his visionary leadership, our organization has scaled up new heights and has achieved innumerable accomplishments. Without a further ado, I take a pride and honor in inviting Honorable Sir to share us the words of wisdom. Please, sir. There's a bit change. I invite respected Director Ma'am to please share a preamble of today's session.
Respected President Dr. Deepak Tirak, dignitaries on the dais, staff members, guests, students, and all faculty members and support staff. A very good morning to everyone. I would like to welcome all of you for the Empowering Health Uniting Against Diabetes conference organized by the Lokmanya Tilak Institute of Pharmaceutical Studies, Pune. The college has chosen a relevant topic for discussion today. Diabetes is known as a slow and silent killer and is one of the most dreaded lifestyle or genetically inherited disorders today. The high number of diabetic cases that are occurring today, apart from the genetically inherited conditions, are primarily due to an imbalanced lifestyle. Our lifestyle dictates our health and general well-being. The major contributing factors for a healthy body and mind are diet, our daily routine, and our physical and emotional fitness levels. One of the most ignored conditions of the world of today is emotional well-being of a person. The emotional capability and capability of an individual was tested during the lockdowns in the recent past, wherein all of us had to adapt to situations we thought we would never have to encounter in our lifetime. It was during this time that all of us got some time to reflect and absorb the real and true value of good health. Over a period of time, our lifestyle and diet patterns have undergone subtle changes because of the changing environment and circumstances in which we operate. These subtle changes have slowly progressed into significant modifications that can have a long-lasting impact on our lifestyle and overall health. It is a delicate act to strike a balance between lifestyle, food, and health. Diabetes is a growing concern, not only for senior citizens, but also for people across all age groups in recent times. Diabetes is a potentially epidemic health problem that is quickly spreading through low and middle income nations like India. According to projections, India will have 69.9 million cases of diabetes by 2025, the great majority of which could go untreated. This necessitates health systems' ongoing participation in caregiving at all levels. Coordination between all sectors of the healthcare system is necessary for the diabetes care. Diabetes treatment practices can change with each passing day. There will be new techniques and technologies coming into the field on a frequent basis. The Diabetes Conference will concentrate on the purpose of current trends and progressions in diabetes research for a better healthcare system. Pharmacists represent the third largest health profession in the world after doctors and nurses. Most pharmacists work in the community with a smaller proportion in hospital pharmacy, academia, industry, and research. As such, pharmacists are well placed to play a significant role in the care of patients with type 2 diabetes. The young minds are filled with ideas, and these can be well channelized for giving effective management of diabetes. Our college has a special role to play in this fight against diabetes. As pharmaceutical scientists, we have the knowledge and expertise to develop new drugs and therapies that can help manage and prevent this disease. We must continue to invest in research and development to find new solutions. Both the Lokmanya Tilak Institute of Pharmaceutical Studies and Lokmanya Tilak Institute of Pharmacy, Kharghar, have been established against all odds during the peak of the COVID pandemic in 2020. Lokmanya Tilak Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences has taken a lot of initiatives to bring about major technological advancements and enrichment of the pharmacy curriculum. Recently, the students have visited Dr. Reddy's laboratories in Hyderabad, where the students were lucky to see various unit operations and correlate them with their ongoing syllabus. We have also joined with OPEX. Will be used to guide the students through their app for various pharmacy allied courses like clinical trials, pharmacovigilance, and industry ready courses. In collaboration with IPA, the National Pharmacy Week was celebrated with great enthusiasm in our college. Lokmanya Tilak Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences organized a poster presentation competition in the college campus, and we got an outstanding response of over 25 colleges. Our students have also participated in various academic and co-curricular competitions and have won many prizes. In the future, LTIPS is also planning an international collaboration through a student mobility and exchange program. To conclude, I would like to congratulate the entire team of Lokmanya Tilak Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences for organizing this conference on a relevant and significant topic for discussion today. I would like to welcome all of you once again and wish you all happy learning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your invaluable insights. Now, I request Honorable Sir to share his valuable insights. Please, sir.
All the dignitaries on the dais, at the outset, I declare the National Conference on Empowering Health, Uniting Against Diabetes opened. There is very little time. There is very little time, as next speaker would be there exactly at 10:45. लोकमान्य टिळकांच्या नावाने हे कॉलेज आहे, म्हणून एक लोकमान्य टिळकांचीच आठवण करतो. त्यांना स्वतःला डायबिटीस होता, पत्नीलाही होता. आयुर्वेदाचे त्यावेळेला काही उपचार असायचे, परंतु मंडालेमध्ये जेव्हा ते होते त्यावेळेला मधुमेह किंवा डायबिटीस हा खूप वाढला आणि त्या 2 खोल्यातच फक्त काय ते त्यांना फिरता येत होतं. आणि संध्याकाळी एकदा बाहेर आवारात त्यांना फिरायची परवानगी देण्यात आली होती. त्याच्यामुळे कंट्रोल कसा करायचा हे त्यांनी त्यांचंच शोधून काढलं आणि गहू सोडला आणि सातूच्या पिठाच्या पुऱ्या त्या खाऊ लागले. गव्हात काय B2 वगैरे जे हे असतो त्याच्यामुळे ते काही प्रमाणात त्यांचा मधुमेह कंट्रोल करू शकले. मलाही याच्या काळात असंच वाटतं की हे जे काही प्रमाण वाढतं आहे भारतात आणि त्याच्याकरता हे खरं म्हटलं तर अवेअरनेस आहे. आपण प्रत्येकजण काही शोधू शकतो असं नाही, पण आपण आपल्यापुरतं शोधू शकतो. आमच्या घरात डायबेटीस आहे म्हटल्यावर मी खूप वर्ष चेक करत होतो. आत्तापर्यंत नव्हता, व्यायाम करत होतो, परंतु या करोनाच्या नंतर थोडं व्यायामाचा याचा परिणाम झाला आणि ते हळूहळू आत यायचं ते आलं वयाप्रमाणे. पण खूपसं ते इमोशन्स, स्ट्रेस याच्यावर अवलंबून आहे. त्याच्यामुळे मला वाटायचं की एवढा ट्रेस एवढे इन्स्टिट्यूट चालवताना आपल्यावर असेल तर येणारच ते, पण उशिरा आला. त्याच्यामुळे हे आपण खरं म्हटलं तर प्रत्येकाने आपलं शरीर ओळखायला प्रयत्न करा की आपण कधी जेवतो, काय जेवतो, किती आपल्याकडून खरंच व्यायाम होतो का नाही होत, आपण काय खातो. आता मी आयुष्यभर गोड खाल्लं, मी सांगायला काहीच मलाही वाटत नाही. मग गोडाशिवाय जेवणच कसं जेवतात हेच माहिती नव्हतं आत्तापर्यंत. परंतु एवढ्या 1-2 वर्षात स्वतःहून ठरवलं नको, आता नको. इतके वर्ष खाल्लं, आता काय कंट्रोल करू. आणि म्हणून गहूही सोडला, लोकमान्यांनी हे केलं होतं तसं गोडही सोडलं. हे माझं मी कंट्रोल केलं. असं प्रत्येकजण करू शकतो. म्हणून तुम्ही तुमचं ओळखा. स्ट्रेस हा जर त्याला असेल, इमोशन्स असेल, इथं पुढं त्याच्यावर आहेत व्याख्यानं, तर त्यालाही योगा किंवा याच्यात आहे ना की आपण मानसिकदृष्ट्या थोडंसं स्थिर होऊ शकतो. त्याच्याकरता थोडा 1-5 मिनटं काढणं आवश्यक असेल प्रत्येकाला. परंतु हे वेळच्या वेळी करणं, ओळखणं आणि आपण आपली लाईफस्टाईल बदलणं हेच खरं म्हटलं तर, हे जरी लक्ष दिलं किंवा आपलं पुढे कुटुंब असेल त्यांच्याकडे लक्ष दिलं तरी हा खूपसा आपण कंट्रोल करू शकतो. हा अवेअरनेस निर्माण करण्याकरताच ही कॉन्फरन्स आहे आणि त्या ह्याच्यात अनेक त्यातले एक्सपर्ट्स सांगतील. नवीन उपायही वेगवेगळे निघत आहेत. चेकिंगही घरच्या घरी आता खूप होऊ शकतं. असं अनेक इक्विपमेंट येतील, गॅजेट्स येतील, परंतु मुख्य आपली लाईफस्टाईल आणि आपण आपलं शरीर ओळखणं एवढ्यावरच तुम्ही कॉन्सन्ट्रेट केलं तरी वी कॅन फाईट. मी कॉन्फरन्सला शुभेच्छा देतो आणि इथेच विरमतो. धन्यवाद.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable insights. Now I request all the dignitaries to take their seats of the dais as we are going to begin with the first plenary lecture of the technical session, which is an online session. Now let's hear from Dr. Hansaji Yogendra, who is a forefront of the yoga movement in last 4 decades, on topic the link between mental health and diabetes, embracing a holistic approach to wellness.
Are we on the same channel or what is it? So they are.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. I request
We are
Dr.
already on.
Hansaji Yogendra ma'am to please proceed with the session.
Shraddha ji, are you there? Shraddha ji, are you there online?
कान में मेरे को सुनने के लिए है.
हाँ, yes,
अच्छा,
ma'am.
स्पीकर वहाँ.
Meera ji? Dr. Meera ji?
Yes, ma'am. Are you audible, ma'am? Hello.
Yes, ma'am, you can start. There is message.
Hmm.
Start karo.
यानी I should start
Yes, ma'am.
Screen off karo.
Yes, ma'am. Please proceed with
without
your session.
any
ma'am.
questioning.
No, screen off karo. Dr. Meera ji?
Hello, hello, ma'am. Hello, can you hear us, ma'am?
Mic off karo. Hello? We were able to hear you out. Just speak something, invite her. Let's start this.
Well, they don't know how to manage. Okay, so I talk. So, well, yoga is a subject which deals with human mind. Basically, yoga is for mind only. Whatever we are doing in yoga is for mind, because they say that mind is highly developed mind in human beings. And this highly developed mind can get distracted very easily. And so this mind needs training, and training in various areas. The first is human psychology, that when mind has any thought, mind starts thinking. When you see something, when you hear something, your mind is active. Mind's job is to think, so mind is going to think. Now, human psychology, what is it? Somebody behaved rudely. Somebody spoke very wrong words for you. Naturally, you will get upset. That's how human mind works. You will get upset, you will get hurt, you will feel that when you are behaving nicely, how should he behave rudely to you? But then what will happen? When you get upset, when your peace is gone, what will happen? Your pulse will go fast, your breathing will become shallow, oxygen going into blood, carbon dioxide coming out of blood will not take place. Your focus will be totally disturbed. Your cholesterol will go high, triglyceride will go high, because your digestive system is not going to function well. And body will start storing things, or body will throw the things out, but not absorb, assimilate and convert food into energy, which should take place. Whatever you eat, it should get converted into energy. Protein into peptides, amino acid, energy, carbohydrate, glucose, energy, but it will not take place because mind is disturbed. Mind is not at peace. So body will store. Carbohydrate gets converted into glucose very easily, body will store glucose. So person is heading for diabetes. Body stores fat, because fat will not get converted into energy. So externally you will start putting on weight, or internally you will have cholesterol going high, triglyceride going high, and all that stuff. So it's a long list. We will suffer. Yoga says that root cause of all disease lies in mind. So you have to understand this. So now, what is the psychology? You have a choice to get disturbed or not to get disturbed, to feel bad or not to feel bad. Somebody behaved rudely. It is his responsibility, his karmas. Why should you disturb yourself? Why should you suffer? And this is how the suffering starts. In a day, if 3-4 times you are getting disturbed, you are definitely inviting all the diseases. And whatever you are inherited, that disease will come up much strongly. Anything else also can come up. And so, we should know that we have a choice to get hurt or not to get hurt, to get disturbed or not to get disturbed. We have a choice. Don't choose to get disturbed. Understand, every human is different. Every human is different. Every human is sample by itself. Every human's upbringing, childhood, birth by itself, upbringing, childhood, and everything is different. Their sanskars are different, culture is different. The way in which they give importance to is different than you. Their experiences are different than your experiences. When everybody is so different, whatever you have done, people may not understand that 100%. Nobody is going to understand you 100% in the world, because everybody is different. And so what will happen is, you may do something very nice, but somebody will say, what have you done? Childish work. And you may get hurt. And you should know they have all the right to have their own opinion. You don't have to feel bad about it. If somebody can't see good in you, it's his problem, not your problem. Do you understand? And so, you should choose not to get hurt. That is yoga psychology. Develop this understanding and see to it that you are not disturbing yourself because of any external factor. Any external factor. Usually we expect things from others, and we expect things from our own family and our own friend circle and all that, with whom you are doing quite a lot of conversations and quite a lot of job. So when you have done something quite a lot, you have somebody is sick and you have kept yourself awake day in and day out and looked after that person. Now you expect that he should talk good about you. But when he doesn't, then you get hurt. But don't get hurt. That is your choice. So this every human has to keep in mind, that external factors may be any, people's behavior may be any, but choose not to get disturbed. Rather, think about it, because we have been given with two things. One, our emotion. When you get disturbed, your emotions are disturbed. But thinking, intellect is there with us. All of you are intelligent people. You have to use your intellect, viveka buddhi. Understand, he may not be in a good state, that's why he behaved like that. Somebody must have behaved rudely to him, so he is rude in return to you. He is releasing his tension on you. Or he may be constipated, or he may not have slept well. You may bring some joke, but don't suffer. You are driving on a road and somebody is honking, pop, 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 and it's very easy, disturbing. But then think that maybe he may be having a heart pain right now, or having a loose motion right now, so he has to go somewhere. So he is in a hurry. Come on, allow him to go. Why choose to get disturbed? So we have to start using our intellect, and we have to observe ourselves from intellectual point of view. Any action done under the influence of emotion is wrong. Emotions may get disturbed, but then intellectually you reason it out and come out of that disturbance. Don't stay in that disturbance for more than 2 minutes. You are angry, fine, that's your nature, but then get out of that anger fast. Otherwise that anger is going to create diabetes problem. So, or any other disease. So try and understand this, that it's you who creates your own world. You create your own world. You make your own destiny. Nobody else. Others are what they are. In my life, you see a donkey is there, horse is there, lion is there, jackals are there. They are all there. There is no problem. We have accepted them as they are. Dog is going to behave like this, donkey is going to behave like that. We know. But then if you expect that dog should stop barking and not create a headache to you, or donkey should run, right now you are in a hurry, so donkey should rush and do something, well, then you are in trouble. Don't try to change anybody else in the world. Don't try to even advise anybody what he should do and what he should not do. How do you know what is his life? And so don't do any of these things. Accept that person as he or she is. So in your own family also, or friend circles, or your working place, college, you will always find such varieties of people coming together. Somebody shouts and talks only. Somebody hardly talks. Somebody plays politics. Somebody is very quiet and thinking, hardly opens his mouth. Varieties of people. You don't tell that person who is quiet, come on, speak, speak. He cannot speak. Those who can speak, let them speak. He may try, but when he would try in that fashion against his nature, he would suffer. And so understand. Accept people as they are. Okay, this is a shouting personality. This is a quiet personality. This is a little political personality. Okay, find out. And then keep them as at its own place. Keep everything at its own place where it belongs to. But don't suffer. So today, since all of you are listening to me, take a very strong decision in your mind that I will not suffer because of anybody in life. Then, since we are talking about the specific sickness, and that is diabetes, diabetic personalities are, they are intelligent, they are perfectionist. They want things to happen exactly as they think it is right. And if you have understood my talk, that is not possible. What is right for you may not be right for others. How you are more organized, others may not give importance to organized life. Go with the flow. Have the like a bukwa, find out how to, but it's very healthy food. Or amla powder, right in the morning, have a warm lemon juice with amla powder inside and a little haldi inside and drink it. That itself would be a good healthy drink for diabetes. Actually, I have given these details more in my YouTube talks also. Quite a lot details about diabetes. And so these things should be eaten. Second area where person has to be really aware about is physical activity. Basically in diabetes, extremities have very poor circulation. That's why they have sometimes the leg amputated, thumbs amputated if diabetes is not under control. Extremity exercises should be there. So the best extremity exercise is walking. Person must walk 45 minutes in the morning and half an hour in the evening. I don't tell people to walk fast, fast like you are racing and bringing the heart rate up. No. Walk according to your speed and walk for 45 minutes. Sometimes you may walk a little less because you are not so fit. Sometimes you may walk a little more, but 45 minutes. That's it. Not more than that. And then you can do a good amount of relaxation. In yoga, we do have very good techniques called as Shavasana or Makarasana or Rishpandabhav or Dranasana. These are all very good techniques, meditative techniques, pranayam, equal breathing, abdominal breathing, all these things, techniques are there, which I think so people should learn. They are very simple, anybody can learn quickly. So such activities are important for diabetics. Then they should know how to sleep well. Good sleep is a big, big problem. And so give importance to good sleep. How to sleep? It's a big this, but try and see that all the problems, all those irritants, you should finish solving during day. At night, find out what good happened in life. And accordingly, you should be thinking about good things so that you'll be able to sleep better. Otherwise, at night also, these people are busy solving the problem and getting hurt and disturbed. So good sleep, and then the whole outlook toward life has to change. Bring some care, some love. now that he is not in a good mood right now, and so on. So your thinking also has to change. So we use the word aha, niyar, akar, and vichar. These are the 4 areas where you have to work on yourself. That could give you a holistic approach to your life. Your entire personality has to get involved. Be very sincere. Be very much committed in doing whatever work you are doing. Work really helps. So keep busy working, and that will help you. See, mind you, there is workshop, you know. Mind, once it is free, goes in past, or it will make you worry about future. Bring your mind in present, and you will be able to do a good job. So these are few things which I wanted to tell you. Fine. Namaste. I think they want to ask anything. Thank you.
ऑन कर ना माला म्यूट
Thank you so much, ma'am. Your speech was truly inspiring, and we are so thankful for your contribution.
Okay, fine. If you have heard it, it's good. Okay then? Equally, no issue.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you once again. Due to some technical issues, we could not introduce Dr. Hansaji Yogendra, ma'am. Let me proceed with her short profile. In the garden of life, I nurture the seeds of patience, embracing challenges as opportunities for blossoming growth. With resilience as my guiding light, I gracefully navigate the twists and turns, trusting beauty that unfolds, are the words of Srimati Hansaji Jayadev Yogendra, who has been in the forefront of the yoga movement in the last 4 decades. As a teacher, as an educator, as an excellent communicator in the television medium, as an author of several books on yoga. Born in 1947, Srimati Hansaji was a frequent visitor to the Yoga Institute, even while she was studying for BSc and later for the degree in law. When she married Dr. Jayadev Yogendra, it was a turning point in Hansaji's life. With her innate charm and capacity, she brought about dramatic changes in the institute. She brings a special energy wherever she goes and is a popular orator throughout the country. She has authored several yoga books in English and Gujarati. The television serial Yoga for Better Living has been aired 3 times on the national network and is very well appreciated. At present, she is the president of International Board of Yoga. An individual has not started living until he rises above the confines of his individualistic concerns to the broadest of all humanity. I greet Principal of LTIPS, Dr. Meenakshi Devdar ma'am, for her continual and cooperative support, which makes us move a mile towards our goals. May I now request Principal ma'am to offer a vote of thanks for the inaugural session.
Thank you, Sneha. Good morning, respected dignitaries, dear students and faculty delegates. We all have gathered assembled here for the much awaited deliberations on empowering health, uniting against diabetes. It is said that a thing well begun is half done. Just now, we have witnessed a glittering inauguration ceremony that sets the tone for the upcoming deliberations. In the beginning, I would like to thank our keynote speaker, Dr. Hansaji Yogendra. She has so beautifully explained the role of emotions in minimizing the health problems, especially diabetes. She has shared with us the daily remedies that we can implement in our lifestyle to minimize the chances of getting diabetes. We are very thankful to her, though there was a technical glitch. We could not enjoy the session as nicely as we had planned actually. My apologies for that. It's my privilege to extend a heartfelt thanks to our patron and mentor, Honorable Dr. Deepak Tirakji, President of TMV. His benevolent nature has always helped us navigate difficult paths with ease. Today, he talked about how we can take care of our own selves by putting more thought into what we are eating, how we are behaving. So thank you, sir, for your guidance. I would also like to thank Honorable Dr. Geetali Tirak, Vice Chancellor, Tirak Maharashtra Vidyapeeth. Her graceful presence has truly added value to today's program. I thank Dr. Rohit Tirak, Vice President TMV, for his presence and unflinching support for today's program. I wish to put on record our thanks to our dynamic director, Dr. Pranati Tirak, who has motivated and guided us throughout the process of organizing this conference. I also thank Mr. Ajit Khadilkar, Secretary TMV, Dr. Meera Deshmukh, Registrar LTIPS, and Dr. Shrutika Patil, Principal LTIP Kharghar, for their support and presence at the inauguration ceremony. I would like to also thank Dr. Bhonde, who has remained present at the inauguration ceremony. He is the Director, Research at Dr. D.Y. Patil Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences and will be conducting the next session. Thank you, welcome, and thank you, sir. I thank all the members of organizing committee and my dear student volunteers who, through their untiring efforts, have ensured successful execution of this event. LTIPS also thanks the member of the team providing us all the technical help related to the auditorium. LTIPS appreciates the student volunteers for rendering melodious welcome song and beautiful rangoli for today's function. Last but not the least, I thank all the audience for their patience and enthusiasm. Now let us embark on these important deliberation and let us unite in our commitment to empowering health and standing against diabetes. Wishing you all a day filled with insightful discussions and shared knowledge. Enjoy the conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Here are some facts about diabetes, which is given by World Health Organization. The number of people with diabetes rose from 108 million in 1980 to 422 million in 2014. The prevalence has been rising more rapidly in low and middle income countries than in high income countries. Diabetes is forming a major cause of blindness, kidney failure, heart attacks, stroke, and lower limb amputation. Nearly 537 million adults ranging from 20 to 79 years are living with diabetes. This number is predicted to rise to 643 million by 2030 and 783 million by 2040. A healthy diet, regular physical activity, maintaining a normal body weight, and avoiding tobacco use are the ways to prevent and delay the onset of type 2 diabetes. Diabetes can be treated and its consequences can be avoided or delayed with a diet, physical activity, medication, and treatment. Responding to the increasing burden of diabetes around the world, awareness is the key to circumvent the growing disease burden. Diabetes ranks amongst the severest global health concerns of the 21st century. It's a non-communicable disease that affects millions across the globe, characterized by the restriction or relative dysfunctioning of insulin-secreting beta cells in the pancreatic islets of Langerhans. Stem cell therapy holds immense promise for the treatment of the patients with diabetes mellitus. To provide guidance on recent advances in knowledge and technologies involved in diabetes treatment, we have distinguished personality present among us who is a director and emeritus scientist at Dr. D.Y. Patil Vidyapeeth. So I hereby request Principal Dr. Devdar ma'am to please welcome Dr. Ramesh Bonde sir by presenting a bouquet. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir. I hereby request Mrs. Rucha Pusegavkar, ma'am, to introduce Dr. Bonde, sir. Please, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Ramesh Ponde joined Dr. D.Y. Patil Vidyapith, Pune as Director Research in September 2016. He was instrumental in establishing Regenerative Medicine Lab at DPU in March 2018. Currently, he is a emeritus scientist at DPU. Earlier, he served as a professor and dean at the School of Regenerative Medicine, Bangalore for the last 5 years. He superannuated from the National Center for Cell Science, Pune as Scientist F and joined Stempetic Research Private Limited, Bangalore as Technical Director and then moved to Stempetic Research Malaysia branch in Kuala Lumpur. He has been working in the field of pancreatic regeneration in diabetes for the last 30 years. He did his PhD at NIV Pune. His areas of interest and expertise include stem cells, regenerative biology, tissue banking, and engineering. His work on human mesenchymal stem cell as platform for screening Ayurvedic rasayanas and homeopathic preparations has opened doors for evidence-based research. He has extensively worked on in vitro generation of islets from pancreatic and non-pancreatic stem cells. He showed that multiple injections of unfractionated bone marrow reverse experimental diabetes in mice. His pioneering work on stem cells in breast milk is well appreciated by a scientific community. He has guided till now 23 PhD students. He has 330 publications indexed on Google Scholar, 270 on Scopus, and 254 on PubMed. He has total citations more than 12,000, H-index 58, and I-10 index 179. Dr. Bonde authored 10 book chapters, and he is a recipient of Dr. T.M.A. Pai Endowment Chair in Islet Engineering and Banking in October 2013, and Dr. C.M. Habibullah Annual Oration Award in January 2014. Subsequently, he is awarded Dr. T.M.A. Pai Endowment Chair second time to work on stem cell solution to insulin resistant in 2015 and 16. Recently, he has been inducted as an editorial board member of the journal Medical Hypothesis. Now I request Dr. Bonde sir to proceed with his session. Thank you everyone.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me. You can see me, there is no problem, right? Okay, so the entire idea is to give you some new glimpses into the new era of regenerative medicine and mainly the stem cells. Regenerative medicine, and my topic says stem cells in the pancreatic regeneration. Now let me tell you that the regenerative capacity of the entire animal kingdom is very much in the lower animals like Hydra. You all know Hydra, right? So the entire Hydra regenerates. But as we go up the higher of evolution ladder, in human being, we cannot regenerate our finger. We cannot regenerate the lost limb. But still the nature has given us power to regenerate the entire liver and the entire pancreas. So this is extremely important that it is possible to have live liver donation, because one can donate 2 lobes of the liver and the remaining 2 lobes of the liver again regenerate. Same thing happens with the pancreas, that if you have a 90% pancreectomy in rats and mites, all the remaining 10% pancreas regenerates and forms a complete new pancreas. So if it is true, then why not there is a reversal of diabetes? $1 million question. So many millions of people, as the statistics says, are diabetic. We all know that the diabetes is because of the lack of insulin and so on. Then why do beta cells don't regenerate? So all these things we'll try to cover in my lecture next. I think we can put off these lights so that you can see the slides clearly. Okay, so there are several types of diabetes. The type 1 diabetes results from absolute deficiency of insulin. As we all know, it is called a childhood diabetes, or virus-induced diabetes, or autoimmune diabetes. And in that case, there is zero insulin. So there is no insulin, and therefore the type 1 diabetes is regarded as the number 1 killer, because one has to be all the time on insulin. I mean, no other medicine works in type 1 diabetes except insulin injections, and basically it is childhood diabetes. Then of course what we know, 40 of diabetes is of type 2 diabetes, which is very, very common all over the world, and that is more dangerous. And actually it has more insulin than what is required, but then insulin is not being taken up by the body, so we call it as insulin resistance. Then we have gestational diabetes, may or may not be there, but many people nowadays suffer during delivery, I mean gestational period, and that diabetes occurs because of the hormonal imbalance, but it is a temporary phase. But still it is regarded as one of the important entity, so that the child should not suffer later on for diabetes. Then of course, as our other speaker said, stress-induced diabetes, drug-induced diabetes. Certain drugs do cause, for example, steroids and so on. Then most importantly, virus-induced diabetes. Now recently we have all gone through the pandemic of the coronavirus, and the coronavirus itself is a diabetogenic virus. So many people who suffered from corona developed diabetes later on, or those who were already diabetic, their sugar went up very high. So all those things probably lead to the conclusion that coronavirus, amongst all other diabetogenic viruses like cytomegalovirus, or there are many in the case of mumps, measles are also known to cause the beta cell death. Not all the persons suffering from mumps will develop it. It has also got some genetic susceptibility, but still it is a category by itself, virus-induced diabetes, and the corona is one of them, that many people came up with diabetes after the onset of the coronavirus or the infection. And lastly, the maturity onset diabetes of young, again named by Modi, I mean not Prime Minister Modi, the short form is Modi, maturity onset. That means what we earlier called as 40 of diabetes comes at the age of 25, comes at the age of 30. So this is diabetes of the young. Next. Okay, so the entire central dogma centers around the pancreas. So this is the human anatomy of the pancreas. Then you have the islets of Langerhans. Any pointer by any chance? Okay. So you can see in this figure histology of the pancreas. The islets of Langerhans is seen within the acinar cells. Then these are the isolated islets, and what you can see, the islets can be stained by particular antibody, which you can see as expressing the insulin. So what I am telling you, the central theme of the diabetes centers around the beta cells of the islets of Langerhans, which produce insulin. Next. Okay. So what is observed in diabetes? I mean, all of us, we know loss in weight and everything is there. There is a lot of urine, polyuria, then there is a lot of eating and so on. But the first thing it is loss of body weight is the first sign. And of course, there is an increase in blood glucose or hyperglycemia. But the most important, there is a decrease in the beta cell mass. So normally we have around 1 to 2 million islets in the human pancreas. So actually only 2% of the pancreas is endocrine, 98% of the pancreas is exocrine, which is responsible for the pancreatic juice. So now we are handling only with the 2% of the endocrine pancreas, of which there are maybe around 80% will be the beta cells and so on. Next. Okay, so what is the birth rate of these beta cells? From where the beta cells come? What is the origin of the beta cells? So beta cells can come by replication. As we all know, as students of science and pharmacology, that the cells divide by multiplication. That is cell division, let's say, mitosis. So most of the cells of our body have stopped mitosis once we achieve a sexual maturity. So beta cells also are terminally differentiated cell, but still some beta cell can give rise to beta cells. So there is a replication. So the idea is, suppose because of diabetes, we have lost 50% of our beta cell. Still remaining 50% are intact. So if those remaining intact 50% beta cell undergo one cycle of replication, mitosis, we again get 100% beta cell back. But that doesn't happen because only 3% of the beta cells are capable of replicating. So there is always a deficit of the beta cell and deficit of the insulin leading to the diabetes. Then we also get islets from there are pancreatic ducts, there are islet progenitors. So all we call this as the precursor stem cells which are present, residing within the pancreas. So there are stem cells residing in the pancreas which give rise to the mature beta cell. So it could be duct, it could be islet, it could be beta cell. Then of course there are embryonic and adult stem cells, I will come to that. And there is another phenomenon sometimes occurs, that liver can turn into beta cells. Some of the hepatocytes can be converted into beta cell, what is called as transdifferentiation. That is transfer of differential potential from one organ to the other, but rare cases, but that is possible. Or even beta cells can come from non-beta cell like exocrine pancreas or acinar cells. Next. So ultimately, the diabetes is a result of the imbalance between insulin, which is the only hormone which decreases the blood glucose. All other hormones in the other pan are all glycogenic. So stress will give you diabetes. Steroids will give you diabetes. Pregnancy hormones can give you diabetes. Contraceptives can give you diabetes. So all other hormones, adrenaline, glucagon, all these are hormones which raise the blood glucose level, and insulin is the only hero on the screen of endocrines which can decrease the blood glucose despite of several heroines. So insulin is a key factor, and therefore if the insulin is the only one, if it decreases, naturally you are bound to get the diabetes. Next. So now 100 years have passed since the discovery of insulin by Banting at Best with his dog Beagle, where he studied all the, the insulin was discovered from this by these two scientists who got Nobel Prize. So almost 100 years are over, Banting and Best. And still, insulin is the only solution to take care of the glucose, even in type 2 diabetes. Because in type 2 diabetes, you can control it by diet, exercise, medicines, but a time comes when there are no beta cell left, and then you have to take to the insulin shots. Next. Okay, now the question is, can we transplant the lost islets by transplantation? Just as there is pancreas transplantation, liver transplantation, kidney transplantation. So is it possible that you can transplant the islets of Langerhans to the pancreas or to the diabetic patient so that he lives on a secondary pancreas which he got as from the donor? But there are several hurdles. Again, there is non-availability of the cadaver pancreas. That is true for all the patients. There is big list for liver donation. There is a big list of kidney transplant patients waiting for kidney and so on. Then you cannot isolate sufficient. Suppose if you get a cadaver pancreas. Now, especially Edmonton study was the first one who studied for the first time or shown for the first time that it is possible to reverse the type 1 diabetes by islet transplantation from cadaveric pancreas. But it is an extremely costly procedure, and no common man can afford the islet transplantation because you have to pull the islets from 2 cadaver pancreas. It is difficult to get even 1 cadaver, and if you have to pull 2, because you require minimum 1 million islets to be transplanted. Next. Okay, now the islet biology is very interesting. In that case, it has got a rich vascular supply. So the islets will survive in a place where they get a beautiful supply of blood vessels. Then they are responsive to glucose. Then they maintain sugar. Everything is fine. You can cryopreserve the islets and so on. So the most important part of the islets is that they are independent. Their secretion, insulin secretion, depends only on the concentration of the glucose. And there is much role, there is some role, but not an exact role of the nervous system in the secretion of the insulin, because even if we isolate the islets of Langerhans, put it in a petri dish and feed them with glucose, they release insulin. So glucose responsiveness is extremely important, and that is the main unique feature of the islets, that it is possible to transplant the islets either into the kidney capsule or into the liver. Please remember, islets are not transplanted into the pancreas. Pancreas holds islets, but when transplantation comes in, the islets are transplanted either into the liver through hepatic portal vein or under the kidney capsule. Next. Now, there are several, so as I told you, there are sources of islet transplantation are cadaveric pancreas, so that is not possible. Then the whole question is, can stem cells find solution to produce islets? Yes. So these are stem cells which look like fibroblast, mesenchymal stem cell. And then alternatively, suppose now of course we will concentrate on mesenchymal stem cell, but earlier trials in absence of cadaver pancreas, people have done with pig islets, because pig islets and cow islets are much closer to the human islet. Even before the discovery of human recombinant insulin, the diabetic people used to get bovine insulin or porcine insulin. And it was very cheap available. But since they are of different origin, they are xenogenic, they used to also get antibodies. So people are now prefer now all the pharma companies, they produce recombinant human insulin which is available, and most of the diabetic patients who are on insulin take that. Novartis, Tyson, many companies are there. So human MSC is another source. I tell you that there are stem cells, and these stem cells can be converted into islets of Langerhans, and then these islets of Langerhans can be used for transplantation. Next. So the sources of stem cells are very many. So basically, all the human tissues which are discarded as a biological waste are the best sources of stem cell. So here you can see the endometrium, the placenta, amniotic fluid, the umbilical cord, bone marrow, dental pulp, breast milk, all these contain the stem cell, and which I have not shown here. You will be surprised to know the tissue which we hate most, fat, adipose tissue, has got maximum stem cells. So don't feel bad if you are fat. Okay? You should have some fat so that those adipose tissue stem cell can give rise to islets of Langerhans, and you can get cured yourself by using those islets. And the most important property of this stem cell, that these stem cells which I talk about, mesenchymal stem cells, they are not considered as a foreign body. Anybody's stem cells can survive in anybody's body without tissue matching. We don't require tissue matching, and therefore it is a user-friendly stem cell. So there is a hope that the stem cells can be used. And I was working in a company called Stempeutics. So they have come out with the first product called Stempucell for osteoarthritis in the knee joint, or for critical limb ischemia, which is developed into the smokers. So these stem cells can be injected into the limb, and it is possible to save or what we call as remove those blood clots which are present, or blood supply can be maintained normal. Anyway, so another thing is, these stem cells are anti-fibrotic, they are anti-inflammatory, they are anti-oxidative, and so many things are antibacterial, and most importantly, they are also immunomodulatory. So they can change the immunological apparatus in such a way that the body will accept the graft. So there is one school of thought which says that during kidney transplantation, despite of all the HLA matching, the donor kidney and the recipient kidney, and in spite of the immunosuppression, the transplanted kidney fails. So in such cases, if you transplant the kidney along with the mesenchymal stem cell, then the chances of survival of the kidney are very high, because these stem cells will protect the kidney from immunity or from rejection. Next. Now, why stem cell? The entire question we are talking about, what is so special about stem cell? So one of the scientists who was the first to formulate a stem cell company, Thomas Okarama, he says that the hope that stem cell therapy will repair and regenerate the diseased organs or tissue goes beyond what pills and scalpels can ever do. That means where everything fails, you can think of stem cell. Stem cell may have a magic because they are biological in origin. So I always call a stem cell solution is a biological solution to the biological problem. Drugs are there, of course. Without drugs you cannot survive. So all pharma companies and pharmacy students we admire. But sometimes we curse pharma companies because they force upon you several drugs which are unnecessary and which may also give side effects and so on. But in spite of that, the pharma lobby is there. And the pharma lobby was the first one to object the stem cell therapy. Because if, say, your diabetes gets cured by stem cell, who will take metformin? Who will take insulin? So they are all doomed. Nothing happens. I mean, everything remains as it is. This is an alternative solution to have a better quality of life using stem cell as a therapeutic entity for reversal of diabetes. I will show you some of the results. Next. So the beauty of the stem cell that they have not forgotten their mitosis. You know, all the, say, RBCs cannot divide, WBCs cannot divide, so they are terminally differentiated cells. But the stem cells retain their capacity to divide, and not only that, they also renew, rather, they also differentiate into another type. So that is the beauty. By definition, the stem cells having infinite self-renewal capacity. So this property goes to the cancer cells, that the cancer cells also renew, they are immortalized. So that way, to some extent, they are immortalized, but not necessarily, they are not cancerous, but they can develop into different types. That's what is called as differentiation. Next. Yeah, so what do I mean by differentiation? Just a cartoon which will explain the word differentiation, that from a hematopoietic stem cell, we can get red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets. Similarly, from a bakery product, from maida, you can get all biscuits, pastries, cakes, and so on. So that is the common raw material remains the same, but their physical form is different. So the stem cell can give rise to bone, they can give rise to cartilage, they can give rise to muscle, they can give rise to liver, they can give rise to pancreas. Next. So there are several types of stem cells. We will not go into that because the difference between the plants and the animals, that the plants can grow several times even if you cut them. Unless you uproot them, they will not grow. But otherwise, plants have a capacity to regenerate because of the totipotency, that is complete potential to give rise to a complete plant. So in animal body, only zygote is totipotential. The zygote can give rise to the entire organism. But as the zygote divides by cleavage into blastocysts, their potency goes on decreasing. So we call them embryonic stem cell pluripotent, then adult stem cells as multipotent, and then later on unipotent. So the potency, that means differentiation capacity, goes on diminishing. Next. Okay, so let's talk of the bone marrow, because bone marrow is a gold standard. So many people have tried, first trials of transplantation of stem cells started with the bone marrow. Now it is not the hematopoietic stem cell. Please remember, the bone marrow has two compartments. One is stromal cells, which are called as mesenchymal stromal cells. And secondly, the hematopoietic cells, which are required for transplanting into cancer patients, leukemia, and so on. So we are not talking about hematopoietic stem cell. We are talking about the mesenchymal stromal cells, which are taken out from the bone marrow. They can be expanded in vitro, and they can be transplanted because they don't require tissue matching. So the Stempeutics company has collected the bone marrow from the volunteers of 20 to 25-year-old, pooled their stem cell, and made a drug out of it. So many stem cell companies like Osiris, Stempeutics, and many others have developed first drug stem cell base is bone marrow derived. Next. Now, before the human trials, when I was in National Center for Cell Science, Pune, one of my PhD students working on the diabetes in mice, which you can induce by giving streptozotocin. So we made the animals diabetic and then injected the bone marrow through the tail vein. Next. And we showed that all the diabetic mice which were injected with a bone marrow through tail vein, they showed decrease in hyperglycemia, increase in body weight, and within a span of 3 weeks, these animals were total free of diabetes. So this was the first evidence to show that transplantation of mesenchymal stem cells from bone marrow can reverse diabetes in mice. Next. So this was our first paper in 2005, which was also covered by NDTV and so on. And later on, human studies were taken up. Now taking this lead, now this is the importance of the work, that this lead was taken by a scientist called Dr. Anil Bhansali from Chandigarh, and then he made stem cell trials in human. And he showed that stem cell transplantation taken from the bone marrow of the patient, he directly injected into the pancreatic artery, and he showed there is a decrease in the glycemia, not completely reversal of diabetes, but of course the patients who are transplanted with that will have less medications, or at least they will have better life. So nothing goes waste. So whatever we show in rats and mice also holds true for human. And this paper was referred several times by all the persons who use bone marrow stem cell as a starting material for diabetes. Next. Now this is very interesting. Why we think that the pancreas can regenerate? I mean, what nature has given us. So there are several evidences that if we do the partial pancreectomy, the pancreas regenerates. Even in obese people, there is a hypertrophy of the beta cells. That means because of the obesity, because of the fat mass, the insulin demand is more, and that demand is fulfilled by hypertrophy. Same thing occurs during pregnancy. So in pregnancy, mother has to take care not herself but also of the fetus, so that the pancreas or the beta cells of the mother also undergo hyperplasia, hypertrophy, and they take care of the glucose level. Despite of that, few may develop gestational diabetes because it's temporary. But there is virus-induced diabetes. So pregnancy, obesity, there is also called as honeymoon period in diabetes. That means a child develops a diabetes, but body regenerates the beta cell to some extent, and parents feel happy that the diabetes is gone. But again it recurs. It's like something like a chemotherapy. So it is something, that's why the name given honeymoon period. Everybody feels that honeymoon period should stay long, but it is a short while. Same thing is true, that here the regenerating pancreas exhausts and all the beta cells are lost and ultimately develop into type 1 diabetes. Next. Now taking this clue, one of my PhD students, what he did, he made the animals diabetic and then removed surgically the 50% of the pancreas. And then he showed that pancreectomy in a diabetic pancreas reverses diabetes completely. And that is our next paper in Journal of Endocrinology. Next. So don't worry about the data. It all shows that the entire plasma glucose level goes down if you cut the pancreas, so that pancreas regenerates, as I told you earlier. Okay? And when the pancreas regenerates, the beta cells also regenerate, and hyperglycemia comes down. Next. Now this is extremely interesting. This is islet of Langerhans. This is destroyed by the STZ. And when the regenerative pancreas comes up, there is a correction between the islet and the pancreatic duct. So that pancreatic duct stem cell give rise to new islets. And that is the principle behind the regeneration of the islets or the regeneration of the pancreas. Now with this one slide, I got 65 lakhs from Department of Biotechnology to carry out my work on islet transplantation. Because this is a Chashmadi Gawah, direct evidence that the islet is derived from ductal stem cell. Next. Okay, so that's fine. Next. Okay, now the whole question is, can we derive in a dish the islets from stem cell? Can we take stem cell as a raw material and develop the islets of Langerhans floating in a petri dish, which we can pick up and put it into diabetic mice, diabetic pig, diabetic dog, and reverse diabetes, the best way. So these are the entire sources, as I told you. Now another thing is our regenerative medicine lab is located in the dental college. So every day there is a tooth extraction. They throw it in the dustbin. We took it to the lab. And we developed dental pulse stem cell. So there are dental pulse stem cells, there are gingival stem cells, there are bone marrow stem cells, there are adipose stem cells, and we have also developed an entire stem cell bank from umbilical cord, placenta, adipose tissue, endometrium, because when the entire uterus is removed, hysterectomy, we get those endometrial stem cells from which also you can bank it. Okay, next. Okay, now the $1 million question. Can the adipose tissue stem cell or any other, for later on we showed everything, but I started with adipose tissue stem cell because it is abundantly available. Nobody will say no to take out kilos of fat for a good purpose. Okay? So it is user friendly, patient friendly, less ethical issues. Immediately consent will be given. Okay, I am taking 1 kilo fat from you for making the islets. Okay? Now, as a students of biology, the adipose tissue is mesodermal in origin. In 12th you have studied ectoderm, mesoderm, 3 germinal layers, right? And the islets of Langerhans or the pancreas is endodermal in origin. So I am converting a mesodermal tissue into endodermal tissue and trying to get the islets. So people thought Dr. Bhunde is mad because he is working on some other tissue which has different origin and he is converting into islets. But somehow God was with me and I could succeed. So that was a paper in Stem Cells 2009 and then PLOS ONE 2011 that we were the first one to show that adipose tissue can be converted into islets of Langerhans which are functional in a true sense, and we transplanted it into mice and showed that there is a complete reversal of the mice. Next. So as I told you, these are the abundant source, expandable, easy to harvest and so on. So we isolated these stem cells from the what is called as liposuction. Obesity, they give liposuction. So those tissue we get. Next. Yeah, so either we take it from the epidermal fats or we take it from the human fat. And this is after the particular digestion cell isolation. You get a beautiful monolayer of a fibroblast-like cells called as mesenchymal stem cell. Now these were characterized because I must show that these are true stem cells and not fibroblast. So next we showed that they are positive for vimentin, nestin, smooth muscle acting, fibronectin and Ki67. That means Ki67 is a marker of proliferation. So they do proliferate. And according to the standard stem cell society rules, to brand a particular cell as a stem cell, they must differentiate into adipogenic, chondrogenic, and osteogenic lineage, minimum. And we showed all that, and with facts analysis. Just like all of us have some mark on our body, which is required for passport. Similarly, the stem cells have on their surface the surface markers called as CD markers, and those will identify that these are stem cells. So all this has been done. Next. Now the main task, how to convert the mesoderm into endoderm and how to convert endoderm into pancreas. So we took the developmental biology of the pancreas and we showed that all these are factors which are essential, and this is the pathway by which you can get the beta cells and so on. Next. And then we developed a medium containing growth factors, it's serum-free medium, by which you could convert mesoderm to definitive endoderm to pancreatic endoderm, and finally the hormone-producing islets of Langerhans. Next. So this is how the islets look like under microscope. So from a monolayer of fibroblast-like cells, we get beautiful clusters of, or islands as they call them, islands. Each islet consists of 3,000 cells, alpha, beta, delta, gamma. And they are stained positively by a particular dye called as dithiazone, which says that, yes, these are islets. Next. Then we showed that it all undergoes all the growth factors and so on. So it's a 10-day protocol. From day 0 to day 10, at the end of the day 10, we get islets of Langerhans, which produce insulin. Next. So we showed that they are positive for insulin, glucagon, somatostatin, pancreatic polypeptide, and also ghrelin. Ghrelin is a marker for adipose tissue. Next. Also immunophenotyping we have done. Next. Now when we stimulate these islets with glucose, within 1 hour they produce insulin. So this is a sure test, just like you do GTT, right? So we give them first low glucose 1 hour, high glucose 1 hour, so it's a 22 millimolar, and then you measure the insulin in a dish. And then you say that yes, these islets are responsive to the glucose and they produce insulin. But the reviewers are not happy. They say these islets may produce insulin in dish, it's okay. But you show us that you transplant these islets into the mice and show the reversal. Next. Now, again a $1 million question. The mesenchymal stem cells are non-immunogenic. But the islets which are developed from mesenchymal stem cells are immunogenic. So I have developed human islets. And now I am transplanting it into mice, xenotransplantation, outright rejection. Now this is biotechnology, combination of all the sciences together. So Dr. Prabha Nair from Sricitra Tirunala Institute, she was a material scientist, and she developed the capsules, biocompatible capsules, something like an open box which can be sealed. I mean, one end is closed, one end is open. And in this box, we put the islets. Now, the weight of the mice is just 20 grams. So we require only 1,000 islets. So 1,000 islets were put into this bag. These bags were introduced into the peritoneum. And we saw that within 15 days, complete reversal of diabetes. So this is called as immunoisolation technique. Something like the immunoisolation means these islets are not seen by the blood vessels. They don't come in contact with the immunological apparatus. Something like Kavacha Kundala of the Karna. Okay, they are protected. So this is a protective device. Next. And we show that it all comes down. I mean, everything we have shown. And this paper got accepted in Stem Cell, top 1 journal in Elsewhere, okay. Now another thing is, they say why not there is a quite possibility that pancreas might have regenerated. So how you are sure that your islets have made this trick of reversal? Then we removed that capsule on day 28. Capsule was removed, and again the hyperglycemia comes in. Again, visible proof. चष्मदीप गवा that islet reversal is खरं सांगेन खऱ्याशिवाय काही सांगणार नाही. Exactly. The same thing is true here, and we got it. Next. So all this is fine. So ultimately, we again got this in PLOS One in 2011, and now we have factory of islets derived from different stem cells. And let me tell you that all the students who are working on diabetes can get these islets to work on herbal products, homeopathic preparations, Ayurvedic preparation. You don't have to kill the mice and rat or make the mice diabetic, because then Maneka Gandhi will be happy with you. We are saving down animals. So this is the islet biology or islet bank that we have. Next. Correct. So this islet research lab, so we can give you the ready-made islets, and these islets can be used for testing different screening platform. As I told you, alternative medicines, like several jamun is there, Karela is there, and many things are there. So what you have to take, just take 10 islets, add that juice or whatever principle you think has got anti-di or insulin secreting activity, compare with the glucose, and you get, within 1 hour you get the results. Next. Yes, so this is islets as a model for diabetes research. So this we also publish. So it is possible that since there is a restriction on animal experimentation, this is a good idea also to take islets as a platform for diabetes research. Next. Right. So this is my team. So, I mean, this is a lot of work has been gone in. So people are shown here that in the corner, Vikas Chandra, he was the first one to show that adipose tissues can be converted into islets of Langerhans. And many more, so many students. And this is our regenerative medicine lab, right? I think that's the last slide. Thank you. Text maybe thanks. Sorry. Yes, so if you understood, probably it is not boring. I am very sure about it. So you can go on asking questions. I will try to answer. Yes.
Hello.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir, for a highly informative and interesting lecture. I have few.
Yeah.
It's not.
Go ahead.
So the last one you said islets are available for checking the anti-diabetic activity, and you said you have to take islets in a petri dish and just add your. But then islets are already secreting insulin, so. Okay. Mm-hmm.
mg, normal blood glucose, non-fasting, they will not secrete anything.
Okay.
Hello, yeah. So when you stimulate with glucose, then only. So that means it is a test material. So in fact, what we say that you fast the islets overnight, just like we do, and then add your substance.
Okay.
So then they will add a glucose, which is a positive control, and your test substances.
Okay.
And within 1 hour, you will see the insulin release, which you can point out by ELISA.
Okay. Thank you. Another thing you said was. You said islet transplantation is not done directly into the pancreas.
Right.
So how is the mechanism like if you transplant in kidney?
That's why I say, as I told you, islets require a blood supply. So normally, you saw in crustaceans, I am basically a zoologist. So there is hepatopancreas. So islet transplantation in Edmonton has been done into the liver. So in the liver, they get beautiful blood supply. So wherever you put them and you give them blood supply, even they survive in a kidney capsule.
Okay, so they
And-
need not go to pancreas.
No, not at
they'll
all. That's
supply.
right, correct. So
They'll,
that is the
secrete
beauty.
and swim.
Yes, right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yes, anything about stem cells, anything. And you are all welcome to visit our lab so that you can, seeing is believing. What you show here is again virtual, but you can see under microscope the floating islets, the stem cells and so on. We may also conduct some exhibition show during Science Day and so on. But my question is a wonderful tool. Even I published one paper, forget about islets, stem cell as a platform for screening the drugs. Because we always take stem cell as a drug, but it also acts as a platform for screening Ayurvedic medicine, homeopathic medicine, because another thing is it's a human cell platform. So what is true in human is true in the whole human itself. Because all the pharma industry, they suffer because most of the experiments are done on rats and mice, new drug development. And that drug attrition is there when you come to the clinical trials, you don't get the results. So here now DBT and DST are saying that human stem cells can give rise to organoids, say hepatic organoids, mammospheres, or neurospheres, and these exactly represent the in vivo situation like a brain. So you can try the drugs for Alzheimer's, Parkinson's. You need not make the animal diabetic or those inject them to have Parkinson's and so on. So these models are very welcome all over the world. And now the entire focus of research is been changing to animal models in a dish rather than the animal models in a cage. Yeah, now they are 5 years, 5 to 10 years. So far, results are shown. Because in type 1 diabetes, they have to take daily insulin. So it's a good thing, but still more clinical trials are needed. And again, we have to cut down the cost. But since we are not using cadaver pancreas, now again there is an open call by ICMR to have this islet transplantation program from stem cell. So they are giving money for clinical trials also. Fine, no more questions? Thank you, we can go for tea, right?
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for highlighting the new modality of treatment for diabetic complications owing to their immunomodulatory properties and its regeneration potential. Also for enlightening all of us with innovative ideas such as immunoisolation in the stream of regenerative biology, as well as focusing on stem cell therapy used in the treatment of diabetes. It was a wonderful session and also very informative. Now I request respected registrar, Dr. Deshmukh ma'am, to felicitate Dr. Bonde sir as a token of gratitude and appreciation. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Today we had opportunity to hear your thoughts, sir, and this will surely be going to encourage us in our future events. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being a part of this remarkable event. Let us take a break for sumptuous lunch now, which is arranged at P2 premises C Wing. We'll assemble back sharp at 2 p.m.
Hello, hello.
Good afternoon, all. Yes, be comfortable in your seats. Welcome back. We hope you enjoyed the delicious lunch. Let's now move into another next session. The practice of energy healing has been around centuries in cultures all over the world. It comes with numerous health benefits, including reduced pain, improved depression and anxiety symptoms, and overall sense of well-being. Energy healing has its roots in ancient forms of medicine such as traditional Chinese medicine. TCM, it is a vital energy force known as Qi, which surges throughout the body. When there is an imbalance of Qi, disease and illness may result. Energy healing modalities include Reiki, crystal healing, touch therapy, chakra balancing, emotional freedom techniques, and aura cleansing. Our renowned speaker of the day specializes in mind body healthcare and drugless therapies, integrative healing systems, traditional healthcare, aura scanning, and human energy field balancing. To introduce to us this concept and how it is useful in diabetes management, we have Dr. Sujata Vaidya ma'am, Director of Supra Health Solution among us to deliver speech on energy dynamics in diabetes. May I now request all the dignitaries to please take the seats on the dais. Please, ma'am. Now, I request Principal of LTIP, Dr. Shrutika Patil ma'am, to welcome Dr. Vaidya ma'am with a bouquet. Please, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Mrs. Rucha Kasbaze ma'am to introduce Dr. Vaidya ma'am.
Dr. Sujata Vaidya has done her BSc Geology from Ferguson College. She completed her PhD in Human Energy Fields from Open International University for Complementary Medicine Colombo and Diploma in PIP EFI Aura Scanning for Health Evaluation Energy Field Assessment from Center for Human Energy Field Research in 2004. She has also done fellowship cardiac rehabilitation from Medversity and Apollo Hospitals in 2007 and MD Ayur Mind Body Medicine from European Ayurveda Academy in 2010. Currently, she is Director of Supra Health Solutions. Ma'am has also worked with Health Solutions as soft laser specialist and integrative therapies. She is also a life coach and conducts customized workshops that aim to transform health, body, mind, and soul to find better health and enhanced mindsets. Ma'am is skilled in holistic health, healing, and energy. She has received many awards like Gargi Puraskar, Saman Patra, Sadhak, Associate Life Member, and India Pharma Award in year 2017. She is author of Heart and Health Like Never Before. We are fortunate to have you with us today. May I now request ma'am to proceed with the session.
नमस्ते आणि सर्वांना मकर संक्रांतीच्या खूप खूप शुभेच्छा. Can I request that these spotlights are removed, otherwise the presentation will lose its value. Is that better? I thank this institute for giving me this opportunity to address you students. Apart from the manner in which I was introduced in front of all of you, I am still a student myself. When you begin to study, and the more you study, the more you come out to know that really you know nothing at all. And then that, drive You have to be passionate about it, of course. That drive continues. And from pure science to integrative understanding, you go into what is actually known as philosophy to understand how things work. हा जो माझा विषय आहे आजचा, तो प्युअरली डायबिटीज म्हणून नाही आहे. आणि इकडे जे स्टुडंट्स समोर बसलेले आहेत, यू आर कम्फर्टेबल विथ अ हायब्रिड लँग्वेज, आय होप. एनीबडी हू डझंट अंडरस्टँड मराठी ॲट ऑल? गुड. आय थिंक दिस इज अ मिक्सचर. तुम्ही फक्त इकडे फार्मसीचे स्टुडंट्स नाही आहात. मेनी ऑफ यू आर ऑल्सो मॅनेजमेंट, आय बिलीव्ह, अँड सम अदर फॅकल्टी. So what I'm going to present to you today is actually my own study, and I'm going to present it to you in a manner that I hope will instigate in you a new thought process की आपल्या भोवती काय चालू आहे. ही तुमची जी पिढी आहे ना, अरे यार मान गए. तुमचं विचार करायची पद्धत has never been seen before. I am into research first and then into application. आणि माझं जे रिसर्च आहे आता थोड्या शब्दांमध्ये has been presented as CAM. CAM म्हणजे Complementary and Alternate Medicine. What is medicine? It is simply a faculty that allows you a study of those things that can make a change in your health. जर आता फार्मसीमधले जे स्टुडंट्स आहेत ते तुम्हाला माहीत आहे, यू आर डीलिंग विथ इनऑर्गॅनिक सबस्टन्सेस टू इम्पॅक्ट अन ऑर्गॅनिक ऑर्गॅनिझम. हे तुम्हाला मान्य आहे? अँड इफ यू ॲक्च्युली थिंक अबाउट इट, देर इज सो मच मोर गोईंग ऑन इन दिस होल वर्ल्ड दॅट वी डू नॉट अंडरस्टँड ॲट ऑल. काल जे खरं ठरलेलं होतं एकदम, इट इज द लॉ, has changed today. एक काळ असा होता जेव्हा न्यूटोनियन बिलीव्स or rules and regulations were those things by which the entire field and faculty of science moved. सायन्सचा खरा अर्थ काय आहे? You are the people who have to have the courage to break laws. Science is progressive. Philosophy is a truth that doesn't change. Philosophy is a truth that can be explained to you in different terminology, in different languages, with different examples. But science is a progressive field. आता जे टीचर्स आहेत, जे काही ते शिकले, आज त्याच्यापेक्षा फार वेगळं शिकवलं जातं. बिकॉज दॅट इज सायन्स. दॅट इज सायन्स. तर आय एम रिक्वेस्टिंग ऑल ऑफ यू टू कीप अ सायंटिफिक अप्रोच फ्रॉम दिस व्ह्यू, की जे काय मी तुम्हाला दाखवणार आहे, ठीक आहे, दिस शुड ट्रिगर इन यू अ थॉट प्रोसेस की जे वेगळं आहे जगामध्ये त्याचासुद्धा एक वेगळ्या पद्धतीनं अभ्यास करून शेवटी हे जे काय आपण करत आहोत, वॉट एवर स्टडी यू आर डूइंग, पेट के लिए ही कर रहे हो, लेकिन पेट के ऊपर दिमाग है और दिमाग के भीतर एक आत्मा करके कुछ है. And this is where you have to reach ultimately. Management students, Maslow's theory, I think you all of you know that. You begin with all the stuff that you need, and then you go on progressing in life to actually imbibe in your life that which has meaning. And money has no meaning. You ask me, I think my white hair should convince you that that is not the only thing. But without that, nothing. That is equally true. तो झाला सगळा वेगळा भाग. I am a science graduate. त्यानंतर I went ahead to do my management, MBA from Pune University. त्यानंतर I was working in various fields for many years and had to keep changing my jobs because my husband was traveling all over the world. तर पूर्ण जगभर राहून आली आहे. And that was wonderful. कारण की शेवटी दुसऱ्या प्रांतातली लोक कसं विचार करतात, त्यांच्यासाठी काय महत्त्वाचं आहे हे बघायला मिळालं, त्या लोकांबरोबर काम करायला मिळालं. अल्टिमेटली इन 98, 97, 98 आय केम बॅक टू पुणे, कारण की भटकंती झाली होती. आय वॉज इनफ, आय लव्ह माय कंट्री, आय केम बॅक. आणि सेंटर फॉर बायोफिल सायन्सेस म्हणून MIT कॉलेजमध्ये नुकतं सुरू झालं होतं, जिथे उद्देश असाच होता की पर्यायी चिकित्सा, दॅट डज नॉट मीन ऑल्टरनेट, वेगळं काहीतरी मागे असलेलं, पण काहीतरी वेगळं असं, याच्यावर अभ्यास सुरू व्हावा. इथे आय वॉज वर्किंग टुगेदर विथ फार्मकोलॉजिस्ट, विथ BAMS, BHMS, MBBS, संस्कृत फिलॉसॉफर्स. ओके, त्यामुळे एक मिश्रित लोकांचा गट एकत्र होता. आय बिगॅन ॲज अ मॅनेजमेंट बिकॉज दॅट वॉज माय फोटे. आय वॉज मॅनेजिंग द सेंटर. पण मॅनेज करत असताना अभ्याससुद्धा वेगळ्या पद्धतीनं सुरू झाला आणि माझ्या हाती एक इन्स्ट्रुमेंट लागलं. इट वॉज देन कॉल्ड द PIP, पॉली कॉन्ट्रास्ट इंटरफेरन्स फोटोग्राफी इक्विपमेंट. एक आहेत गृहस्थ होते, आता नाही आहेत, UK मधले, त्यांनी त्याचं संशोधन लावलं. इट इज बेसिकली अ सॉफ्टवेअर. पण या सॉफ्टवेअरच्या माध्यमातून किंवा या टेक्नॉलॉजीच्या माध्यमातून जे आपल्या डोळ्याला दिसत नाही असं एक वेगळं विश्व समोर आलं. आणि मग या विश्वाला काहीतरी अर्थ मिळावा. बिकॉज आय वॉज नॉट अ मेडिसिन स्टुडंट, आय वॉज एबल टू अँड अलाउड टू थिंक इंडिपेंडंटली, की कुठलाही दबाव माझ्यावर नव्हता की हे शास्त्र म्हणतं किंवा दिस इज द लॉ ऑफ फिजिक्स और दिस इज द लॉ ऑफ बायोलॉजी, याचा माझ्यावर कुठेही जोर नव्हता. सो आय वॉज अलाउड इंडिपेंडंट थिंकिंग. Not being a medical student, Pune University could not allow me to study further. आणि त्या काळामध्ये, दिस आय एम टॉकिंग अबाउट 1999, त्यावेळेला UNचं एक खूप मोठं डेलिगेशन आपल्याकडे आलं होतं पुण्यामध्ये. इफ यू रिकॉल, वर्ल्ड पीस म्हणून एक खूप मोठं ॲक्च्युली इव्हेंट टूक प्लेस इन MIT कॉलेज. त्या दरम्यानमध्ये ज्या दिग्गज लोकांना, इन्क्लुडिंग द दलाई लामा, या लोकांचे जेव्हा शब्द ऐकले, तेव्हा UN themselves decided it is necessary that we begin to think differently and start researching in different aspects. तर अजून कुठलाही शब्द नाही सापडला म्हणून त्याला कॅम्पच्या खाली ठेवलं गेलं. बिकॉज कॅम्प वॉज सेफ. कॅम्प म्हणजे कॉम्प्लिमेंटरी अँड ऑल्टरनेट मेडिसिन, CAM. बिकॉज दॅट वॉज द ओनली थिंग दॅट वॉज अंडर UN, United Nations. आता इफ यू हॅड टू डू प्युअर सायन्स लाईक प्युअर मेडिसिन, यू हॅड टू हॅव अ bachelor's degree in that particular field. There were a very few number of students who took up the challenge, and I was amongst them. I was very curious की हे जे आहे आपल्या डोळ्यासमोर जे दिसतंय, आता ज्या लोकांचं एका विशिष्ट फील्डमध्ये ट्रेनिंग असतं, ते लिटरली ते घोड्याला लावतात की नाही, अशी त्यांची दृष्टी झाली होती की याचा अर्थ असा, त्याच्यापेक्षा वेगळा असूच शकत नाही, आणि नाही आहे तर मग ते थोटांड आहे. अनफॉर्च्युनेटली त्यावेळेला असा काळ होता की त्यामध्ये काहीतरी सत्य असू शकतं, काहीतरी वेगळं असू शकतं, ह्याच्यासाठी विचार करायला परमिशन नव्हती. सर्कमस्टान्सेस. फॉर्च्युनेटली आय वॉज नॉट बाउंड बाय दोज थिंग्स. आय थिंक आय वॉज ग्रिल्ड, यू कॅन इमॅजिन, बाय द मेडिकल फॅटर्निटी, बाय द फिलॉसॉफिकल फॅटर्निटी, की हे जे काय आपण मांडायला जातो आहे त्याच्या मागचं तथ्य काय, and is it going to be important and applicable to the society. तेवढा एक देह मी धरला होता की जो काही अभ्यास आपण करू, इट शुड बी युजफुल टू ह्युमॅनिटी इन फ्युचर, आज जरी नाही. आणि आज दिस इज 2024, 2 तप झाले. एक तप म्हणजे 12 वर्षांचा, ठीक आहे, 2 तप झाले. अँड ऑल द युनिव्हर्सिटीज अराउंड द होल वर्ल्ड, अखंड जगामध्ये हा जो विषय आहे त्याला या पद्धतीनं नाही तर या पद्धतीनं फार महत्त्व दिला जातो. बिकॉज दिस इज अ डायनमिक दॅट यू कॅन नॉट सी अँड इव्हॅल्युएट. ओके, तर आय एम शेअरिंग विथ यू माय ओन स्टडी. द इंटेन्शन इज व्हेरी स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड, दॅट यू आर इन अन एज व्हेअर यू कॅन थिंक डिफरंटली, आणि काहीतरी नवीन या विश्वासाठी तुम्ही करू शकता आणि करावं अशी इच्छा आहे. दॅट इज वाय मोस्ट ऑफ माय लेक्चर्स आय एम लेक्चरिंग ऑल ओव्हर द वर्ल्ड. त्याचा विषय हाच, मी बहुतेक टॉपिक हाच ठेवते, जरी त्याचं कंटेंट बदलतं डिपेंडिंग अपॉन द नीड. इट्स कॉल्ड द अनसीन वर्ल्ड ऑफ एनर्जी डायनॅमिक्स. शेवटी एनर्जी काय आहे? एनर्जी ऊर्जा आहे. तुम्हाला ऊर्जा दिसते का हो? एनिबडी? Have you seen energy? You have seen the impact of energy. Have you seen the electricity running in these lines? No. You have seen the impact, light, sound, projection, etc., etc., heat, cold, काय जे असेल. So energy exists. It is not necessary for us to see it, but we see the impact. That is that unseen world. And it is dynamic. स्थिर नाही. जे स्थिर आहे ती ऊर्जा नाही. ते काहीतरी वेगळं असावं. आहे ना? I think the first thing in science, energy changes. It does not, you can't create it and you definitely can't destroy it. It changes form. So you have to keep your mind open to that particular aspect. की जे का आज तुम्ही बघणार आहात, it's a progressive science and it is something to trigger you to understand what is happening. Can we have the next slide? Don't read it. Don't bother reading it. Okay? What I was trying to do is I was being very ambitious and I was saying की energy काय आहे? आपण स्टुडंट्सच्या समोर काहीतरी मांडतोय, कुणीतरी काही रिसर्च केलेला आहे का की एनर्जी हा प्रकार काय असतो? But I did a lot of research. I must have pulled out at least 12 different peer-reviewed, very respectable journals मध्ये जे पब्लिश झालेले पेपर्स आहेत ते. आणि प्रत्येक ठिकाणी अल्टिमेटली कन्क्ल्युजन आपण वाचतो टू अंडरस्टँड व्हॉट दी एंटायर रिसर्च हॅज बीन डन अबाउट. कुठेही मला एकसारखं उत्तर एनर्जी काय नाही मिळालं. ईच वन प्रेझेंटेड इट इन देअर ओन वे. And to tell you the truth, each one is correct. So energy has different forms. It is dynamic आणि तुम्ही कुठल्या विषयामध्ये त्याचा वापर करता त्या अनुसार त्याचं महत्त्व ठरतो आपल्याला. So energy therapies, and I wanted to mix it with diabetes, पण मला कुठेही तो डायरेक्ट लिंक नाही सापडला. Just move on. Can I have the next slide? Is there any way that I can control it? Okay, fine. हा एक पेपर मला इंटरेस्टिंग सापडला. इकडे आय थिंक द डेट हॅज गॉन, बट दिस वॉज पब्लिश्ड इन 2001. आणि त्यावेळेला म्हणजे आजपासनं 24 वर्षापूर्वी पब्लिश झालेला, म्हणजे त्याच्या आधी त्याच्यावर अभ्यास झालेला. अँड दिस इज अपियर्ड इन लॅन्सेट. आता आज ज्या लोकांना माहीत आहे इकडे, लॅन्सेट इज कन्सिडर्ड द टॉप लाईन वेअर रिसर्च इज कंडक्टेड इन द फील्ड ऑफ मेडिसिन इन 2000. आज लॅन्सेट हॅज गॉट डिफरंट जर्नल्स फॉर ऑल द फील्ड्स ऑफ सायन्स. पण त्यावेळेला दिस वॉज हार्ड कोर. आणि तेव्हा हा पेपर पब्लिश झाला म्हटल्यानंतर इट एक्साइटेड मी ग्रेटली. इट बिकेम अ पार्ट ऑफ माय बिब्लिओग्राफी ऑल्सो. पण हे जे शब्द आहेत प्राण, ओज, असे त्यावेळेला सुद्धा सायंटिफिक कम्युनिटीच्या समोर मांडले होते. पण बिकॉज दे आर नॉट हार्नेसेबल, तुम्ही पकडू शकत नाही, बॅटरीमध्ये स्टोअर करू शकत नाही. आणि त्यावेळेला असं इन्स्ट्रुमेंट नव्हता, एक्सरे नव्हता, MRI नव्हता, ज्याच्याने आपल्याला ही प्राणवायू किंवा ही ऊर्जा पकडता येत नव्हती असं आपल्याला वाटतं. पण ॲक्च्युली रिसर्च याच्यावर खूप खोलामध्ये झालेला होता. कॅन वी मूव्ह ऑन? आता जिथे आपण मन म्हणतो, आय एम जस्ट ब्रिंगिंग डिफरंट थिंग्स टुगेदर, म्हणजे पुढे जे मी तुम्हाला दाखवायला जाईन त्याला थोडासा अर्थ लागेल. तुमच्यापैकी कुमणी मला सांगू शकतं की मन हे कुठे आहे? वेअर इज द माइंड? समबडी? एनीबडी? यू से हिअर. आय थिंक इट्स इन युअर नीज. फॉर मोस्ट ऑफ द मेन द माइंड इज इन द स्टमक. पोट भरलेलं असतं की मन खुश असतं, राईट? So mind, which is the most powerful thing that governs your personality, that governs your choices, that governs your memories, has no place in the human anatomy. Do you agree with me? Right? तर त्या काळामध्ये आणि त्याच्या आधीसुद्धा mind was designed to be a new line of science. पण त्या काळामध्ये मन कोणाला डिस्क्राईबच करता येत नव्हतं. आणि मन आहे कुठे, कुठल्या नागपुडीमध्ये, कुठल्या ढुंगीमध्ये, कुठल्या पोटात आहे, कुणाला सांगता येत नव्हतं. सो इट वॉज पुश्ड इन टू सायकॉलॉजी ऑर सायकॅट्री. त्याचा सब टॉपिक करून टाकला होता. व्हेअरएज ॲक्च्युली इट गव्हर्न्स एव्हरीथिंग, एव्हरीथिंग ॲट ऑल. पॉवरफुल ट्रान्सफॉर्मर तुमचं मन बदललं की तुमचं आयुष्य बदलतं. हे कुणी मानतं? इट इज अ बेसिक फंडामेंटल ट्रूथ. आणि जर आपण मन बदलू शकलो तर शरीरही देखील आपण बदलू शकतो. कॅन यू सपोर्ट माय स्टेटमेंट? आय एम शुअर ऑल ऑफ यू हॅव एक्सपिरियन्सेस. जेव्हा मन खराब असतं तेव्हा झोप नाही लागत. युअर फंक्शन चेंजेस, ॲसिडिटी वाढते, डोकं दुखतं. म्हाताऱ्या लोकांना तुम्ही बघा, गुडघे धरून आई ग करत उठतच नाहीत खुर्चीवरनं किंवा कधी बसत नाही स्थिर. पण त्यांच्यासमोर आणा तुम्ही सगळे नातवंड, राईट? त्यांचं मन रमतं. मग कुठे घेतो दुखणं? somehow there is something and you cannot deny it. So the value of mind, mental energies comes very strongly into this world of unseen energy dynamics that I'm going to share with you. तुम्ही जर मन बदलू शकता तर सगळं काय बदलू शकता. आणि डायबिटीज हा असा विषय आहे, आय थिंक यू मस्ट हॅव हर्ड अ लॉट अबाउट डायबिटीज. जे लेक्चर झाले ते मी नाही ऐकले, पण आय कॅन इमॅजिन दॅट दे वर टॉकिंग अबाउट टँजिबल ॲस्पेक्ट्स जे तुम्ही धरू शकता, इव्हॅल्युएट करू शकता, घेऊ शकता किंवा देऊ शकता. पण मनाचा त्याच्यामध्ये इम्पॉर्टन्स किंवा द रोल ऑफ युअर माइंड इन डायबिटीज हा एक विषय एखाद वेळेस टच झालेला नसेल. बघूया पुढचे लेक्चरमध्ये आहे ते. योगाच्या लेक्चरमध्ये त्याचा विषय किंवा काहीतरी एक रेफरन्स 100% आलेला असणारच आहे. दॅट योग enhances the body's capacity to have better control over your mind. You cannot control your mind. Your mind can have a better control over your body with yoga. This is my understanding. So, thoughts are a part of your mental activity. And if you can regulate your thoughts, then you can regulate diabetes. हा असा माझा खूप स्ट्रॉंग मत आहे. And over the past 25 years I have been working with patients आणि मी बघितलेलं आहे की त्यांचं विचार करायची नुसतं गिअर बदलला की त्यांच्यामध्ये सुधार येऊ शकतात. ओके, व्हॉट इज डिफिकल्ट इज सस्टेनन्स. कारण की मनातले विचार बिकम अ पार्ट ऑफ युअर पर्सनॅलिटी. आणि कुणाची तरी पर्सनॅलिटी बदलायची म्हणजे डॉक्टरांना काहीच कष्ट नसतात. जे करतात त्यांच्यावर तो पूर्ण जोर पडतो. सो इफ यू लर्न अबाउट इट नाव इट कुड ट्रान्सफॉर्म युअर लाईफ. कॅन यू मूव अहेड? दिस इज आय थिंक अ व्हेरी बायस्ड स्टेटमेंट ॲज फार एज यू आर कन्सर्न, बट आय होल्ड टू इट. दॅट आज ज्या पद्धतीनं सायन्सला बघितलं जातं, इट्स अ रिडक्शनिस्ट सायन्स. ह्यातला हा भाग, ह्यातला हा भाग, ह्यातला हा भाग, त्याचं काय काम, लाईक दॅट. देर इज नथिंग युनिव्हर्सल इन इट. पण जिथे मन आपण म्हणतो that time you have to think universal. कशामुळे विचार, त्याचा परिणाम काय, rather than a science. So this is just something I'm sharing with you. And it is an important statement that you should remember. कि both philosophy and science are knowledge. Okay? Science is knowledge in experiment because your experiments keep changing, remember. Okay? Don't make it a reductionist science. Don't make it a reductionist topic. Reductionist या शब्दाचा अर्थ माहीत आहे का? It is when you come down to the smallest atom. की what is the correct word, sir? What is that part of the drug that has that action? So that is a reductionist view. Whereas wisdom, because these are the only two things that are going to work in the world tomorrow, science and wisdom. Wisdom is knowledge in benevolent action. Benevolentचा अर्थ सर्वांकरता. That is wisdom. Can I move ahead? So, why is it important to have such a large view? कारण की शेवटी आपलं जे शरीर आहे, that is made out of atoms, and atoms is made out of energy. If you can influence this energy, you can influence the body. And everything has a past. Remember, खालचं जे आहे ना, everything is one. हा जो स्टेटमेंट म्हणला जातो की तुमच्या आणि माझ्यामध्ये काही अंतर नाही आहे, कारण की आपण जर मागे मागे जात गेलो तर अल्टिमेटली वी आर मेड ऑफ द सेम स्टफ. This is again just giving you a little bit of foundation of what is happening over here and how I'm going to share my presentation with you. What is applicable to me is applicable to you. What is applicable to you is applicable to me if I can imbibe it. घडवू शकले तर सत्य, नाही तर मग नुसते शब्द. Move on. Okay. So this is an image of 1930s. रशियामध्ये the Russian scientific community from there म्हणजे World War I, World War II त्या काळातली गोष्ट आहे की त्यांनी फ्रीडम ऑफ थॉट म्हणून एक प्रचार किंवा प्रसार सुरू केला होता आणि अंमलातही आणलं होतं की जे लोक वेगळा विचार करतात त्यांना दाबायचं नाही, त्यांना विचार करून द्यायचं आणि त्यांना त्या इन्स्ट्रुमेंटेशन किंवा जे काही लागतं टू थिंक डिफरंटली अँड ॲक्ट डिफरंटली उपलब्ध करून द्यायचं. सो दे केम अप विथ दिस पर्टिक्युलर एक्सपेरिमेंट. आता तुम्हाला इकडे पान दिसतं आहे तुमच्या डावीकडचं, एनी पान म्हणजे लिव्हिंग क्रिचरचं पान, त्याच्या भोवती एक फोटॉनिक इम्प्रेशन त्यांनी बघितला. सो इट्स इज ॲज इफ ओवर हिअर ग्रॉस एनर्जी इज कन्व्हर्टेड इन टू लाईट एनर्जी. त्याला फोटॉनिक इमिशन आपण असं हे म्हणतो. तर हे बघितलं की पानाच्या भोवती फोटॉनिक एमिशन आहे. त्या काळामध्ये व्हॉट इज एनर्जी किंवा मेंटल एनर्जी याचं विश्लेषण वेगळं असायचं, बट दिस वॉज प्रूफ. आता एक्स-रे इज एन इम्प्रेशन ऑफ व्हॉट इज इनसाइड डिपेंडिंग अपॉन द डेन्सिटी ऑफ टिश्यू, दॅट्स ऑल. पण दिस वॉज अ फोटॉनिक एमिशन अराउंड द लीफ. याच्या पुढे त्यांनी काय बघितलं की पान आहे त्याचं जे टिश्यू आहे ते फाडून टाकलं तरीसुद्धा एक फोटॉनिक ढाचा होता. इट इज ॲज इफ देर इज एन एनर्जी फील्ड, वलय, तेजो वलय किंवा ऑरा, ज्याच्या अंतर्गत ते प्रोडक्ट आहे. आता इकडे पान आहे, आय हॅव एन एनर्जी फील्ड, ऑरा. You have an energy field, aura. These plants, even if it's plastic, has an energy field. आणि त्या एनर्जी फील्डवरनं पुढचा अभ्यास माझा सुरू झाला. दिस इज जस्ट टू शो यू द बेसिक की हे काही नवीन नाही आहे, याच्यावर खूप संशोधन झालेलं आहे. ही जी टेक्नॉलॉजी याला किर्लियन फिल्मिंग असं म्हणतात. त्याच्यापुढे त्या इन्स्ट्रुमेंटेशनमध्ये खूप प्रोग्रेस झाला, ज्याला त्याच्यापुढे गॅस डिस्चार्ज व्हिज्युलायझेशन हे नाव पडलं. And by that you have to believe it, the Russian army and now even the Chinese army does aura scanning to determine the mentality of the individual. थोडंसं खोलात तुम्ही अभ्यास केला की तुम्हाला त्याचा पुरावा मिळून जाईल. Just move ahead. Yeah. याचा महत्त्व काय? What is the value of this energy? Is it static or is it dynamic? तर हे जे एक्सपेरिमेंट्स आहे हे मग आत्ताच्या काळामध्ये केले. ह्यामध्ये काही एक स्टेटमेंट्स आहेत. ईट फ्रेश फूड किंवा ईट होल व्हीट ब्रेड, ज्वारी भाकरी खा, बाजरी भाकरी खा, गव्हावर एवढं इन्सिस्ट करू नका. का? कारण की त्या त्या जिन्नसमध्ये एक ऊर्जा आहे. काळाने ती ऊर्जा कमी होते म्हणून शिळं खायचं नाही. So these were the experiments that were conducted that I brought together for my own PhD work and thesis. या इकडे लिंबू आहे. अर्थातच लेफ्ट हँड साईडचा जो लिंबू आहे इट इज व्हेरी ब्राईट, सो यू नो दी एनर्जी डायनॅमिक्स इज हायर. त्याच्या शेजारचं शिळं आहे. त्या बाजूला 2 टोस्ट आहेत. जो ग्रेश कलर आहे दॅट इज अ व्हीट टोस्ट आणि त्याच्या शेजारी जो आहे दॅट इज अ मिलेट टोस्ट. तर सध्या मिलेट का काल है ना, तर त्याच्या मागे काहीतरी एक तथ्य आहे, सत्य आहे की हे जे धान्य आहेत किंवा जे फ्रेश खा याच्या मागे सांगणं येतं हे आहे दॅट इट हॅज मोर एनर्जी. आणि शेवटी हे तुम्ही पोटात घालता. लक्षात ठेवा, जे तुमच्या पोटात जातं ते तुमच्या रक्तात चढतं. जे तुमच्या रक्तात येतं त्याच्यामुळे तुमचं शरीर चालतं, मन चालतं. तर तुम्ही त्याला ताजं देणार आहात का शिळं देणार आहात? तुम्ही हायली प्रोसेस्ड देणार आहात की मोर रॉ, मोर होलसम फूड देणार आहात? This was the kind of study that added value to the kind of research that was being done. Can we move ahead? Another thing, this is a very shocking slide. And this was done in my presence. एकच सफरचंद, त्याचे 2 भाग केले. एकाचं किर्लियन इमेज घेतलं, GDV, आणि यू कॅन सी इट्स ब्राईट अँड व्हाईट अँड प्रॉपरली चारी बाजूनी त्याचं जे काही आहे त्याचं वलय जे आहे ते सम आहे. इट्स नाईसली स्प्रेड आउट, लुक्स ब्युटिफुल. पण त्या बाजूचं आहे ते मायक्रोवेव्ह ओव्हनमध्ये टाकलं. आज मायक्रोवेव्हचा जमाना आहे की नाही? बहुतेक करून लोकांच्या घरामध्ये मायक्रोवेव्ह आहे. कंटाळा येतो गॅस ऑन करून काहीतरी गरम करायला, मायक्रोवेव्हमध्ये 30 सेकंड घाला, हे चोकेत पूर्ण जग करताय, व्हाय नॉट मी, करेक्ट? पण लुक व्हॉट हॅपन टू द ॲपल. खड्डे पडलेत. Those of you who have anything to do with modern medicine and understand the implication of cancer. Cancer is a hypergrowth of certain cellular tissue, correct? This is exactly what is seen in this apple. त्या ठिकाणी there is a convergence of energy that has completely distorted the balance in this apple. आणि today you do a little bit of searching, तुम्हाला सापडेल. Those people who are living in AC environment, those who are using the mobile stuck to its ear too long, more and more number of people are developing brain cancer. Okay? This should sufficiently tell you the value of not using that instrument near your brain. This is the most dynamic tissue in your body. And once it is developed, once you are adults, असं म्हणतात, I don't know, ki the chance of it rejuvenating or reviving like your bone or your other tissue is minimum. Minimum. If you're going to damage your brain like this in a young age, पुढे जाऊन, God forbid, touch wood, काही वाईट होत नाही. But it is something you have to take care of. You have to take care of. There is low emission mobiles, agreed, but it is still an unnatural vibration that is being blasted on to the body. Okay? At other places, म्हणजे जिथे social lectures असतात, तुम्हाला खरं वाटणार नाही. पण the aim is की तुमच्या घरामध्ये जर मायक्रोवेव्ह आहे तर त्याला खलबत्त्यांनी तोडून फेकून द्या प्लीज. कोणालाही देऊ सुद्धा नका. You are doing this damage to all the food including water, आणि त्याचा परिणाम आपल्या शरीरावर, आपल्या कुटुंबाच्या शरीरावर होणारच. And we cannot take guarantee for what is happening to ourselves. So this is a practical implication of the study that was done to understand the impact of what is happening in energy dynamics. Can we go ahead? Images गायब झाले, सॉरी. पण ह्यामध्ये 2-3 सुंदर इमेजेस आहेत. I'll explain to you what it is. की प्रत्येक गोष्टीचा आपला वलय आहे. ओके? प्लास्टिकचा वलय आहे, खऱ्या फुलांचा वलय आहे, आणि त्या वलयाचा परिणाम आपल्यावर होतोच. आता तुम्ही बघा, त्याचा तुम्हाला एक्सपिरियन्स आलेला असेल. तुम्ही जे कपडे घालता, जोपर्यंत तुम्ही कॉटनचे वापरताय, सुती नॅचरल फायबर, फार काही त्रास होत नाही. पण तुम्ही नायलॉनचे कपडे वापरू लागलात की कुठेतरी खाज सुरू होते. तुम्ही आंघोळ करताना किंवा कपडे धुवायला रिठाचं पाणी जेव्हा वापरता तेव्हा कपडे घालताना आनंद येतो. पण खर्चिक केमिकल बेस्ड जर तुम्ही साबणं वापरली तर आज ना उद्या कुठेतरी त्रास होऊ लागतो. दॅट वॉज वॉट आय वॉन्टेड टू शो. Another thing, of course, there are other images that will also help you understand what I'm saying. जितकं तुम्ही निसर्गाच्या जवळ राहाल, जितके तुमचे विचार निसर्गाच्या विचारांच्या बरोबर राहतील, तोपर्यंत तुम्ही स्वस्थ राहाल. आणि स्वस्थ म्हणजे शरीर, मन आणि आत्मा. त्याचे पुरावे याच्या पुढे मी तुम्हाला दाखवणार आहे. प्लीज मूव्ह अहेड. प्रत्येक गोष्टीच्या भोवती त्याचं एक वलय असतं. आता हे 4 गोष्टी निवडायच्या मागे एक कारण होतं. सो दिस साईड इट इज अ प्लॅकार्ड, आपण जे भिंतीवर लावतो. सो इट इज बेसिकली काइंड ऑफ वूड, त्याच्या मागे असतं आणि प्रिंटेड इमेज आहे. त्या बाजूला रुद्राक्ष आहे. इफ यू लुक एट इट, इफ यू आर थिंकिंग केमिस्ट्री अँड बायोलॉजी, मग ते लाकूड आहे, राईट? या इकडे इट्स अ प्लांट, लाकूडच आहे. आणि त्या बाजूला एक पेन्सिल आहे, लाकूडच आहे. इफ यू लुक एट इट, म्हणजे तसं जर थोडंसं रिडक्शनिस्ट व्ह्यू तुम्ही काढला तर लाकूड आहे, राईट? पण प्रत्येकाचं वलय बघा. आता आधीच्या स्लाईडमध्ये नाही दाखवू शकले, पण त्याच्यामध्ये पहिला पुरावा होता अबाउट द इन्स्ट्रुमेंट दॅट आय यूज टू डू माय वर्क. लाईक आय टोल्ड यू, PIP म्हणून ते इन्स्ट्रुमेंट आहे, त्याच्यानी वलय दिसत होतं. आता बेंच मार्किंग म्हणून एक प्रकार असतो. दोज ऑफ यू हू आर डुईंग सायन्स, हार्डकोर सायन्स, तुम्हाला माहिती आहे की आपण 1000 गोष्टींचं एक्सपेरिमेंट केल्यानंतर आपल्याला लक्षात येतं की व्हॉट इज अ मीन, आणि त्या मीनला आपण बेंचमार्क ठरवतो. त्याच्याहून जास्त असलं की इट हॅज अ व्हॅल्यू प्लस, कमी असलं की इट हॅज अ व्हॅल्यू मायनस. जिथे आपण तेजोवलय म्हणतो आणि मन म्हणतो तेव्हा आपण चांगलं मन आणि खराब मन असं म्हणतो, आपण प्लस मायनस मनामध्ये म्हणत नाही. ओके, तर हे इमेजिंग टेक्निक करत असताना काही आम्हाला रंग दिसत होते. आधी किर्लियनमध्ये इट वॉज मोनोक्रोमॅटिक, सिंगल कलर, जस्ट प्रेझन्स ऑफ लाईट ऑर दी ॲब्सन्स ऑफ लाईट. पण ह्या टेक्नॉलॉजीमध्ये वेगवेगळे रंग दिसू लागले आणि त्या रंगांचं बेंचमार्किंग करावं लागलं. I had to do more than 5,000 scans to actually come to a benchmark. आणि ते बेंचमार्क आल्यानंतर या इन्स्ट्रुमेंटनं असं आम्हीच ठरवलं की जे चांगलं आहे, दॅट लुक्स ब्राईट, व्हाईट, पिंक, गोल्डन, येलो. आणि जे तेवढं चांगलं नाही आहे, दॅट इज लो एनर्जी. इज दॅट माइन? नो. दॅट विच इज लो एनर्जी इज डार्कर कलर्स. ओके, तर इफ यू सी द प्लॅकार्ड, पहिलं इमेज ओव्हर हिअर, the wood has its own energy field, it is reddish, not very good. खाली प्लांट बघितलं, इट्स डायनॅमिक, फुल ऑफ लाईफ. त्याच्या भोवती वलय कॅप्चर व्हायला सुद्धा वेळ नाही आहे. इट इज सो मच इंटरॅक्टिंग विथ द एन्व्हायरमेंट. इकडे पेन्सिल इज डेड वूड, वलय घट्ट आहे, इंटरॅक्शन्स कमी आहेत आणि त्या एनर्जी व्हॅल्यूसुद्धा खूप लो आहेत. लो रेड्स, लो ग्रीन्स. आता दिस इज समथिंग यू हॅव टू टेक माय वर्ड फॉर इट. आणि रुद्राक्ष जे आहे त्याच्यामध्ये जे डायनॅमिझम बघितलं, दॅट वॉज ऑलमोस्ट इक्वल टू दॅट ऑफ द प्लांट. त्यामुळे त्या रुद्राक्ष सीडमध्ये काहीतरी एक ऊर्जा दबलेली आहे. शेवटी आपण का घालतो ते लाकडाचे, तुम्ही कुठल्याही झाडाचं असं काढून किंवा सुंदर काय प्लास्टिकचं रुद्राक्ष करून घालू शकता, बट दॅट इज मिनिंगलेस. दिस हॅज सम इनहेरंट एनर्जी दॅट इज बियॉन्ड बायोलॉजी अँड केमिस्ट्री. हा तो विषय. प्लीज मूव्ह अहेड. दिस वॉज बेंचमार्किंग फॉर द ह्युमन एनर्जी फील्ड. त्या काळामध्ये हे महाराजजी MIT कॉलेजमध्ये राहायचे. हा इमेज जेव्हा घेतला तेव्हा त्यांचं वय 101 होतं. आता अर्थात नाही आहेत ते, पण यू लुक एट हिज एनर्जी फील्ड. डोक्याभोवती जे रंग दिसत आहेत, ओके, शरीराभोवती, लुक एट द बॅलन्स, दोन्ही बाजूनी ब्राईट ब्रिलियंट, ब्राईट अँड ब्रिलियंट. हे इमेज बघितल्यानंतर एक चित्र आपल्या सर्वांच्या मनामध्ये, मेमरीमध्ये पटकन आलं पाहिजे. काळापासनं, आज नाही, हजारो वर्षांपूर्वीपासून जे संत महात्मे आहेत, जे देव देवता आहेत, त्यांची जी आकृती आहे, ड्रॉइंग आहे, पेंटिंग आहे किंवा कुठलं तरी आयडल आहे, त्यांच्या डोक्याभोवती ते प्रखल वलय दाखवलं जातं. याचा अर्थ असा की त्यांची जी आत्मिक ऊर्जा आहे ती इतकी स्ट्रॉंग असावी की साधारण माणसाला सुद्धा ती दिसत असे. So they were radiating with that energy field. This is something that we were able to capture with this particular instrument. So this is a hardcore proof. भगवे कपडे घातले म्हणून तो महान व्यक्ती आहे नाही, पण त्याच्या विचारांनी महान होतो तो, आणि ते या इन्स्ट्रुमेंटनं पकडलं. This is what I have used ahead for many experiments. Can we move ahead? प्रत्येक व्यक्तीचा प्रभाव वस्तूवर होतो, ओके. आणि माझ्या आजीनं मला दिलेली एक छोटीशी वस्तू ती मला किती प्रिय राहते तीच वस्तू अजून कुणीतरी दिली असती, ती सुद्धा फुकट, मी छान आहे कुठल्या तरी कपाटात ठेवून दिली असते, आय वुड हॅव फॉरगॉटन अबाउट इट कम्प्लिटली. तर दॅट आयटम ऑल्सो कॅरीज द व्हायब्रेशन्स ऑफ द गिवर. शेवटी आपण पाया पडतो की नाही, आणि डोक्यावर कुणीतरी हात ठेवला, तो आशीर्वाद, ते आशीर्वाद देत असताना आपल्या मनामध्ये, शरीरामध्ये एक वेगळ्या प्रकारची स्पंदनं निर्माण होतात. त्या स्पंदनांना बहुतेक आपल्याला कुठल्याही प्रकारचं वी कॅन नॉट डिस्क्राईब, बट इट मेक्स एन इम्पॅक्ट. तुमच्या प्रिय व्यक्तीच्या शेजारी तुम्हाला बसावंसं का वाटतं? सगळी लोक एकसारखी असतात ना, मग हा व्यक्ती का? कारण की देर इज अन इंटरॅक्शन बिटवीन टू पीपल, आणि त्याच्यामध्ये देर इज अ फोर्स ऑफ अट्रॅक्शन ऑर रिपल्शन. आता जस्ट फॉर एक्झाम्पल, देर इज अ ग्रुप ऑफ पीपल इन अ रूम, आणि एक कुणीतरी व्यक्ती अनजान, यू डोंट नो, नोबडी नोज, आतमध्ये आली, तर बाकीच्या लोकांचं इंटरॅक्शन त्या व्यक्तीबद्दल काहीतरी एक होतं. इदर यू लुक ॲट दॅट पर्सन, एकदम टकाटक असेल, पण असं म्हणतो ना, मला त्याच्याजवळ जायची इच्छाच होत नाही. मस्ट बी व्हेरी हँडसम, व्हेरी काय मस्त परफ्यूम घातलेला, कपडे घातलेले, इट डझंट मॅटर. पण एक साधी दिसणारी व्यक्ती जेव्हा आत येते, कधी कधी आय एम गिविंग यू एन एक्झाम्पल, की वेशावर नाही, पण एक आतली जी ऊर्जा आहे ती, आणि त्या ऊर्जेचं इंटरॅक्शन आपल्याबरोबर, हे किती महत्त्वाचं ठरतं. सो योर कंपनी मॅटर्स. योर कंपनी नॉट ओनली विथ पीपल, विथ युअर थॉट्स मॅटर. तो विषय इकडे महत्त्वाचा ठरतो. तिकडे एका, आता दिस इज अ क्रिस्टल बॉल, जस्ट अ क्रिस्टल बॉल, त्याची आपली एक ऊर्जा आहे, खूप सुंदर आहे. म्हणजे एक अखंड रिसर्च प्रोजेक्ट्स घेतला होता जेम्स अँड क्रिस्टल्सवर, की प्रत्येक जेमची ऊर्जा वेगळी दिसते आहे का? हो, दिसते. रुबीची, एमरल्डची, पर्लची, सगळ्याची ऊर्जा वेगळी दिसते. पण हे असं व्हेरी डायनमिक, बॅलन्स, स्ट्रॉंग, म्हणलं की हे इतकं स्ट्रॉंग आहे. दिस इज ॲक्च्युली शिवलिंग, नर्मदा गोटा म्हणतो ना आपण, त्याला केवढा मोठा मान आहे. असं एक खूप मोठ्या पुजारींना आणून दिला होता ऑरा स्कॅनिंगसाठी. तर इट इज प्रोफाऊंड, इट्स वंडरफुल. आणि त्याच्या शेजारी त्याच व्यक्तीनं नुसता हात ठेवला आणि अखंड ऊर्जा बदलली. सो दिस इज टू शो यू दॅट देर इज समथिंग मच मोर देन केमिस्ट्री. अजून काहीतरी वेगळं आहे, ज्याच्यामुळे आपली ऊर्जा, वलय बदलू शकतं, आणि त्याचा परिणाम आपल्या मनावर, शरीरावर होतो. कॅन वी मूव्ह अहेड? पाणी, साधं पाणी, आणि पाण्यावरचा परिणाम आपल्या शरीरावर. वेल, ऑल ऑफ अस आर 70% वॉटर. हाऊ कॅन यू इग्नोर इट? यू कॅनॉट इग्नोर इट. एक साधा तुम्ही एक्सपेरिमेंट घरी करून बघा. ट्राय इट ऑन युअर सेल्फ, फॉर युअर सेल्फ. एकदा तुम्ही कन्विन्स झाला की मग तुम्ही तुमच्या फॅमिली मेंबर्सवर करू शकाल. ठीक आहे? जस्ट काही दिवसांसाठी. आता लक्षात ठेवा, इफ यू आर 70% वॉटर, आणि प्रत्येक मॉलिक्यूल शरीरामधलं बदलत असतं, असं काही एक रिसर्च म्हणतं की बिटवीन 21 to 28 days लुनर सायकल, शरीराचं सगळं पाणी बदलू शकतं. बदलतं नाही, पण बदलू शकतं. ओके? सो यू हॅव टू डू दिस एक्सपेरिमेंट फॉर 1 month, 28 days. आज काय, आज चतुर्थी काहीतरी आहे, तर पुढच्या चतुर्थीपर्यंत हे करा. ओके? फॉरगेट अबाउट एव्हरीथिंग एल्स. साध्या तुमच्या घरामध्ये बॉटलमध्ये तुम्ही पाणी ठेवत असाल, किंवा घड्यामध्ये, वॉट एव्हर, बट फॉर युअर पर्सनल यूज, त्या बॉटल, पाणी त्याच्यामध्ये, त्याला जवळ घ्या, त्या पाण्याला. शेवटी ती ऊर्जा आपल्या आत येणार आहे. लक्षात ठेवा, आपण बघितलेलं आहे आधीच्या इमेजेसमध्ये, की आपले विचार आणि आपल्या स्पर्शामुळे त्या वस्तूची ऊर्जा बदलू शकते. सो ट्राय दॅट एक्सपेरिमेंट. त्या बॉटलला जवळ ठेवायचं, आणि बॉटलमध्ये सगळे गुड थॉट्स टाका, हॅपी थॉट्स टाका, एनर्जेटिक थॉट्स टाका, प्रिझर्विंग थॉट्स टाका. प्रेमळ भाव त्या पाण्यामध्ये जाऊ दे, अँड कन्झ्युम दॅट वॉटर. सर्वसाधारण आपण म्हणतात 3 लिटर, पण आपण 1.5-2 लिटरच्या वर काही घेत नाही बहुतेक. तर त्या 2 बाटल्या तुमच्या जवळ ठेवा, आणि त्याचा परिणाम तुमच्या शरीरावर काय होतो हे सांगा. आय विल गिव्ह यू अ गॅरंटी. गॅरंटी. आय स्टेक माय रेप्युटेशन ऑन इट. की तुमच्यापैकी जे कुणी हे ॲज यू हॅव बीन टोल्ड डज इट फॉर 1 full month, they will 100% be a change. 100% there has to be a change. Okay? 1 month and you are doing it for yourself. आणि लक्षात ठेवा, तुमच्या शरीराला, तुमच्या मनाला कुठल्या भावनेची गरज आहे, ती भावना तुम्ही त्या पाण्यामध्ये टाका. जस्ट फॉर एक्झाम्पल, चंचल मन आहे, स्थिर बसून मला अभ्यास करता येत नाही आहे. इट इज अ व्हेरी प्रॅक्टिकल सिच्युएशन. मग त्या पाण्यामध्ये ती ऊर्जा टाका, सूर्यामध्ये ठेवा आणि त्या पाण्याला सांगा, ह्या सूर्यासारखं तेज तुझ्यामध्ये येऊ दे, ते तेज माझ्यामध्ये येऊ दे. या सूर्यासारखी स्थिरता, ऊर्जा, तेज, प्राणवायू, काय एनिथिंग यू वॉन्ट, ते या पाण्यामध्ये येऊ दे आणि ते मला ग्रहण करू दे. ही अशी माझी प्रार्थना आहे. आणि ते प्रार्थना म्हणत असताना लक्षात ठेवा, ऑलवेज से थँक्यू. कारण की थँक्यूसारखं स्ट्रॉंग कुठलाही स्टेटमेंट नाही आहे जगामध्ये. आपण दरवेळेला मला हे हवंय 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 करत बसतो. अँड दॅट इज द बिगेस्ट पॉयझन फॉर डायबेटिक्स. प्लीज बिलीव्ह मी. जर कुठल्याही डायबेटिक पेशंटच्या डोक्यामधनं मला हवंय 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 कमी जरी केलं तरी त्याची शुगर नॉर्मल येईल. सो त्या भावनेने त्या पाण्याला ती ऊर्जा द्या आणि ग्रहण करा. 1 month. आय रिअली वेलकम युअर आन्सर्स. कारण की बघायचं आहे की खरोखरी एवढ्या सोप्या एक्सपेरिमेंटनं किती किती वेगळ्या प्रकारचे परिणाम पडू शकतात. कारण की प्रत्येकाची गरज वेगळी आहे. त्या गरजेची भरपाई जर झाली तर आपलं आयुष्य किती छान होईल. इन्क्लुडिंग स्टडीज, इन्क्लुडिंग वॉन्टिंग अ न्यू बॉयफ्रेंड और अ न्यू गर्लफ्रेंड, including finding that money, including finding that new house, including finding the courage to stop having accidents. It doesn't matter what. कारण की शेवटी हे जे जग आपल्या भोवती आहे, that is influenced by our mind, and if you can influence your own mind, you can do everything else and cure cancer. Move on. दिस इज एन एक्सपेरिमेंट विथ अग्निहोत्र. तुमच्यापैकी अग्निहोत्र काय आहे कुणाला माहिती आहे? कुणी केलेलं आहे? खूप साधा आहे. याच्या मागे रिलिजन 0 आहे. दिस इज हार्ड कोर सायन्स. कॉपरचं कुंड आहे. ओके. तूप आहे, गाईचं तूप. त्याच्यामध्ये वेगळ्या प्रकारचे एन्झाईम्स असतात. गोबर आहे. That is again has different chemicals in it. अक्षता आहे आणि कापूर आहे. इट इज अ केमिकल रिॲक्शन. आणि ह्यातनं मी आता तो शब्द वापरते, जो धूर तयार होतो, दॅट डिपल्यूट्स, दॅट प्युरिफाईज. आय यूज द वर्ड डिपल्यूट कारण की प्युअर म्हटल्यानंतर अंगावर काटा उभा राहतो. देर इज नथिंग प्युअर इन दिस वर्ल्ड, बट इट डिपल्यूट्स. तर दिस वॉज अन एक्सपेरिमेंट वी डिड टू सी की मंत्र उच्चारांनी आणि अग्निहोत्रांनी खरोखरी काय होऊ शकतं का पर्यावरणवर. तर हे सत्य आहे. आता या बाजूला दिस इज अ सिरीज ऑफ 6 इमेजेस. फक्त फर्स्ट आणि लास्ट एवढं दाखवलेलं आहे. पहिल्या इमेजमध्ये मागे तुम्ही बघा, मागे एक पांढरं कापड होतं म्हणून त्याच्यावर जरा रंग दिसत होते. तर वलय आहे पण मिक्सचर आहे. त्याचा मंत्र उच्चार जस्ट सुरू झाला होता. आता दिस इज नॉट ॲन इमेज टेक्निक दॅट इज डिपेंडंट एंटायरली ऑन लाईट. हे कशावर की जिथे अग्नी आहे, समजा इट वॉज रजिस्टरिंग लाईट, तर त्याच्या भोवती ब्राईट लाईट वलय दिसायला हवं होतं, पण तसं नाही झालं. ओके. जस्ट अ लिटल व्हेरी मायनर रिफ्लेक्शन ऑन हिज शर्ट. So this was proof that we are not looking at light and its variation, but we are looking at energy and its variation. काही काळाने जेव्हा त्यांचं मंत्र उच्चार संपून गेलं आणि त्यांनी शेवटचा प्रणाम केला आणि ह्यामध्ये स्टार्ट टू एंड आम्ही रेकॉर्डिंग केलं की वलयमध्ये काय चेंजेस होतात. द एंटायर प्रोसेस मस्ट हॅव बीन 6 minutes, नॉट मोर, 6 to 7 minutes. शेवटी यू लुक एट द एन्व्हायरमेंट, गोल्डन, ब्युटिफुल, ब्राईट. आणि हे अशा स्टेजवर केलं होतं, मंदिरात सुद्धा नाही. Okay, not under septic environment. It was in an open studio, open hall like this. This is proof की तुम्ही जे उच्चारता, ओके, ज्या भावनेने न उच्चारता त्याचा परिणाम आपल्या भोवती होतो, आपल्या एन्व्हायरमेंटमध्ये होतं. त्यामुळे चांगलं बोला. कारण की लक्षात ठेवा, तुम्ही जर शिवी घालणार असाल तर त्या शिवीची ऊर्जा आधी इथे निर्माण होते, या फुल बॉडीवर त्याचा परिणाम होतो इकडनं बाहेर पडण्यापूर्वी. आणि जर जेव्हा तुम्ही काहीतरी चांगलं बोलत असाल, तीच ऊर्जा चांगलं काहीतरी करते आतमध्ये. ओके, तर डायबिटिकची लोक आहेत, दे आर डीपली डिप्रेस्ड, दे आर अँग्री, दे आर इरिटेटेड. तर त्यांचं हे अँगर आणि इरिटेशन जर तुम्ही आटोक्यात आणू शकलात तर त्यांचा खूप खूप सुंदर परिणाम शरीरावर, मनावर होतो. दिस इज प्रूफ टू शो दॅट देर इज एन एनर्जी बियॉन्ड केमिस्ट्री दॅट इज ॲक्टिंग ओव्हर हिअर. आणि खुल्या मैदानात होतं, त्यामुळे इकडे ते बिकॉज ऑफ दोज गॅसेस अँड ऑल असा विषयच नव्हता. दिस वॉज लिटरली ओपन एअर. तर इट इज इम्पॉसिबल टू ट्रॅप द एनर्जी ऑफ स्मोक. कॅन वी मूव अहेड? मूव अहेड. मनातले जे विचार आहेत, दिस इज जस्ट अ ग्राफिक मॅनर ऑफ शोईंग टू यू की निर्विचार ही परिस्थिती आणण्यासाठी कुणीतरी, कुठला तरी साधू संतच असावा, की एकच विचार. आपण साधी माणसं आहोत, पण आपल्या विचारांना सुद्धा आपण जर एका विशिष्ट पद्धतीनं आटोक्यात आणू शकलो, इफ वी कॅन डिसिप्लिन आवर थॉट्स, तेवढेच बिंदू आहेत, इकडे काय आणि इकडे काय. पण एका वेळेला 100 गोष्टींचा विचार केल्यानंतर जो केऑस दिसतो डावीकडच्या चित्रामध्ये, त्याच्यापेक्षा स्पष्ट विचार म्हणजे थिंक वन थिंग ॲट वन टाईम अँड थिंक क्लिअरली अँड कम्प्लिटली. इवन इफ यू वॉन्ट टू मर्डर समबडी, remember, even if you want to murder somebody, let it be a singular thought. Only then it will be successful. You will not carry the guilt back. Honestly. शेवटी हे मी म्हणताना माझ्या मनामध्ये कुठली गोष्ट येते. अंगुलीमालची गोष्ट माहिती आहे? अंगुलीमाल कोण होते? पुढे कोण झाले? वाल्मिकी झाले. गोष्ट नाही माहिती आहे कसं काय झालं? ओके, अंगुलीमाल म्हणून एक डाकू, काय मर्डरर असायचे त्या 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 काळामध्ये, काळ नका विचारू. आणि सगळ्यांना जाऊन खटाखट आणि दाखवायचं कसं की आय एम सच अ ग्रेट मर्डरर, मेरे हाथों से इतने लाख मरे. तर ज्याला मारायचं त्याची अंगुली कट करायची आणि गळ्यामध्ये ओवायची, म्हणून तो अंगुलीमाल झाला. ओके, एक असा काळ आला जेव्हा तो वेंट सर्चिंग फॉर समबडी एल्स टू मर्डर, आणि त्याच्यासमोर हा एक संत बसलेला होता. तर त्याने काढली तलवार, मैं तुमको मार दूंगा. ओके, तुम्हारा जो है वो दे दो मुझे, सुखी रहो. कैसे बोल सकते हो? मेरे पास सुख है इसलिए मैंने दे दिया. हो ही नहीं सकता. मैं तुमको मार दूंगा, दे दो मुझे जो है तुम्हारे पास, ले लो, सुखी रहो. त्याला लक्षातच आलं नाही. मग त्यानंतर गडबडला तो माणूस. पुन्हा आला अंगुलीमाल त्या संताकडे आणि त्यांनी सांगितलं, कसं शक्य आहे, तुम्ही या स्थितीमध्ये कसं येऊ शकता? मी इतक्या लाखो लोकांना मारलं तरी ती आय एम नॉट एट पीस. इट हॅज नेवर एंड दिस क्वेस्ट. हाऊ कम यू आर सो पीसफुल? हाऊ कॅन यू गिव्ह मी पीस? दॅट इज द ओनली थिंग यू हॅव. तर हे सेड, एका ठिकाणी बैस आणि नामस्मरण कर, नामाची ताकद येते. तर त्यांनी सांगितलं, ठीक आहे. ही सेड, ओके, घे कुठलं तरी देवाचं नाव. सेड, देव बीव नाही, हे सगळं बकवास आहे, आय डोंट बिलीव्ह. ही सेड, ठीक आहे, तू काय करतोस? मैं मारता हूँ. ही सेड, डन, मरा 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 मरा. यू कॅन अंडरस्टँड द ट्रान्सफॉर्मेशन. मरापासनं राम झालं. आणि या गृहस्थांनी स्वतःहून त्याचा इतकी ऊर्जा त्याच्यामध्ये निर्माण झाली, कारण की बाकीचे सगळे विचार सोडून फक्त मराचं राम झालं आणि त्यांनी अखंड रामायण रचली. डू अ लिटल बिट ऑफ स्टडी, यू विल फाइंड व्हेरी व्हेरी इंटरेस्टिंग स्टोरीज लाईक दिस. तर काहीतरी आहे ना नामामध्ये, त्याचंसुद्धा आहेत, बट आय डोंट थिंक आय विल शो दॅट टू यू जस्ट नाव. मूव अहेड. सो थॉट्स, बी क्लिअर इन युअर थॉट्स. आणि ते क्लॅरिटी कशी आणायची, नामस्मरण हे एक माध्यम आहे, त्याच्याने खरोखरी होऊ शकतं. मग तुम्ही मरा म्हणा ना, कारण की जे सत्य आहे तेच पुढे येणार. गिव्ह इट टाईम, गिव्ह इट डेडिकेशन, गिव्ह इट चान्स. प्रत्येक व्यक्तीच्या भोवती जे वलय असतं ते वलय डिस्टिंक्ट असतं आणि त्या वलयवरनं आपण त्या व्यक्तीची एक निदान करतो. वी काइंड ऑफ फाइंड आउट व्हॉट इज द पर्सनॅलिटी ऑफ दिस पर्सन, हाऊ कॅन वी हेल्प. तर असे हे 4 जण आहेत. ओके, इट इज इझी टू अंडरस्टँड दॅट राईट हँड साईडवरती एक मॉन्क आहे, तर त्याचं वलय इज पिंक, ब्युटिफुल, लविंग. आता जे फिजिक्सचे स्टुडंट्स आहेत, तुम्हाला माहिती आहे, यू सी लाईट इन 2 वेज. इट इज इदर रिफ्लेक्टेड और इट इज रेडिएटेड. करेक्ट? या. तर खूप एक्सपेरिमेंट्स करून या स्कॅन्समध्ये व्हॉट इज रिफ्लेक्टेड अँड व्हॉट इज रेडिएटेड याचा अभ्यास करायला मला 5 वर्षे लागली, बट वी वर एबल टू फाइंड आउट. आणि हे स्कॅन्स बघितल्यानंतर नाव जे आत्ताचे स्टुडंट्स आहेत दे शुड बी एबल टू फाइंड आउट व्हॉट इज द रेडिएटेड एनर्जी अँड व्हॉट इज द रिफ्लेक्टेड एनर्जी, हे आता आम्हाला समजतं. सो द मॅन ऑन टॉप, ही इज रेडिएटिंग द एनर्जी ऑफ लव्ह अँड बेनिव्होलन्स, देयक भाव. या बाजूला जे व्हाईट आहे हे कुंडलिनी शास्त्राचे गुरु आहेत. त्यांची मनाची जी विचार करायची किंवा जी काय ऊर्जा आहे ती इतकी स्ट्रॉंग इज लाईक अ लेझर बीम, अँड वी वर एबल टू कॅप्चर दॅट काइंड ऑफ अ वलय. याच्या खाली हे जे 2 जण आहेत, बोथ आर डायबेटिक, त्यांची वलय वेगळं आहे. तर दॅट इज वॉट आय एम टॉकिंग अबाउट वेन आय से दॅट वॉट एव्हर रिसर्च यू डू इट शुड हेल्प द सोसायटी इन फ्युचर. So by simply doing these kind of aura scans, we were able to detect whether there is likely to be a problem with the person or not. And the same thought process has been used by the Russian and Chinese. त्या बाजूचा जो माणूस आहे, green and red, can you see? When this scan was taken, we don't ask. Scan घेतल्यानंतर मग आमचं हिस्ट्री टेकिंग सुरू होतं. तर he is a drug addict. आणि the influence of the drug on one portion of the brain is perfectly visible. तो काही म्हणो, you know what's happening. Can we move ahead? Positive thinking. This is a teacher. Again, of course, जे मी images केलेत आणलेत, these are selectively diabetic positive people. इथे the first time the image was taken, you can see dead colors, very closed aura, आणि चेहऱ्यावर सुद्धा भाव is like, no, उल्टा स्माइली, I don't know what you call it, frowny maybe. तिकडे with simple counseling, with simple positive thought, learning and teaching and imbibing, अखंड वलय बदलला. No drugs. It is possible. So this was proof. The role the mind plays, and by simply changing the manner in which you think, things can change for you, including health. Can we move ahead? One more example of how the energy has changed. आता over a period of time, when we are treating people, you need to give them something, काहीतरी द्यावं लागतं. So we gave them something known as Sanjeevan Kriya. This has been designed, त्याच्यामध्ये थोडे योगिक प्रॅक्टिसेस आहेत, प्राणायामचे प्रॅक्टिसेस आहेत आणि खूप सगळं पॉझिटिव्ह थिंकिंगचे प्रॅक्टिसेस आहेत. सो वी कंडक्ट वर्कशॉप्स फॉर स्टुडंट्स, फॉर एजेड, फॉर स्पेसिफिक डिसीजेस, आणि त्यामध्ये हे मॅपिंग केलं होतं. नाव दीज इमेजेस आर वे बॅक 2006-07 तेव्हा काढलेले. सो प्री वर्कशॉप अँड पोस्ट वर्कशॉप. तर ह्यामध्ये फरक एवढाच आहे, वी टीच देम व्हॉट टू डू अँड यू डू इट ॲट होम. अँड इफ यू ॲक्च्युली डू इट, तुमच्या वलयमध्ये हा फरक जाणवून येतो. So that is a dynamism of this energy field, the unseen world of energy dynamics that can actually teach you so much more about a person, place, thing, event, and how you can incorporate changes to make an impact. Can we move ahead? Again, I'm not going to go into this too much. This is just to show की आजचं जे रिसर्च चालू आहे, which is drugless therapies, त्याच्यामध्ये सायकोलॉजीचा जो भाग येतो. What does a diabetic patient actually go through? Life stresses, depression, allergies, self-experiences, fear. हे जे सगळे सायकोमेट्रिक ॲस्पेक्ट्स आहेत दे नीड नॉट बी ट्रीटेड बाय ड्रग्ज ऑलवेज. कारण की ड्रगचा प्रभाव शरीरामध्ये संपला की मग पुन्हा ती भीती येतेच, पुन्हा ते राग येतोच, पुन्हा जे काही आहे जे नेगेटिव्ह थॉट आहे. पण बाय इफ यू आर एबल टू हेल्प द पर्सन अंडरस्टँड टू ओव्हरकम. आता इथे या हॉलमध्ये जितके जणं बसलेली आहेत 100% तुमच्या इमिजिएट फॅमिलीमध्ये कुणीतरी एक डायबेटिक निघणारच. सो द वे दॅट यू कॅन हेल्प देम इज विथ वॉटर ऑल्सो, यू नो. त्याच्यासाठी तुम्हाला अग्निहोत्र करायची गरज नाही आहे. साधं पाणी जर त्या पाण्याची अजून एक तुम्हाला आय जस्ट रिमेंबर्ड, आय होप वी हॅव टाईम मॅडम. तीर्थ 5 मिनटं. तीर्थ काय आहे माहिती आहे ना? तीर्थ पाणीच आहे खरे, पण ते तीर्थ कुठनं येतं आणि त्याच्यामध्ये काय ऊर्जा घातली गेली आहे, हां, कुणाचा स्पर्श झाला आहे. ते तीर्थ म्हणजे किती जेमतेम 2-4 थेंब तुम्ही घेता की नाही, काय श्रद्धेनं तुम्ही घेता त्यावर अवलंबून तुमच्यावर परिणाम होतो. आणि एक असा काळ होता आपल्या घरी की प्रत्येक घरामध्ये एक देवघर असायचं आणि दर दिवशी आपण एक दिवा लावायचो. त्या दिव्यामध्ये काय असायचं, कॉपरची किंवा चांदीची ती दिवती, तूप आणि कॉटन, करेक्ट. त्याच्याने ती ऊर्जा येऊ शकते. आपण एक मंत्र म्हणतो आणि प्रेयर हा जो भाग आहे ना, तुम्ही खरोखरी प्रेयरच्या मागे त्याचं एक विश्लेषण काढलं. इफ यू टेक द मीनिंग ऑफ द प्रेयर, इट इज सेइंग थैंक यू. इट इज़ नॉट आस्किंग मुझे पैसा दो, मुझे ये दो, मुझे वे दो. दैट इज़ नॉट अ प्रेयर, दैट इज़ बेगिंग. पण अ रिअल प्रेयर इज सेइंग थँक यू. का? कारण की जेव्हा तुम्ही उच्चारता, इकडनं उच्चारता किंवा इकडनं उच्चारता, तेव्हा त्याचा परिणाम इकडे झालेला असतो. तेव्हा जेव्हा तुम्ही देवाला, गुरुला, तुमच्या इष्टला, तुमच्या टीचर्सना, तुमच्या मित्रमैत्रिणींना, तुमच्या कुटुंबातल्या लोकांना किंवा तुमच्या पेट्सना, ओके, तुमच्या कपड्यांना, वस्तूंना, गोष्टींना, विचारांना जेव्हा तुम्ही थँक्यू म्हणाल अँड यू डू इट कन्सिस्टंटली, यू विल फाइंड द इम्पॅक्ट इन युअर बॉडी अँड दिस कॅन डिफीट एनी डिसीज इररिस्पेक्टिव्ह ऑफ स्टेज. इररिस्पेक्टिव्ह ऑफ स्टेज. आता एवढं एक तुम्ही लक्षात ठेवा, आपल्या सर्वांना मरायचं आहे की नाही, का कुणीतरी इकडे राहणार आहे. सुखद मरण यावं ह्यासाठी तुम्हाला कष्ट करायचे आहेत. आणि जेव्हा तुम्ही आतनं ते थँक्यू म्हणायला सुरुवात कराल, सुखद मरण मिळणार. आय थिंक दॅट्स अ व्हेरी 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 प्रोफाऊंड थिंग. या वयोगटांना ते खरं वाटणार नाही आणि हॅट असं कधी कसला विचार करताय, ये तो हमारी जीने के दिन है. खरं आहे, पण कुठेतरी मागे तो असतो विचार, म्हणून तुमच्या मोटरसायकलवर ब्रेक असतो. एनिवे, मूव ऑन. सो एस्पेशली फॉर डायबिटिक्स और एनीबडी हू इज इल. इलचा अर्थ ज्याला बरं नाही आहे. इट डझंट मॅटर. ऑलवेज 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 द कंडिशन इज दॅट वी आर कॅरिंग टू मच. त्याच्यामध्ये इगोसुद्धा आला, फॉल्स नॉलेज आलं, ओके, फॉल्स मनी आलं. पैशाचा ढोंग करता येत नाही पण आपण करतो, ओके. फिअर, गिल्ट, ब्लेम, शेम, XYZ. हे जर खाली ठेवता आलं तो यू विल बी मोर हॅपी. आणि इररिस्पेक्टिव्ह ऑफ हू ॲट वॉट एज हे बघितलेलं आहे. डायबेटिक लोकांबरोबर या प्रकारचं जर तुम्ही ट्रीटमेंट सुरू करू शकलात की त्यांच्या मनातलं भय, राग, द्वेष आणि ढोंग हे 4 महत्त्वाचं आहे, ओके. त्यातला सर्वात महत्त्वाचा म्हणजे ढोंग. हे जर तुम्ही कमी करू शकलात तर त्यांचे शुगर लेवल्स नॉर्मल येणार. ज्या दिवशी ते ढोंग पुन्हा वर येईल ना, शुगर विल स्पाइक, ओके. सो जस्ट ट्राय इट. दोज ऑफ यू हू वॉन्ट टू ट्रीट डायबेटिक पेशंट्स or who want to safeguard yourselves from ever getting into that diabetic situation, don't ever wear on diabetic shoes, please. त्याच्यासाठी पहिली गोष्ट जी करायची आहे ती ढोंग आणि अहंकार हे दोन्ही जवळ येऊन देऊ नका. बी प्राऊड ऑफ युअर अचीवमेंट्स. येस, That pride is different from ego. ठीक आहे? It is something you will learn with time. Move on, please. आणि हा एक फार महत्त्वाचा विषय, हीलिंग. अनफॉर्च्युनेटली त्याला खूप शिव्या मिळालेल्या आहेत. रेकी, प्राणिक हिलिंग, सब साले ढोंगी, करेक्ट? पण ते नाही आहे तसं. त्याचा परिणाम होतो. आणि या सगळ्या हिलिंग टेक्निक्समध्ये तुम्हीसुद्धा करता. जेव्हा मित्रा मैत्रिणीला, आई बाबांना किंवा एनीवन त्यांना जेव्हा जवळ मिठी घालता ना, दॅट इज द मोस्ट पॉवरफुल हिलिंग. मोस्ट पॉवरफुल हिलिंग. अहो स्वतःला मिठी घाला. प्लीज अंडरस्टँड वॉट आय एम सेईंग. इट डझंट मीन लाईक दिस. हा ढोंग झाला. ओके? हात वर न करता स्वतःला मिठी घाला. तुम्हाला डायबिटीज कधीच होणार नाही. हिलिंग इज सेल्फ लव, नॉट लविंग अनदर. कारण की तुम्ही दुसऱ्याला कधी प्रेम करू शकता? जेव्हा स्वतःला प्रेम करतात तेव्हा. तोपर्यंत नाही. त्या अंगुलीमलनी त्या माणसाला काय विचारलं, जो है तुम्हारा दे दो. ही सेड बी ॲट पीस. ही हॅड पीस टू गिव्ह, ही गेव पीस. जे तुमच्याकडे नाही आहे तुम्ही नाही देऊ शकत. इफ यू डोंट हॅव द स्ट्रेंथ टू हील, यू कॅनॉट हील अनदर. वो सब ढोंग आहे. जे खरे रेकीचे जे निर्माता आहेत, मास्टर उसुई, त्यांच्या घरी मी राहून आले आणि त्यांनी सांगितलं हे जे रेकीचं फेकी होतं आहे बाजारात, दिस वॉज नॉट द इंटेन्शन. द कोर इंटेन्शन ऑफ रेकी इज सेल्फ लव अँड दॅट इज सो विथ हिलिंग. तर इट हॅज टू बी इनग्रेन्ड इन टू युअर डीप सबकॉन्शियस. ते आतनं आलं पाहिजे. हे शब्दांमध्ये येत नाही. कुणाला तरी अगदी प्रेमळ जाऊन मिठी मारायची आणि मनामध्ये वेगळे विचार, इम्पॉसिबल. इट्स नॉट लव. अँड डू नॉट मिस्टेक लव फॉर सेक्शुअल अप्रोच. दे आर टू एंटायरली डिफरंट थिंग्स. एंटायरली डिफरंट थिंग्स. They don't even come near one another. You can have sex with no love. Okay? And you can be very loving with no sex. So don't superimpose them. This is an age group and that is very easily misread. Next. हे खरं प्रेम. आणि जर तुम्ही त्या डोळ्यात बघू शकता, इट मेक्स मी क्राय. कारण की हा असं प्रेम बघायला मिळत नाही हो. त्या डोळ्यात बघा. आणि त्या डोळ्यात बघितल्यानंतर अंगावर काटा आला पाहिजे. असं तुमचं प्रेम असलं पाहिजे. दिस यू कॅन डू. ट्राय इट. त्याच्याने जे सुख मिळतं ना, इट इज फॅन्टॅस्टिक. अँड विदाऊट दिस काइंड ऑफ लव यू कॅन नेवर बी हेल्दी. रिमेंबर दॅट. सो ट्राय इट. रिअली ट्राय इट. आणि हे चित्र का मी दाखवलं? इट इज बिकॉज इट डझंट मॅटर हू. ही गाय आहे, करेक्ट? प्राणी आहे, अबोल प्राणी आहे. पण तरी डोळ्यातले जे भाव आहेत त्याच्याने जीवन बदलू शकतं. कधीतरी आपल्या आयुष्यामध्ये हा क्षण आला पाहिजे आणि तो येण्याकरता पहिलं पाऊल आपलं पाहिजे. या मूव ऑन. The most important thing, okay? It is something that is difficult to put into practice, but it is the biggest truth. And with this, I think I'm almost come to the end of my presentation. तुम्ही तसं बघायला गेलात की डायबिटीसशी विशेष काय संबंध नव्हता डायरेक्ट. आय एम नॉट गिविंग यू एनी मेडिकल रेकॉर्ड्स. But I'm giving you the core of the reason as well as the core of the cure. दोन्ही. महत्त्वाचं हेच आहे. You are the maker and breaker of your body and mind. Not only body but your mind. हो, हा शिव्या घालतो, तो खायला घालत नाही, त्यांनी मला असं सांगितलं, ते झालं, काल मी पडलो. पण ते धरून ठेवणारा कोण आहे? ओके? आणि त्यांनी किती जरी मारलं तरी त्याच्याबद्दल व्हॉट इज माय रिप्लाय? कारण की तो रिप्लाय आतनं येतो. आणि हे अवघड नाही आहे आजच्या जगात. हे होऊ शकतं. कॉम्पिटिशन, रॅट रेस, पैसा पैसा पैसा, पर्सनॅलिटी,
हे ते प्रमोशन फलाना ठिकाणा. ओके ओके, पण रात्री जेव्हा तुम्ही झोपायला जाता तेव्हा तुम्ही 3x6च्या बेडवरच झोपता. झोपले, डोळे बंद केले की ज्या विश्वामध्ये जाता त्याच्यामध्ये तुम्ही कोण? इल्ला. त्यावेळेला फक्त ते कुठल्या विचाराने तुम्ही झोपलात आणि उठल्यानंतर तुम्ही कुणाला थँक्यू म्हणालात. रिमेंबर, मटेरियल विल इम्पॅक्ट मटेरियल, ड्रग विल इम्पॅक्ट द केमिकल. ओके, अँड दॅट हॅज अ लाईफ. पण जे मनामध्ये तुम्ही ठेवता ते आयुष्यभर राहतं. आणि प्रारब्ध हा एक शब्द तुम्ही ऐकला असेल. ओ पिछले जन्म का लाया हुआ है. लक्षात ठेवा, तुम्हाला पुन्हा जन्म आहे. यू कॅन टेक इट ॲज यू विश, ॲज यू विश. उद्यासुद्धा माझा नवीन जन्म आहे. अरे उद्या का, आता पुढच्या नेक्स्ट मिनिट इज माय रिबर्थ. मग या क्षणाला मी कुठल्या स्थितीमध्ये आहे त्यावर 100% अवलंब माझा पुढचा क्षण आहे. दॅट इज माय रिबर्थ. मला हे शरीर त्यागून नवीन शरीराची वाट बघायची गरज नाही आहे. ह्याच क्षणाला you can make a change. 1 minute, just go back, sorry. Material percolates from subtle reactions. Subconscious interactions are those that will govern your mind. And it's a request to all of you ki sutti घ्या. कुठली सुट्टी घ्या. Allow yourself a holiday. Okay? कारण की त्या हॉलिडे आपण सुट्टीवर जातो तेव्हा काय करतो? बेफिकर. करेक्ट? जे काय आहे घरामध्ये, कॉलेजमध्ये, फॅमिलीमध्ये, फ्रेंडमध्ये, सब पिछे. तसंच हॉलिडे फ्रॉम थिंकिंग. विचारापासून सुट्टी घ्या. निर्विचार अवस्थेमध्ये येण्याचा प्रयत्न करा. अँड दिस विल सेव्ह यू फ्रॉम ऑल इलनेसेस. So this is an accumulation of my experiences over the past 40 years. It converted into a PhD maybe 25 years ago. पण त्याचा अभ्यास खूप आधीपासून सुरू झाला. लक्षात ठेवा, संगत ही खूप महत्त्वाची असते. आणि हे मी माझं भाग्य समजते की लहानपणापासून ज्या ज्या लोकांनी असं काही मला सांगितलं ज्याचा अगदी मनापर्यंत, अगदी आतल्या डीप सबकॉन्शियसमध्ये इम्पॅक्ट राहिलेला आहे. आय हॅव चोजन टू टेक द गुड थिंग्स. मी अंगुलीमालपासनं त्याचं मर्डरही स्वीकारलं आणि त्याची ही ताकद स्वीकारली की त्यांनी रामायणसारखा ग्रंथ लिहिलेला आहे. कारण की दोन्हीची क्षमता त्या व्यक्तीमध्ये होती. त्या व्यक्तीमध्ये असू शकते तर माझ्यामध्ये सुद्धा ती आहे. मी ठरवायचं की मी अंगुलीमाल होऊन अनेक लोकांचा वध करून कधीही सुख नाही या स्थितीमध्ये राहावं किंवा त्या स्थितीमध्ये राहावं की माझा मरा एक दिवस राम होऊन जाईल. इट वॉज नॉट माय इंटेन्शन की रामाचं काय नाव या क्षणाला उच्चारावं किंवा हे घडून यावं, पण कुठेतरी सबकॉन्शियसमध्ये आहेच. जय श्रीराम. आय होप ऑल ऑफ यू रिमेन हॅपी.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Any questions from audience? Thank you, ma'am, for the insights presented by you. It is important to recognize the emotional health is an elemental component of standard diabetes care. Your insights and expertise made a significant impact and also introducing complementary authorized medicine to all of us. Thank you once again, ma'am. Now let's move to our next session, that is prize distribution ceremony. Lokmanya Tilak Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences organized e-poster presentation competition on 18th January for diploma in UG category, PG and PhD category, where round about 52 participants presented their poster. And this competition created a platform for recognizing and honoring the talents of participants. The topics for the national level e-poster presentation competitions were innovations in diabetes management, pharmacy students as change agents, innovations in diabetes treatment and diagnostics, empowering wellness, navigating diabetes challenges through lifestyle management. May I kindly request Honorable Dr. Ramesh Bonde sir to present the prizes to the winners. The winners from MPharm and PhD category, where the first prize, the first position, it goes to Mr. Nishant Bhanudas Mante. His title was MSc Therapy, a Game Changer in Diabetes Management from Dr. D.Y. Patil Unitech Society, Dr. D.Y. Patil Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences and Research, Pimpri, Pune. Thank you, sir. Congratulations, Nishant. Now I kindly request Dr. Sujata Vaidya ma'am to present the prizes. The second position, Ms. Samruddhi Ganesh Ingre. Her topic was synthesis and evaluation of some novel sulfonamide, quinazolinone derivatives for their potential anti-diabetic properties from PES Modern College of Pharmacy, Nigdi. Samruddhi. No problem, no problem. The third prize goes to Mr. Rahul Krishnakumar Verma, topic Innovation in Diabetes Management from Bharati Vidyapit College of Pharmacy, Navi Mumbai. Mr. Rahul Verma. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request respected Registrar, Dr. Meera Deshmukh ma'am to present prizes. The winners are from Diploma and UG category. The first position goes to Ms. Pragati Soni, title Innovation in Diabetes Management from Konkan Gyanpit Rahul Dharkar College of Pharmacy Research Institute, Karzit. Pragati Soni. Congratulations, Pragati, and also to her mentor. The second prize, Ms. Shravani Bhosle, her topic, Role of Pharmacy Student in Diabetes Management from Lokmanya Tilak Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Pune. Shravani Bhosle. Now, I kindly request respected Principal LTIPS, Dr. Meenakshi Devdar ma'am, to present the prizes. The third position, again from the same category, that is Diploma and UG category. The third position, Ms. Rutika Jangam, topic Navigating Diabetes Challenges Through Management from Lokmanya Tilak Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Pune. Thank you, ma'am. Congratulations, Ritika. And we have one more, that is consolation prize, which goes to Mr. Ayush Deshmukh, Innovation in Diabetes Management from Srimati Kashibai Navle College of Pharmacy, Pune. Mr. Ayush Deshmukh. Thank you, ma'am. Congratulations, Ayush. Heartiest congratulations to all the winners. I hope this prizes serves as a motivation for the winners to continue striving for the greatness and inspires others to embark on their own journey of success. Okay. Now we are going to take a short break, that is a tea break. Let's promptly come back after 10 minutes. Thank you so much, ma'am.
And at the same time, it's a very, very delicate organ. As children, we all have learned that eye works as a camera. As you can see here, just like the camera has a reel, our eye has a very, very important sensory organ, which is retina. And our eye works exactly like a retina. When the light falls on an object, the light from the object gets reflected and gets focused on your retina. An image is formed on retina, which gets transferred to the brain through a very intricate visual pathway, as you see. So for our eyes to work flawlessly, right from your cornea to the brain, the entire visual pathway has to work flawlessly. Retina is the window to the eyes. When I say this, why do I say this? Retina is the only organ in the eye where blood vessels can be seen with naked eyes. म्हणजे ह्या रक्तवाहिन्या ज्या तुम्हाला दिसतात, हा जो पडदा आहे ऑरेंज कलरचा, रक्तवाहिन्या फक्त ह्या पडद्यावरतीच आपल्याला डोळ्यांनी पाहता येतात. दुसऱ्या कोणत्याच अवयवावरती रक्तवाहिन्या दिसू शकत नाही. आणि म्हणूनच रक्तवाहिन्यांना जे जे आजार किंवा विकार होतात, जसे की डायबेटिक, हायपरटेन्शन, ब्लड कॅन्सर्स, ते आपल्याला डोळ्यात प्रथम आपण डायग्नोज करू शकतो. दॅट्स वाय वी कॉल रेटिना इज अ विंडो टू द आईज. diabetes can affect eyes in various, I mean, all we know, diabetes affect various organs, but eye is a very, very delicate organ which it affects. And most importantly, when diabetes affects eyes, it doesn't give us much time, because as I said, retina is a part of our brain. It is made up of neurons. Neurons म्हणजे मज्जापेशी. एकदा मज्जापेशी मृत झाल्या की त्यांची पुनर्निर्मिती होऊ शकत नाही. आणि म्हणूनच ह्या आजारावरती वेळेत उपचार करणं गरजेचं असतं. त्याहुडी मी म्हणेल की प्रतिबंधक उपचारांद्वारे preventive therapy works the best when it comes to any kind of retinal diseases. And when will the preventive therapy work? When there is enough awareness in the society that diabetes can affect the retina and it can lead to irreversible blindness. So diabetes, it can affect eyes in 3 ways. Cataract is the most common disease which can affect which can occur because of diabetic. In diabetic patients, cataract occurs 10 years earlier than normal population. Glaucoma is another blinding disease which affects diabetic patients more commonly than general population, and of course, diabetic retinopathy. Diabetes affect the fine capillaries in our entire body. And these fine capillaries are present in the retina. डायबिटीजमुळे ह्यांच्या ज्या कॅपिलरीज असतात, रक्तवाहिन्या असतात, त्या कमकुवत होतात. त्याच्यातनं कमकुवत झाल्यामुळे त्याच्यातनं द्रव्य बाहेर पाझरतं आणि त्या फुटू शकतात. त्यामुळेच रेटिनावरती सूज येऊ शकते किंवा असे रक्ताचे स्पॉट्स येऊ शकतात. डायबेटिक रेटिनोपॅथी 2 प्रकारची असते, नॉन प्रॉलिफरेटिव्ह आणि प्रॉलिफरेटिव्ह. नॉन प्रॉलिफरेटिव्हमध्ये रक्तवाहिन्या कमकुवत होऊन सूज येते आणि पडद्यावरती सूज आल्यामुळे आपल्याला अस्पष्ट दिसू लागतं. प्रॉलिफरेटिव्हमध्ये रक्तपुरवठा पडद्याला कमी झाल्यामुळे त्याच्यात नवीन अशा काही नाजूक रक्तवाहिन्या तयार होतात, ज्याला आम्ही न्यूवॅस्क्युलरायझेशन एल्सवेअर म्हणतात, आणि त्या फुटून डोळ्यात विट्रियस हिमरेज म्हणजे पूर्ण डोळ्या रक्तबंबाळ होऊन कायमची एकदम नजर कमी होऊ शकते. तर हे 2 प्रकार आपल्याला निदान माहिती पाहिजे. कोणत्या पेशंटनी, डायबेटिक पेशंटने विचारलं की आपल्याला डायबिटीजमध्ये काय होऊ शकतं, तर हे डायबेटिक रेटिनोपॅथी होऊ शकते. Another very important fact that we all should know is India is infamously known as the diabetes capital of the world. And diabetic retinopathy is a leading cause of preventable blindness. Because it is a leading cause of preventable blindness, it is very important for us to pay attention and get alert about this disease. Because if we don't prevent it, we have to cure it, which is a huge financial burden on our health system. So let's see how we can prevent diabetic retinopathy. So let's go to some statistics. 30% of diabetic patients in the world live in India. 61 million people have diabetes in India, and diabetics have 25% more risk of losing vision compared to normal population. And that's why diabetic retinopathy is a big challenge. And what decides whether a particular diabetic patient will get diabetic retinopathy or not? When a diabetic patients have uncontrolled diabetes for more than 10 years, the chances of developing diabetic retinopathy increases by 50%. And when this duration becomes 20 years, the chances of developing diabetic retinopathy increases to 90%. So listen carefully, it's the uncontrolled diabetes for 10 years or 20 years, which increases the diabetic retinopathy risk to this level. There are other risk factors which can also affect diabetic retinopathy. म्हणजे डायबिटीज सोबत जर रुग्णांना हायपरटेन्शन असेल, अनेमिया असेल, कोलेस्ट्रॉल जास्त असेल, किडनी डिजीज जास्त असेल, प्रॉब्लेम असेल, तर डायबेटिक रेटिनोपॅथी व्हायची शक्यता वाढते. बऱ्याचदा काय होतं, हा आजार पकडले का जात नाही. वय झालं की नजर कमी व्हायला लागली की लोकांना वाटतं की मला मोतीबिंदू झालेला आहे. मोतीबिंदू झालेला आहे, वाढू द्या, मग आपण बघूया. ह्या विचारांमध्ये पेशंट ऑफ्थॅल्मॉलॉजिस्टकडे जात नाही, कोणत्या तरी चष्म्याच्या दुकानात जाऊन चष्म्याचा नंबर काढत राहतो, पण त्याच्या रेटिनाकडे पाहिले जात नाही. रेटिना चेकअप हा डायलेटेड फंडोस्कोपीद्वारेच होतो. म्हणजे डोळ्यात ड्रॉप्स टाकून डोळ्याला डायलेट केलं जातं. तुम्ही फार्मसी स्टुडंट्स आहात, यू माईट बी नोईंग ट्रॉपिकासिल ड्रॉपने, होमाईड ड्रॉपने आपण डोळ्याचं जे प्युपिल आहे ते डायलेट करू शकतो आणि ते डायलेट केल्यावरतीच रेटिना दिसतो. तर ही पण जनजागृती गरजेची आहे की रेटिना पाहण्यासाठी डायलेटेड आय चेकअप महत्त्वाचा आहे. आणि तो डायलेटेड आय चेकअप होतच नाही वर्षानुवर्ष, फक्त चष्म्याचा नंबर दिला जातो आणि ह्याच खेळामध्ये रेटिनाचे पॅथॉलॉजीज आहे, ग्लॉकोमा आहे, ते मिस होऊन जातं. सो early diagnosis and treatment is the crux of this situation, and that's why awareness is very, very important. तर काय काय सिम्पटम्स असू शकतात जेव्हा कोणाला डायबेटिक रेटिनोपॅथी होते? ब्लड विजन म्हणजे भुरकं दिसणं, रात्री ड्रायव्हिंग करताना ग्लेअर होणं, झेब्रा क्रॉसिंगवरती क्रॉस करताना अडचण येणे आणि चष्म्याचा नंबर वारंवार बदलणे. हे सगळे सिम्पटम्स आहेत डायबेटिक रेटिनोपॅथीचे, किंवा कॅटरॅक्ट मध्ये पण असेच सिम्पटम्स होतात. सो दिस इज व्हॉट आय वॉज टॉकिंग अबाउट डायलेटेड रेटिनोस्कोपी. याच्यात अशा मशीनद्वारे डोळ्याचा पडदा तपासले जातो. हे जर आपल्यात होत नसेल तर डोळ्याचा चेकअप पूर्ण झालेला नाही आहे हे आपण समजून घेणं अत्यंत गरजेचं आहे. फक्त चष्म्याचा नंबर देणे म्हणजे चष्म्याचा चेकअप नाही, डोळ्याचं प्रेशर चेक होणं, रेटिनल चेकअप होणं अत्यंत महत्त्वाचं आहे. आणि अनेकदा पेशंट्स दोन्ही डोळ्यांनी बघत असतात व्यवस्थित आणि हळूहळू जर एका डोळ्याची नजर कमी होत असेल तर त्यांना जाणवतसुद्धा नाही. तर तुमच्या घरी जे कोणाला डायबिटीज असेल किंवा जे वयस्कर लोक असतील त्यांना वारंवार स्वतःच ही घरच्या घरी आय टेस्ट करायला सांगायची आहे, ज्यात आपण एक एक डोळा बंद करून पाहतो, म्हणजे एखाद्या डोळ्याची नजर कमी असेल तर ती आपल्याला कळून येते. आता ही एक केस आहे, जसं मी हे थोडं कवर केलं, लेट्स गो नेक्स्ट. हा डोळा होता, थोडंसं तुम्हाला रेटिना शिकवणार आज मी. हा नॉर्मल पडदा आहे उजव्या साईडचा, मध्ये ते येल्लो दिसतंय, ती ऑप्टिक नर्व आहे. ही नर्व पडद्यावरची इमेज ब्रेनपर्यंत नेत असते. ह्या पेशंटचा उजवा डोळा चांगला होता, पण डाव्या डोळ्यात असा गुंतागुंतीचा आजार होता आणि यांना तेच वाटलं की मला कॅटरॅक्ट झालेला आहे. म्हणून खूप कॉन्फिडेंटली हे पेशंट कॅटरॅक्ट सर्जरीसाठी आले, पण रेटिनात हा पडदा पूर्ण उचकलेला होता. आपण ह्या स्टेजला आपल्याला ऑपरेशनच करावं लागतं, कोणतंही इंजेक्शन किंवा लेझरने उपचार होत नाही. आणि ऑपरेशननंतर पडदा थोड्या वेळ जागेवर चिटकवला आम्ही, पण नजर फारशी वाढत नाही, पण ॲटलिस्ट अंधत्व आपण टाळू शकतो. ही दुसरी केस आहे. हे पेशंट थोडे वेळेत आले आणि आपण पाहतोय ते येल्लो स्पॉट्स अँड रेड स्पॉट्स म्हणजे डोळ्याच्या पडद्यावरची सूज आहे, ज्याला आम्ही डायबेटिक मॅक्युलर इडिमा म्हणतो. आणि ह्या पेशंटमध्ये CT स्कॅन, एक पडद्यावरती पण आपण एक CT स्कॅन करतो, ऑप्टिकल कोहरन्स टोमोग्राफी म्हणजे OCT म्हणतात त्याला. वरचा जो स्कॅन दिसतोय तो नॉर्मल स्कॅन आहे आणि खालचा जो आहे त्याला सूज आलेली आहे. आणि अर्थातच अशी सूज आली अर्थी सगळं आपल्याला भुरकट दिसणार आहे. ह्या पेशंटला अशी सूज आहे आपण कन्फर्म केलं आणि त्यानंतर डोळ्याच्या आत इंजेक्शन दिलं. आता किती जणांना इथे माहिती आहे की आपण डोळ्याच्या आत इंजेक्शन देऊन उपचार करू शकतो? So I just see 3-4 people raising their hands. So this is relatively old treatment that we're doing in eyes. गेले 15 वर्ष आपण डोळ्याच्या आत एक विशिष्ट इंजेक्शन देऊन रेटिनाचे उपचार करत आहोत. And this treatment has been very revolutionary when it comes to retinal disease. पूर्वी रेटिनाचा आजार झाला की पेशंट आंधळा होणार असं गृहीत धरले जायचं. पण एक 15 वर्षापूर्वी डॉक्टर रोझनफेल्ड मयामी इथे त्यांनी हे संशोधन केलं अँटीव्हेजेफ इंजेक्शन्सचं. आय वॉज फॉर्च्युनेट टू लर्न फ्रॉम हिम इन बास्कम पामा हॉस्पिटल मयामी. आणि तिथे हे इंजेक्शनचं संशोधन करण्यात आलं. आता डोळा हा क्लोज्ड ऑर्गन आहे आणि आतली सिस्टीम ट्रान्सपरंट ठेवावी लागते, कारण की इट्स अ कॅमेरा, त्याच्यात ब्लड वेसल्स वगैरे चालत नाही, तर त्याची ऑप्टिकल प्रॉपर्टी नष्ट होते. आणि त्यामुळे कोणताही आपण जर ड्रॉप टाकला तो फक्त डोळ्याच्या वरच्या भागापर्यंत काम करतो. मागे जो रेटिना आहे जिथे लिकिंग ब्लड वेसल्स लिहिले तिथे काम करत नाही. पॉइंटर आहे आपल्याकडे बाय एनी चान्स? नो प्रॉब्लेम. सो तिथपर्यंत जिथे आजार आहे रेटिनात तिथपर्यंत औषध पोचण्यासाठी इंजेक्शन हाच एक यू आर फार्माकोलॉजिकल स्टुडंट्स, इट्स अ मीडियम ऑफ थेरपी. Drops and oral medications do not penetrate through the sclera to reach the target organ, which is retina. That's why this injection delivery at the site of problem is very important. इंजेक्शन म्हटलं की अनेक पेशंट्स घाबरतात. तुम्हालाही कधी लोक विचारतील डोळ्यात इंजेक्शन घेऊ का, तुम्ही म्हणाल मला माहीत नाही, ते अजून घाबरतील. सो रिमेंबर, इंजेक्शन इज अ व्हेरी व्हेरी रेलिव्हेंट and most important treatment modality for retinal disease in today's world. हे इंजेक्शन आम्ही अतिशय बारीक सुईने देतो, केसा एवढा बारीक सुईने, 30 गेज निडलने. त्यामुळे यात दुखत नाही, काही नाही. 30 सेकंदाच्या आत इंजेक्शन देऊन होतं and it is absolutely safe procedure. We give this injection in operation theater in India, but abroad in USA it is given in OPD. But because of bacterial infections in our country, we prefer to give it in the operation theater. So this is the injection therapy which we all should be aware of. And what is the medicine that we give is something I'll come to it later. So हे इंजेक्शन दिल्यावरती अशा रीतीने सूज कमी होते. आता हे इंजेक्शनची, ॲज वी ऑल नो, यू आर फेमिलियर विथ टर्म्स लाईक बायो अवेलेबिलिटी. ह्या इंजेक्शनची डोळ्यात बायो अवेलेबिलिटी इज देअर फॉर अ रेस्ट्रिक्टेड टाईम. सो इट वर्क्स फॉर 4 to 6 weeks. आता बरेच संशोधनं चाललेत की हे इंजेक्शन जास्त ड्युरेशन काम करणारे इंजेक्शनवरती संशोधन चाललं आहे. कारण की ॲज वी ऑल नो, डायबिटीज अ क्रॉनिक आय डिझीज. सो द कॉम्प्लिकेशन इट हॅज ऑन बॉडी ऑल्सो इज ऑफ अ क्रॉनिक नेचर. सो एकदा इंजेक्शन दिल्यावरती 4 आठवडे इंजेक्शन काम करतं. त्याचं कॉन्सन्ट्रेशन विट्रियस कॅव्हिटीमध्ये, ती कॅव्हिटी ज्याच्यात आपण इंजेक्शन दिलं त्याला विट्रियस कॅव्हिटी म्हणतात. त्याच्यात इंजेक्शन 4 आठवड्यांनी त्याचं कॉन्सन्ट्रेशन कमी होतं आणि परत सूज येते. So again we have to repeat the injection after every 4 to 6 weeks. This continues for 2 to 4 years when the disease is active. If we leave the treatment half-heartedly, again there is a chance that complete cure of the problem won't be possible. So these injections need to be repeated. And once you repeat consistently, the vision gets better. दुसरी, आपण हार्टमध्ये अँजिओग्राफी सगळ्यांनी ऐकली असेल. डोळ्याच्या पडद्यावरती किंवा डोळ्यात अँजिओग्राफी होते, हे कोणाकोणाला माहीत आहे? Yes, quite a few people know it. Good. So this is the angiography. Angiographyमध्ये काय करतात? Angio म्हणजे blood vessel, graphy म्हणजे study and visual study. So we give a dye injection, fluorescent dye, वेनमधून देतो. ते डोळ्यात अक्षरशः 5-7 सेकंदात पोचतं and then we take pictures. राईट साईडला जे दिसतंय ते नॉर्मल अँजिओग्राफी आहे. रेटिना इज अ व्हेरी ब्युटिफुल ऑर्गन टू लुक ॲट. अँड लेफ्ट साईडला ते दिसतंय ते लिकेजेस आहेत. काही ठिकाणी इथे रक्तपुरवठा नाही आहे डायबिटीजमुळे, रक्तवाहिन्या बंद पडल्यामुळे आणि बस झाल्यामुळे. हाऊ मेनी मिनिट्स? येस, ओके. सो जिथे लिकेज आहे म्हणजे इथे प्रॉलिफरेटिव्ह डायबेटिक रेटिनोपॅथी आहे. जेव्हा असा विकार होतो तेव्हा आपण अशा प्रकारचं लेझर करतो पडद्यावरती. हे लेझर केल्यामुळे ॲटलिस्ट डायबेटिक रेटिनोपॅथीमुळे ब्लाइंडनेस प्रिव्हेंट होतो. ही दुसरी पेशंट होती, जसं मी सांगितलं, जर या रक्तवाहिन्या फुटल्या प्रॉलिफरेटिव्ह डायबेटिक रेटिनोपॅथीमध्ये तर असं डोळ्याच्या आत रक्त येतं. असं रक्त आल्यावरती एकदम डोळ्याची नजर कमी होऊन जाते. So we do laser and surgery in such patients. So I won't take other ways. Diabetes can cause sudden squinting. म्हणजे सडनली डोळे तिरळे होऊ शकतात आणि आपल्याला डबल दिसू शकतं. कॅट्रॅक्ट तर होतोच, आपण पाहिलं आहे. कॅट्रॅक्टचे 3-4 स्टेजेस असतात. अशा रीतीने कॅट्रॅक्ट प्रोग्रेस होतो. अँड स्टेज 2 इज द राईट स्टेज फॉर अस टू एनीबडी टू अंडरगो कॅट्रॅक्ट सर्जरी. Right now, for your general information, cataract has become a very, very easy surgery. Cataract surgeryला अक्षरशः 10 मिनिटच लागतात. आता आपण कॅटरॅक्ट सर्जरीच्या अगोदर कोणतंही इंजेक्शन देत नाही, कोणतंही टाका घेत नाही. I'll just quickly show this video because cataract is a very, very common entity which all paramedical staff should be aware about. Cataract हे सर्वांनाच वयवर्ष 60 नंतर होतं. And with increasing, go back, that's a video. होतोय प्ले? क्लिक साईन आहे खाली. सो आणि सगळ्यांना 2 डोळे आहेत आणि विथ इन्क्रीजिंग लाईफ एक्सपेक्टन्सी कॅट्रॅक्ट हॅज बिकम अ व्हेरी व्हेरी कॉमन डिझीज दॅट वी ट्रीट. सो कॅटरॅक्टमध्ये भुरकं दिसायला लागतं. आणि प्रत्येक डायबेटिक पेशंट्सला जर 10 वर्ष झाले असेल तर कॅटरॅक्ट होतोच. ॲज आय टोल्ड यू, आर आय वर्क्स लाईक अ कॅमेरा. कॅटरॅक्ट झाल्यावरती जसा लाईट फोकस झाला पाहिजे रेटिनावर तसा होत नाही, स्प्रेड होतो. नाही होते. सो एनिवे, सो वी डू कॅटरॅक्ट थ्रू अ व्हेरी स्मॉल इन्सिजन. 2 मिलीमीटर छिद्रातनं आपण आता कॅटरॅक्ट सर्जरी करतो आणि एक रोलेबल लेन्स आत टाकतो. हे ऑपरेशन करणारं छिद्र इतकं लहान असतं की आपल्याला कोणताही इंजेक्शन किंवा टाका आता द्यावा लागत नाही. आपण ॲनेस्थेझिया जो देतो तो टॉपिकल ॲनेस्थेझिया देतो, ड्रॉप ॲनेस्थेझिया देतो, कोणतंही इंजेक्शन द्यावं लागत नाही. 10 मिनटात ऑपरेशन होतं. आणि आता ज्या लेन्सेस आपण ऑपरेशन मध्ये टाकू शकतो डायबेटिक रुग्णांमध्ये, अगेन ज्या लेन्सेस आपण टाकू शकतो ऑपरेशननंतर त्याला काही रेस्ट्रिक्शन्स आहेत. ट्रायफोकल लेन्सेस असतात जेणेकरून आपल्याला लांबचं, मध्यम अंतरावरचं, जवळचं तिघं विदाऊट चष्मा दिसू शकतं. आणि जो 40शीचा चष्मा आहे तोही मोतीबिंदूचं ऑपरेशन केल्यानंतर आपण घालवू शकतो. पण डायबेटिक पेशंट्समध्ये जर कोणाला डायबेटिक रेटिनोपॅथी असेल तर त्याला आपण मोनोफोकलच लेन्स टाकू शकतो, ज्याच्यात जवळचं वाचण्यासाठी आपल्याला चष्म्याची गरज पडते. ग्लॉकोमामध्ये ग्लॉकोमा म्हणजे काचबिंदू. काचबिंदूला सायलेंट थीफ ऑफ द विजन म्हटलं आहे. अँड डायबेटिक पेशंट्स आर 10 टाइम्स मोर ॲट रिस्क ऑफ डेव्हलपिंग ग्लॉकोमा. ग्लॉकोमा किंवा काचबिंदूमध्ये काय होतं, डोळ्याच्या आतलं प्रेशर वाढतं आणि त्या प्रेशर वाढल्यामुळे जी नर्व मी दाखवली ना, ऑप्टिक नर्व, ती डॅमेज होते. डॅमेज झाल्यामुळे साईडची नजर कमी होते. तुम्ही इथे पाहिलं, साईडची नजर कमी होते, लिहिण्या वाचण्याची नजर, चेहरे ओळखायची नजर चांगली राहते. म्हणून रुग्णाला कळतसुद्धा नाही कधी हा काचबिंदू चोर पावलाने येऊन आपली नजर घेऊन जातो. आणि सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचं, इट लीड्स टू इरिव्हर्सिबल लॉस ऑफ विजन. पेशंटला जेव्हा जाणवायला लागतं तेव्हा 70 ते 80% नजर पेशंट ऑलरेडी गंवून बसलेला असतो. आणि मग अशा स्टेजमध्ये आमच्याकडे पेशंट आल्यावरती आपण काही केल्याने गेलेली नजर आणू शकत नाही. आणि जर याचं जे डायग्नोसिस आहे, इफ यू डू इट इन टाईम, द ट्रीटमेंट इज व्हेरी सिम्पल. काही ड्रॉप्सद्वारे आपल्याला त्याचं प्रेशर कमी करू शकतो. अँटी ग्लॉकोमा एजंट्स इज अ व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट टॉपिक इन फार्मसी अँड आय एम शुअर यू ऑल वेल रेड अबाउट इट. सो ग्लॉकोमाची ट्रीटमेंट अतिशय सोपी आहे, ड्रॉप्स, पण त्याचं डायग्नोसिस अँड अवेअरनेस इज व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट अँड इट्स ऑल ऑफ युअर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी टू नो अबाउट इट मोर अँड इन्क्रीज द अवेअरनेस ऑफ दिस डिझीज बिकॉज इट इज अनदर लीडिंग कॉज ऑफ प्रिव्हेंटेबल ब्लाइंडनेस इन इंडिया. आणि अनेक टेस्ट्स आहेत जेणेकरून आपण साईडची नजर व्हिज्युअल फील्ड टेस्टिंग करू शकतो. एक दुसरा खूप इम्पॉर्टंट एज रिलेटेड मॅक्युलर डिजनरेशन डिझीज आहे. हा डायबिटीने कोणत्याही पेशंट्समध्ये होऊ शकतो, पण याच्यात वाकडं तिकडं दिसायला लागतं. आणि आता इंडियामध्ये एज एक्सपेक्टन्सी वाढल्यामुळे हा जो आजार वेस्टर्न वर्ल्डमध्ये कॉमन होता तो आता आपल्याकडे खूप कॉमन झालेला आहे. त्याच्यात आपल्याला गोष्टी वाकड्या तिकड्या दिसूच लागतात आणि लिहिण्या वाचण्याचा त्रास होतो आणि त्याचीही ट्रीटमेंट इंजेक्शनच आहे. सो इंजेक्शन हॅज बिकम अ व्हेरी कॉमन मोडॅलिटी ऑफ ट्रीटमेंट. Eye floaters is another very important thing. This is the last topic I'm going to touch. Eye floaters. आय फ्लोटर्समध्ये आपल्याला काळे स्पॉट्स डोळ्यासमोर फिरताना दिसतात आणि अनेक लोक याला घाबरून जातात. पण दिस इज नॉर्मल एज रिलेटेड प्रॉब्लेम अँड वी शुड नॉट गेट पॅनिक अबाउट इट. ऑफकोर्स वन्स यू सी दिस यू सी अ रेटिना एक्सपर्ट बट इट इज नॉट समथिंग टू गेट वरीड अबाउट. सो लास्ट आय वुड लाईक टू से diabetic retinopathy is not a end of problem. It leads to social depression. When a young patient in a family develops diabetic retinopathy, one, he cannot bear the cost of treatment. He loses his job because if he cannot see, he cannot work. This, he becomes a burden on the other family members, and this leads to depression. So all this is a vicious cycle. Yeah. Yes. So that was my last slide. And so again, I would like to reiterate the fact it's very important to increase the awareness of this potentially blinding disease because it's a huge social, emotional, and financial burden on India. Thank you very much for your patient listening.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing the knowledge and expertise about diabetic retinopathy. Once again, we extend our deepest sense of appreciation. Dietary habits and sedentary lifestyle forms the major factors for rapidly rising incidence of diabetes type 2 among developing countries. Various studies have suggested that the patients require reinforcement of especially type 2 diabetes education, including dietary management, to encourage them to understand the disease management better for more appropriate self-care and better quality of life. The idea of being on a diet for a chronic lifelong condition like diabetes is enough to put many people off, as knowing what to eat and maintaining an optimal eating pattern are challenging. To provide guidance on same, we have Dr. Jagannath Dikshit sir, who is known for propounding a diet plan to reverse obesity and type 2 diabetes. He has served as a brand ambassador for the government of Maharashtra's anti-obesity campaign. May I now request Dr. Jagannath Dikshit sir to please come on the dais, and also our dignitaries to please come on the dais. Welcome, sir. I hereby request Principal Dr. Meenakshi Devdar ma'am to welcome Dr. Dikshit sir with a bouquet. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, sir. I hereby request Mrs. Rucha Pusegaonkar ma'am to introduce Dr. Dikshit sir. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, Sneha ma'am. It's my honor to introduce Dr. Jagannath Dikshit sir. Dr. Jagannath V. Dikshit sir, with 28 years of teaching experience, is working as professor at BJ Government Medical College, Pune. He has done MD in Preventive and Social Medicine in 1990, PG Diploma in Hospital Administration in 1991, and PG Diploma in Human Resource Management in 1995. He is a sincere, dedicated teacher. He is a recognized PG and PhD guide of Maharashtra University of Health Sciences, Nashik. He has received 3 national, 4 state level awards for his contribution in the field of health education through books, newspaper, radio, and television. He was honored with Best Teacher Award and Dr. Shardini Dahanukar Best of the Best Teacher Award by Maharashtra University of Health Sciences, Nashik for the year 2015-16. Sir has received Dwarika Sangamnerkar Foundation's Shatayushi Award. He was awarded Dr. Suresh Nadkarni Mitra Mandal Award by State Branch of Indian Medical Association. Sir was awarded fellowship by Indian Society of Malaria and Other Communicable Diseases. Sir awarded fellowship by Indian Association of Preventive and Social Medicine. He was awarded fellowship by Indian Public Health Association. Sir has written popular books, namely Principles and Practice of Biostatics and Principle and Practice of Medical Research, widely used by medical students all over India as reference books. He has published more than 40 research articles in reputed medical journals. Sir has written 20 books in Marathi for health education of lay people. He is active in voluntary blood donation campaign and has donated blood more than 50 times. Sir has worked as consultant for WHO, UNICEF, and other NGOs. Presently, he is involved in research to prevent obesity and diabetes. His book, Effortless Weight Loss and Diabetes Prevention, on this subject is very popular. Inspired from the work of late Dr. Shrikant Jichkar, he has initiated the World Free from Obesity and Diabetes campaign. He and his team have conducted more than 300 lectures on the topic Effortless Weight Loss and Diabetes Prevention. His team comprises of around 56 dedicated leaders of the campaign that include many doctors. आता तुम्हा सर्वांचा अधिक वेळ न घेता मी महाराष्ट्रातल्या नव्हे तर जगभरातल्या लाखो लोकांना ज्यांचा परिचय आहे, तसेच त्यांच्या जेवणाच्या वेळांनाही सरांचा परिचय आहे. अशा जगविख्यात डॉक्टर दीक्षित सरांना विनंती करते की त्यांनी आपल्या सर्वांना मार्गदर्शन करावे. धन्यवाद.
At the outset, I would like to thank organizers of this national conference, Dr. Meenakshi Devdar Madam, Dr. Deshmukh Madam. I find myself very fortunate to come here and share my ideas about weight loss and diabetes reversal. I think everybody is comfortable with English, or you want me to speak in Marathi? I can speak in either of these three languages, English, Marathi or Hindi. So, is there anybody who doesn't understand Marathi? Okay, one person has raised hand. Okay, we'll go with English, and at the end of the lecture, if you ask questions in Marathi, you will get answers in Marathi. Okay. So I want to thank the people who are into pharmacy. And recently, I came across a case from Gurgaon where a doctor is giving medicines to diabetics. And he claims that his medicine is a cure for diabetes. And he gives something in the capsules. And one of my friends from Gurgaon, he's a businessman, he started giving this medicine to his mother. And he said that he's getting good result, HbA1c has reduced and all that. Then I said, who is this doctor? He said, he's a qualified diabetologist. I said, if he's a qualified diabetologist, generally they will tell what medicine they're giving. Then why he should not tell you what medicine is giving? It can be metformin, it can be anything. If it is Ayurvedic medicine also, he can tell. But he said, no, he wants to keep it as a secret. He has got some cure. I said the secrecy is generally associated with exploitation. So we analyzed those capsules, and we found that it has the ingredient like glimepiride. So this happens many times, and one of the studies in KEM, somebody was giving medicine for epilepsy, and very famous person. People from all over India were going to that doctor. And he was giving some capsules in the name of Ayurvedic medicines. And KM pharmacy department, they found out that it is containing phenytoin sodium and phenobarbital. So that combination he was giving in the form of capsules. So it's very easy to cheat people like that. So one of the pharmacists or a professor of pharmacy college helped me in analyzing this. So I am really grateful to the work that you are doing to help the doctors in giving proper medicines, in understanding the medicines. And I am also grateful to all the speakers of this conference for enriching you with their knowledge. I also was fortunate to listen to for some time about retinopathy. And in one of our articles that we published, which was published in Indian Journal of Endocrinology and Metabolism, which is a PubMed Index journal, it is said that all the diabetics their retina should be checked at least once in a year. At the time of diagnosis, that is a baseline investigation that is required. Unfortunately, in our patients, about 3,257 patients, we found that only 8% were advised the fundoscopy. That's the state of affairs as far as the retinopathy goes. And what you rightly said, that people, when they come to the doctor, almost 70-80% of the vision is already lost. So there is a need to create awareness about complications for diabetes. Now, you must have learned about so many complications for diabetes, but I am going to give you some hope. that before you reach to that stage, what can be done? It is in your hands to prevent or revert diabetes. That's very important. This thought itself is a relieving thought. Because otherwise diabetes, we say it is incurable, irreversible, nothing can be done. Once a diabetic, always a diabetic. Be friends with diabetes. That's what we learn about diabetes. But I am going to tell you something which will help you to avoid this condition, because you are all young people. So you may get diabetes at the age of 40, 50, 60 years. Of course, now we are getting young people also. In my center, I saw somebody at 17 years having type 2 diabetes. So the age is going down. So it is possible that you can prevent diabetes, you can revert diabetes, and at least you can help your relatives who are having diabetes. That's very important, because you are all students, your parents. Is there anybody here in whose family there is no diabetic? And family, by that I don't mean only father, mother and siblings. I mean uncles, aunties, grandfather, grandmother. That is a family. And your family has become small. Okay. So there is no family with no diabetic. So whatever I am going to tell you today is going to help you to help your relatives who are diabetics, and you can definitely do that. So I'll be talking about a lifestyle modification which will help you to lose weight and prevent or revert diabetes. I've given my email address at the bottom, which is ewl.ardortrust@gmail.com. And the idea is, if you want to ask any question, today also you can ask. But if you want to ask any question after 7-8 days, feel free to write an email. You'll get an answer within 8 days. That is my commitment. Next. I think most of the people from Maharashtra know this famous personality. Is late Dr. Shrikant Jiskar. And his name was in Limca Book of Records for having highest postgraduate degrees in 2004. At that time, he had the highest degrees. And he was a politician, he was MLA, he was MP of Rajya Sabha, he was minister in Maharashtra government and all that. But I am not taking his name for that reason, that he was that eminent person. But it was because of Dr. Jiskar that I knew about this lifestyle. Though now it is popular as Dikshit diet or Dikshit lifestyle, for me it is the Jiskar lifestyle. Because it started for me in 2012 when I was trying to lose my weight. And I did many things, eating only fruits, fasting once in a week, all those things. People do so many things for losing weight. But in 1 year I lost money, time and energy, but I could not lose weight. And that is the experience of most of the people sitting here, those who try to lose weight. That maybe in some of the diets you lose weight and again you put on when you start eating your regular diet. That's the experience of everybody. And so I was frustrated. And then somebody said that, why don't you watch the lecture by Dr. Jiskar, which is available on YouTube. And he gave me in the pen drive that lecture and watched the lecture. And in that lecture, Dr. Jiskar gave a very simple formula to be healthy. And he said, if you want to lose weight, eat only 2 meals in a day. That was the advice. I could not believe it, because what we learned in medical college is calories in, calories out. That's what we learned, that if you want to lose weight, either eat less or spend more. That is the usual formula to lose weight. But what is your experience? In a family, there are 2 brothers. One is slim, one is obese. The obese eats only 2 chapatis, and the thin will eat 5 chapatis. But this thin fellow never becomes obese, and the obese never loses weight. So possibly the calories in, calories out calculation holds true in poultries, not in human beings. But because I had read the books and I said that this is not possible. But anyway, he was not asking for any money from me. So I said, let me follow him for 3 months. So I followed him sincerely for 3 months. I lost 8 kg and 2 inches from my belly. And then I realized that this man is telling, these are the pearls of wisdom. And for a country like India, if we can do something like this by modifying your lifestyle, if you can get rid of such dreaded disease like diabetes or obesity, then it would be a great thing. So as a researcher, teacher, I started investigating what he said. Then I experimented on myself. The problem with intellectuals is that we are more into thinking and little into action. We don't act, we only think. We are into debates, we read books, we argue, but we don't do anything. So 3 months I said, I will keep my brain aside and follow what he says. And I lost 8 kg and 2 inches from my belly. that happened to me. And then I researched whatever he said about insulin, that which food items cause insulin secretion and all that. I consumed 18 food items, gave blood 54 times, measured my insulin level, spent 40,000 rupees, and then I understood some of the things. So this lecture is not only that information from books. I always say this is a lecture, is a life-changing experience. Lakhs of people have changed their lives by just listening to this lecture, by watching the lecture on YouTube. And you also can do that, provided you listen carefully, understand it, and experiment it. That's very important. Next. So 16th August to 7th September, 23 days, I traveled in my car to 5 South Indian states. I started from Karnataka, then Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, and Telangana. And I delivered 40 lectures in 22 days. Out of them, 35 were in medical colleges. And why I was doing all that? Because I know that I got something that will help the people of this country. And I was telling medical students in all these colleges that, look, in your life, commerce has not entered. Once commerce enters in your life, science will take backseat. So let the science set in first before the commerce comes. And that's why I went to all these colleges. And then, next, this became a world record of longest diabetes awareness campaign by an individual, which was recognized by World Records Community, USA. Next. Okay, now we know about insulin and all. So there is something called hyperinsulinemia, that is raised level of insulin. And all doctors agree that it is a bad thing. There is no debate on this, there is no argument about it. People accept that it's bad to have more insulin. So it will cause PCOD, PCOS, which is a very common problem nowadays. So it will cause weight gain, fat deposition, more atherosclerotic changes, insulin resistance, hypertension, type 2 diabetes. So nothing good will happen to you if your insulin is more. And everybody agrees on that. Next. The principle behind the lifestyle is, if your insulin level increases, you become obese, you get insulin resistance, and then type 2 diabetes. This is the principle of the lifestyle. And understand, whenever I am speaking about diabetes in this lecture, it is always type 2 diabetes. I am not talking about type 1 diabetes. This is about only type 2 diabetes. Next. Now, if it is insulin that is causing the problem, let us understand how it is secreted in your body. Now, all of us know that there is a gland called pancreas, situated on the left side of the abdomen, below the stomach, which secretes insulin. Unfortunately, in our undergraduate days, we are not taught about the mechanism, how it is secreted. We know that it is beta cells. So, the insulin is secreted in 2 different ways by our pancreas. One is called as baseline secretion. And by that we mean that 24 hours your pancreas would go on secreting small amounts of insulin. And that amount is about 18 to 32 units per day. And the peculiarity of the secretion is it is involuntary in nature. You cannot stop or start it. It will happen, it is necessary for your survival. The other way of insulin secretion is every time you eat, you will secrete insulin. It is expected that out of the total insulin that you require every day, 50% should come by baseline method and 50% by your eating episodes. So 18 to 32 baseline, 18 to 32 by your eating episodes. That is expected. Now the insulin that is secreted because of your eating episodes has 3 peculiarities. First, every time you will eat, you will secrete a particular amount of insulin. And this particular amount is different for different people. It may be 5 units for one, it may be 7 for other, and 10 for the third one. So this is different for different people. Second peculiarity is, if somebody secretes 5 units of insulin by eating 1 apple, and I give him 2 apples or 3 apples, then also he will secrete more or less 5 units of insulin. It won't happen that for 1 apple 5 units, 2 apples 10 units, 3 apples 15. That doesn't happen. So it is independent of quantity of food consumed. It is like a dispenser of your coffee or something, that you push it, you will get a particular amount. And the third peculiarity is, because it is a cyclical process, the first peak occurs at 10 minutes, second occurs at 55 minutes, and then it goes down to the baseline in 3.5 hours. So once the raw material is consumed by the beta cell, they require some time to synthesize it again, and that time is roughly 55 minutes. So you are with me up to this, how insulin is secreted. And you know the principle, that more insulin, obesity, insulin resistance and type 2 diabetes. And you know how it is secreted. Okay, next. Now what is the function of insulin? It is secreted after you eat because it is responsible to utilize the end products of digestion. It is an anabolic hormone. It stores energy in your body. Now you know that after digestion there are 3 end products in your blood. What are those? Glucose, amino acids and fatty acids. So whatever you eat and in whatever quantities you eat, ultimately your blood has only these 3 end products. And insulin is responsible to utilize these end products of digestion. Now your body is made up of crores of cells and every cell requires energy to survive and function. And if you add up the energy requirement of all your cells, it is your energy requirement. And we say on an average you require about 2000 calories, on an average. If you are overweight, if you are doing more manual work, you require more calories. But on an average it is 2000 calories. Now how do you get these calories? You know, if you want to get energy, you have to burn something. So the body has 2 legitimate fuels to burn. 2 legitimate fuels to burn. One is glucose. So if you burn 1 gram of glucose, you get 4 calories. The other fuel is fatty acid. If you burn 1 gram of fatty acid, you get 9 calories. So if you are a cell, what do you like to burn? Glucose or fatty acid? Fatty acid, because you get 2.25 times more calories. So all the cells of the body are happy burning fatty acids, because gram to gram they get more calories. But the problem is there is a priority. Now I will give you 1 box of maybe peda or barfi, and other packet of farsan or namkeen. What you will eat first? Mithai? Because in 24 or 48 hours it will be ruined. You cannot store it for a longer time. But this namkeen can be stored for 15 days. So you can eat mithai first. Similarly, glucose cannot be stored in unlimited quantity. So body will use glucose first. And then it will go to fatty acid. So out of the 2 legitimate fuels, it is the glucose first and then fatty acid. Now you will think that after you eat your food, after digestion there is glucose in the blood. Now what should happen? The blood, because it circulates to each and every cell of the body, the glucose from the blood should go to the cells and cells should use it. But it's not that simple, because there is something called insulin receptor on the cells. In simple language, it is a lock, and unless and until that lock is opened, glucose cannot enter the cells. So the first function of insulin is to open the receptor lock and make glucose go to the cells. That is the first function. Now that function is done, glucose goes to the cells, cells are happy, they use it, their requirement is over. But you have got more glucose in the blood. Why? Because what do you eat? You eat chapati, rice, roti, fruits, sweets, idli, dosa. Our diets are full of carbs, almost 80-85% carbs we eat. So almost there is a flood of glucose in the blood after your digestion is over. Now the requirement of cells is over, but still there is more glucose. The insulin converts that extra glucose into a substance called glycogen and stores in your liver and muscles. What is glycogen? It's nothing but aggregation of glucose molecules. Now because glycogen is to be stored in liver and muscles, you cannot store 5 kg, 10 kg. There is a limit. Now adult can store about 100 grams in liver and 400 grams in your muscles. Now what is the need? Why nature has made the provision of glycogen in muscles and liver? Because what is our life? If any calamity comes, any danger happens to you, somebody is coming and with knife and running towards you, what you will do? If you are brave, you will fight it. If you are not, mostly, you will run. But to run and to fight, you will require the muscles in function. So that's why the muscle glycogen, which is present in the legs and in your biceps and triceps, will release instant energy. And then you can either fight or you can run. So fight or flight, this is the response to any problem. And that's why that glycogen is present in the muscles, instant energy. Now is it possible that, can you do this, that the glycogen from the legs is utilized somewhere else? Now what will happen? You want to run, you cannot run, no energy. So that's why the glycogen present in the muscles can be used only locally, can be used for that muscle, cannot be used in systemic way. It is like a pocket money given to the student by the parents. Once it is given, it cannot be taken back in general. But a liver glycogen is like the income of the parent, that it can be used anywhere in the body. What is the use of that? Suppose your meal time is 9 in the morning and you don't get anything to eat. Now it is 10, 11, 12, 5 p.m. You don't get anything to eat. You are not eating, but your brain is working, kidneys are working, heart is working. They will require energy to function. At that time, body will take out 100 grams of glycogen, break it down and give you 400 calories. So that's why nature has made this provision of storing glycogen in liver and muscles. Now understand carefully the third function of insulin. Once these two functions are over, and if still there is more glucose, insulin converts that extra glucose into fatty acids and stores as fats. So now you must have understood that it's not necessary to eat oil, ghee or butter to become obese. You can very well do it by eating chapati and rice, because the glucose present in the wheat and rice is converted to fat. And who is the culprit? Culprit is insulin. So you come to the first point of the principle. I said that more insulin, you become obese. More insulin, you put fat in your body. Okay? Now let us go to the second and third part. What are that? Insulin resistance and then type 2 diabetes. Now how it happens? For that you have to go back to the history of human beings, evolution of human beings. What happened? When human beings came on earth, we were living in jungles like any other animal. We are not living in houses, we are living in jungles. And when you are living in jungles, what you are eating? Now understand that you lived in jungles for 6 lakh years, not a short time, 6 lakh years. Last 10,000 years you are out of jungle. And out of that 5,000-6,000 years you know agriculture or farming. So agriculture, farming, urban life is very new to us, 10,000 years. Compare that with 6 lakh years of jungle life. So the sanskar that you are having are of jungly animal. So if there is a quarrel between husband and wife says you are a jungli, don't be angry. You really are a jungli. So when you are jungle, how are you eating? Like any other animal. Killing animal and eating, there is no other way. And if you want to kill the animal and eat, can you expect the animal to come to you at 8:30 in the morning and say, boss, your breakfast time, kill me and eat? No, nature is not that kind, it's very cruel. That's why the survival of fittest is the rule. So you have to run behind the animal, not only run, but run faster than that animal. And even if you kill the animal, you should be lucky. Otherwise a tiger or lion is following you and you have to run away. The tiger wants the same animal. And if that is the situation of a day-to-day eating, can you have the luxury of a bed tea and breakfast and brunch and lunch and supper and dinner and a masala pan and a dessert? Impossible. It was difficult to get food. It was difficult to get food. If you get it today, next time could be 8, 10, 15, 20 days later. It may not happen, you will die. That was the reality of life. That was the reality of life. Eating was not everyday phenomena. It was occasional. That's why the life cycle was feasting and fasting. So whenever you get food to eat, eat as much as possible. You require 2000 calories, you eat 4000 calories. Convert that 2000 extra calories into fats, store and then utilize it when you don't get anything to eat. That was our life cycle. That was our life cycle. So for cells, insulin was a guest, right? It was not coming every day. It comes after you eat, and you eat after 8 days, 10 days, 15 days. So now if a guest comes to you in Pune, you are very happy. I don't know whether people are happy. But a guest comes, you are happy, you say, you will show Shanwar Vada, Parvat and all that. The guest has said, I have come for 2 days. You are happy. But the guest stays for 2 months. Now that time you cannot do anything. You say, Atithi Deva Bhava. But next day the fellow calls that I am going to come. You say, please don't come, I am going out. Isn't it? That is your resistance to the guest. That you feel that the guest should behave like a guest. That you come and go. Now the cells feel that the insulin is the guest. It will come after 8 days, 10 days. But now what happens? Take example of anyone sitting here possibly. From morning till night, people are eating. Morning they'll start with tea, and if people are going to jogging tracks and all, Many people go only to drink juice, aloe vera juice, this juice and that juice. So that juice it will start, then tea, then they will take breakfast, maybe healthy, unhealthy, whatever they take, but breakfast. Then will come to the college, then they have tea. Tea clubs are there. Then they will have lunch, then again tea. So people eat 15, 20 times. And what is the meaning of eating? Understand, eating a chocolate is as good as eating 2 chapatis and a vegetable. Because insulin secretion will be same. As I told you, independent of quantity of food consumed, it is the same insulin secretion. So without your knowledge, you are secreting insulin 15, 20 times in a day. Now what happens? That insulin level is always high, it never goes down. And the cells are annoyed because they are not designed for that. They are designed for starvation, not for overeating. So they eagerly wait when the Ekadashi comes, Ashadi. What this fellow will do on Ashadi? I have seen people marking on the calendar 15 days prior to Ekadashi, what to eat that day. When to eat sweet potato shira, when to eat this, they will write down, they should not miss anything. So that day also he won't fast and he will secrete 200 units of insulin. So the cell says this fellow is not going to improve, let us improve ourselves. And they want to protect themselves. And what do? The same way, if you don't like somebody and the person is coming to you, you turn your face and go to other side. Similarly, the cells would turn their faces. Turn their faces means that they will change the shape. When you change the shape, the receptor shape changes. In simple language, if there is a lock, I hit the lock with hammer 10 times, the lock is damaged now. Now the key will not work. So what happens? Now the fellow will eat something, there is glucose. Now the insulin will try to open the lock, but it is damaged. So it cannot open the lock, so glucose cannot go to the cells. The message goes to the brain that we are not getting food. Now brain looks into the bloodstream and finds lot of glucose. They say, what is the problem? I got lot of glucose in the blood, still cells are not getting. Possibly, I don't have enough keys or my keys are not working properly. That is the understanding of the brain. And in both the situations, brain will decide, let me increase the dose of insulin. The fellow was secreting 10 units, brain will make it 20 units. This is called as development of insulin resistance. That what you could do with 10 units, now you require 20 units for the same thing. Now because of this more insulin, 3-4 months, glucose will start going to the cells. Again more locks get damaged. Brain will make it 30 units, then 40, then 50. Ultimately a stage comes when there is a lot of insulin in the blood, there is a lot of glucose, but the locks are damaged so much so, the resistance has increased so much so that glucose cannot go to the cells. It is trapped in the bloodstream and passed through the urine. And because there is so much glucose in the blood, body cannot utilize the second fuel, that is fatty acid. Because the priority is glucose and then fatty acid. Because it cannot use now glucose as well as fatty acid, it goes to the third fuel, which is the amino acids, which are present in proteins, which are present in muscles. Now using muscles or proteins or amino acids for energy purpose is like mortgaging your house. Now nobody will do it happily. It is because there is no other option, people do it. So you will start using that, you lose muscle, you lose weight, you go to the doctor, then fasting is 300, post lunch is 400, HbA1c is 8, 9, 10, something like that, and then you are labeled to have type 2 diabetes. So what you understood that weight gain, insulin resistance and type 2 diabetes are the milestones on the same highway, and the trigger for all this is raised level of insulin. Now if I come to this point, that it is the raised level of insulin that has caused all the problem, then what would be the solution? Reduce insulin level. You failed in the exam because you are not studied. What is the solution? Study. More insulin, you have problem. So reduce insulin. Now you know how it is secreted. Can you do anything about the baseline secretion? You cannot do, it is involuntary in nature. But can you do something about your eating episodes? That is in your hands. That you can control. So what you will do from tomorrow? Eat less or eat less times? Eating less times, because eating less or more, insulin secretion will be same. So the answer is not eating less, but answer is eating less times. So if I come to this, it's very easy now. Next. Now many doctors argue with me, no, it is not like that. If you eat more, you secrete more insulin. So there is a textbook called Williams Textbook of Endocrinology, which a good diabetologist should read. What is written in the book? The book says they conducted an experiment where 20% calories were given in breakfast, 40% in lunch, 40% in dinner. Now what should happen to the insulin secretion? Whatever quantity is secreted in the breakfast, double should be in lunch and dinner, if it is dependent on quantity. But Williams says the finding is, they found that the patients secrete more or less the same amount of insulin. This is their textbook, not Dr. Dixit saying. But we conducted another experiment with 18 volunteers, and we told them that go to the lab in a fasting state and measure your insulin levels at 0, 10 and 60 minutes. Day 1 you eat X quantity food, day 2 2x quantity, day 3 3x quantity. So calories are X, 2x, 3x. So what should happen? At baseline, fasting insulin should be same because it is fasting. But the insulin level at 10 minutes on the second day and third day, the quantity should be double and triple as per the conventional thought process. What are the result? The result was there is no linear relationship between quantity of food consumed and insulin secreted. So what we are saying is correct, that if you eat less or more, you secrete similar amount of insulin. Now if somebody wants to argue, no, it's not like that, according to my opinion, so we don't respect opinions, we respect evidence. So what I am talking is evidence. These are all research papers. On that basis I am talking. So if you want to argue with this, you have to conduct experiment on at least 19. I have done on 18. You do it on 19 and then I can accept. Next. Next. So what is the lifestyle now? It's very easy to understand. The first thing is eat twice when you are really hungry. It can be any 2 times. There is no specific gap recommended. Many people confuse this with intermittent fasting. 8 hours, 10 hours, no, nothing like that. Your hunger times are important. It can be anything. I eat at 1 and 9. My gap is 8 hours. But somebody will eat at 10 in the morning, 8 in the evening. His gap is 10 hours. It is perfect. It's a personal variation. Second thing is finish the meal in 55 minutes. Many people argue with me, how we can eat for 55 minutes? Many people call me and say, sir, we are following your lifestyle. I put on 2 kg weight in 1 month. I said, how? What do you do? I eat for 55 minutes. I said, before starting lifestyle, how much time you are taking? He said, 30 minutes. So what do you do for the rest of 25 minutes? Then I collect all the food items in the house and eat. So I never said to eat for 55 minutes. I said finish in 55 minutes. Why? Because insulin secretion should be once. You go beyond 55, you will secrete one more time. That's the logic. Third thing, don't take anything in between 2 meals that will cause insulin secretion. I will be giving you the list of food items. Fourth thing, reduce carbs and increase proteins in your diet. Because Indian diets are full of carbs. But that doesn't mean you have to buy some veg or ghee protein from market. You have to get your protein from your food, and you don't require too much of protein. You require only 0.83 grams per kilogram body weight, and you can easily get it from your food. You eat 1 egg, you get 6.5 grams. You will drink milk, 100 ml, you will get some 3.5 grams of. If you eat some dal, you get 20 grams per 100 gram. Like that, it's very easy to get proteins. Don't bother much about that. But because you eat carbohydrates 80%, 75%, you have to reduce it and increase the proteins. And last very important advice about diet is, even if you are a non-diabetic, avoid sugar as much as possible. Sugar means any sweet, sugar, jaggery, honey or sugar substitute, they are bad for health. You don't require it. You can live 100 years of healthy life without taking a pinch of sugar. But if you are a non-diabetic, you can take. But if you are a diabetic, don't take. And sugar is addictive in nature. Sugar is addictive in nature. Many people at the age of 60 years, wife will say that I have to give him something sweet in the meals. If I won't give, he will eat a piece of jaggery. There are people like that. They are all addicts of sugar. So these are the advices about the diet. What I said, eat twice when you are really hungry. Finish in 55 minutes. Don't take anything that causes insulin secretion in between 2 meals. Reduce carbs, increase proteins, to the extent that you can follow happily for lifetime. Because it's not a crash course of 3 months, it's a lifestyle. And avoid sweets as much as possible if you are a non-diabetic. If you are a diabetic, don't take any. This is about diet. And then you have to go for exercise. Exercise should become part of our life. Unfortunately, it is not. Not even 1% of population of Pune walks. You go to the jogging track. I was in Koregaon Park, and beautiful lanes, very big trees. By only 70, 80 people I could see all the day. Not more than that. And people don't move them. People don't use their joints. So I will ask you a simple question. There are girls sitting here and ladies sitting here. Tell me the action that I am doing when you did for the last time in your life. This action when you are done for the last time. And I am sure some of you will say when we were in 7th standard and we were doing mass PT. That is the last time we did it. So don't you think that the shoulder is meant for this movement? But you don't do it. So your muscles would be weak. You will get problems. So exercise is necessary. What exercise? Any cardio exercise which increases heart rate for 45 minutes at a stretch. We advise walk 4.5 kilometers, cycle 12 to 15 kilometers, swim 45 minutes. Even you can do Surya Namaskar 45, that's also good enough. So any exercise that will increase your heart rate. Now we say 4.5 kilometers in 45 minutes. It is too much for some of the people. They are overweight, they have knee pain, they cannot do it. But to start with, don't bother about the time. Cover 4.5 kilometers. You may take 1.5 hours, no problem. Slowly, as your stamina will increase, you will take less time. And you can run for then marathons, no problem. So this is the lifestyle. Now this lifestyle is not to be followed by 3 types of people. 1, children below 18 years of age. They don't require it. But what is the problem now? Go on Jangli Maharaj Road or Ferguson Road. You find 15, 16 years old boys and girls. Parents very happily give them jean pants and t-shirts, but they don't fit into that. They come out. That is the situation. You cannot identify who is son and who is father from behind, or who is daughter and who is mother. That is the problem of childhood obesity. Very serious problem. So what to do with these people? So many parents came to me, they said, sir, you solved our problem. We lost weight. What about the children? So I talked with many pediatricians and we came to an agreement, and the pediatricians say that yes, they can eat 4 times. They should not eat multiple times, but they cannot eat twice, but they can eat up to 4 times. That is okay. Because after 18, they have to come to twice a day. So we started a campaign for the children below 18 years of age from 8th standard to 12th standard. It's called Students Awareness Program. And we have given many lectures in the schools in Pune also. We give 4 advices. The first advice is eat 4 times in a day. Second advice is avoid sweets as much as possible. So the celebration is associated with sweet. Let celebration be associated with proteins, dry fruits, rather than giving only sugar and jaggery. Third thing is never touch a cold drink. If I will invite 4 of the students here, and in a bowl I give them 55 grams of sugar and a spoon, how many would eat? Crazy idea. Who will eat 55 grams of sugar like that? But if I give you a cold drink of 500 ml to each of you, you will happily drink in 10 minutes. That is equally crazy. 100 ml of cold drink has got 11 grams of sugar. So you are actually eating 55 grams of sugar without your knowledge. And no child likes cold drink. You must have seen. You try to give cold drink to a child of 12 years, 13 years. First what happens? The gas will come, tears from his eyes and all that. It is uncomfortable feeling. Nobody likes cold drink for the first time. But how they start liking it? It is the parents. Because the parents have got the cold drink on Saturday for their own purpose. And a child will ask, and they will say that is the bitter medicine for only adults. But you can take the cold drink part. And that's why we make them habituated, addicted to cold drink. So avoid cold drink. And last thing, stop playing football on your mobile. Go to the ground and play for 1 hour. That's what we advise in this campaign. But children below 18 years cannot eat twice, they have to eat 4 times. Second, pregnant and lactating mothers till the baby is 9 months old, they should not follow. And patients of type 1 diabetes. Because they don't produce insulin, this lifestyle will not help them. Type 2 diabetes will be definitely helped. Type 2 diabetes will be definitely helped. Their medicines would reduce, their diabetes will go into remission, that's for sure. But follow the protocol. I will be giving numbers of my coordinators. If you want to refer your parents, relatives for the reversal program, you can refer. They are the coordinators, they will guide you. There is a protocol, because if you are eating medicine 3 times, you are taking glimepiride 3 times a day, and start following my advice of eating 2 meals a day, you will fall on the ground somewhere, you will get hypoglycemia, you will get coma, you may die. So Dr. Dikshit is not responsible for that. So my coordinator's number I will be giving to you, so you can contact them and it definitely help. Next. What I am saying is there in support, lot of support. Ayurveda says, Dvau kal bunjita. It means eat twice when you are hungry. Ayurveda says the way you lit Agnihotra twice in a day at sunrise and sunset, similarly eat twice when your Jataragni is at its peak. It means most hungry. In Vedas it is written, if you eat twice, you get the punya of fasting. In Jainism there is a concept called Vyasana. What is Vyasana? Be Asan. Be is 2, Asan is sit. Sit twice and eat twice, that is advice. And what Gautam Buddha told to followers, he said, if you want to be healthy, skip dinner, eat only once, because he was a yogi. Next. What is written in Mahabharata? It is written, if you eat once, you get health. If you eat twice, you get strength. If you eat thrice, you get disease. And if you eat 4 times, you will definitely die. It is written in Mahabharata. We read, but we don't understand. Does that mean that if you eat 4 times today, tomorrow you will die? If that happens, nobody will eat 4 times. It is like saying that if you smoke, you will get lung cancer. Not that you will get tomorrow lung cancer, but your journey to lung cancer has started. That's what Mahabharata is saying. Eating multiple times, you are going to death. Next. And this is the advice of saint which has gone to each and every house of the country. This saying is in all languages. Malayalam, Kannada, Telugu. Saints say, if you eat once, you are a yogi. If you eat twice, you are a bhogi like all of us. And if you eat thrice, you are a, say loudly. And till this time, you have taken food at least 5-6 times. Correct? Like a parrot you are saying, if you eat thrice, you are a rogi. So by eating 10 times, you become a maharogi. As simple as that. This is not rocket science. This is not rocket science. But now you say these are all old things, religion, this and that. Tell us something new. Next. There is a study conducted by Dr. Mark Matson, who is the pioneer of the concept of intermittent energy restriction. And from that, this intermittent fasting of Jason Fung and Jamna Lal has come, Jamna Das. He conducted a study, meal frequency and timing in health and disease. So how many times you eat, when do you eat, what happens to your health? Next. What is the conclusion? Matson says the most common eating pattern in modern societies of 3 meals plus snacks every day is abnormal from an evolutionary perspective. What Matson is saying? You are not designed for that. You are a jungle animal. Eating so many times, you are not designed for that. That's why he says it abnormal to eat so many times. And he is a man of modern medicine. Next. And 2016, Nobel Prize has gone to a Japanese scientist for the concept called autophagy. And it's a very important term nowadays. What is autophagy? He said if you fast, your normal cells would kill the cancer cells. So what I am telling you, a simple lifestyle that is supported by all religions, saints, not only saints, but modern medicine also supports this lifestyle. And you also know in heart and heart that eating so many times is bad for you, because the advice of the saint has gone to each and every house. Unfortunately, the information is not converted to knowledge, and knowledge is not converted to wisdom. That is the problem. So let this be the auspicious day of this national conference, that you convert this information into knowledge and wisdom and start practicing it, and surely you will walk on the road of health. Next. You will not be able to see this, but because you are people of pharmacy, let me tell you, many doctors say, no, this Dikshit lifestyle is not for diabetics. It will cause hypoglycemia. This is one research paper which was published. This is study conducted in Prague, and it is called as a crossover trial. Now you know what different types of the clinical trials. 54 patients for diabetes, 27, 2 groups. One group was told to eat 6 meals in a day, conventional advice. Other group was told to eat only 2 meals in a day. They are followed. It was found that people eating 2 meals, their sugars are better controlled than those who eat 6 meals. Now what did they do? They say, okay, people who are eating 2, they got benefit. Now ask them to eat 6 times. And those who are eating 6 times, they are made to eat 2 times. That is called crossover. What happened now? those who started eating twice from 6 times, they were benefited. And those who started eating 6 times, they were damaged. They could not get the benefit. So the hypothesis was doubly proved that eating less times helps you to control your diabetes. But these papers are not very popular because it doesn't involve any medicine. Now, medicine means sponsorship. Medicine means pharma. And unless and until there is support, you don't see, you'll find people talking in the conferences because sponsored by pharma. And many doctors, their only education source is the medical representative that comes. Only with that brochure they learn medicine. That's unfortunate. So, even weight loss, diabetes control, it is proved. Modern medicine says that yes, eating less times is good. Next. Okay, now what you can eat in this lifestyle? For that you must know if you are a non-diabetic, pre-diabetic or diabetic. How many are diabetics? Can you raise your hands? Okay, don't be shy. Maybe there are some people who have raised hands. Others have not raised hands. I don't trust you, of course. And why? Because people say my blood sugar is normal, so I don't have diabetes. Understand that Indian mentality is to be afraid to get diagnosed. We are not afraid of disease. We are afraid to get diagnosed. Tomorrow I tell you to go for blood sugar. What you will do today? Eat less. No sweets. Even you will run for 10 kilometers. And tomorrow morning blood sugar is normal. So for 1 more year you can eat gulab jamun and rasgulla. So who is a non-diabetic? The first condition, he doesn't take medicine for diabetes. Second, his HbA1c is up to 5.6. HbA1c, you know, it is 3 months average blood glucose. And third, his fasting insulin is up to 10. He is a non-diabetic. Who is a pre-diabetic? Who doesn't take medicine for diabetes, but HbA1c is from 5.7 to 6.4, or fasting insulin is more than 10. He is a pre-diabetic. Who is a diabetic? Either takes medicine for diabetes or HbA1c 6.5 or more. He is a diabetic. Now once we know this, who is non-diabetic, pre-diabetic, diabetic, what you can eat if you are a non-diabetic? You can start your meal with nuts, dry fruits. Sweet dish, if you are going to eat at the beginning, not at the end. Followed by that, a bowl of salad. Bowl of salad means if you cut 1 cucumber, 1 tomato, medium size, whatever material will be there, that much salad you should eat. Followed by that, a bowl of sprouts or 2 boiled eggs. The sprouts can be raw or it can be cooked as per your digestive power. And once you finish these three food items in the given sequence, you can eat whatever you get to eat. No restriction. You can eat enough. Be happy. If you want to eat a pizza, no problem. Your piece of pizza in the family you can eat. But in the 55-minute slot. First nuts, salad, sprouts, and then other things. Okay. If you are a pre-diabetic or diabetic, you can start your meal with 4 almonds and 4 walnuts or half fistful of groundnuts. Followed by that, a bowl of salad. Like the non-diabetic, you can eat everything except carrot and beet. That increases blood sugar. Followed by that, a bowl of sprouts or 2 boiled eggs. And then you can eat whatever you get to eat, but no sweets and no fruits for pre-diabetics and diabetics. So that is what you can eat in this lifestyle. Next. Now today you are eating 10 times, tomorrow you will start eating twice. So you will have psychological issues, headache, some acidity, some weakness. So what you can take in between 2 meals? So if you are a non-diabetic, you can take water, you can take thin homemade buttermilk. Now all these are based on the experiment that I did on myself and hundreds of volunteers, that these food items don't cause insulin secretion. That's why they are allowed. Thin homemade buttermilk means take 2 spoons of curd, make 200 milliliter of buttermilk. You can take plain green tea, black tea or black coffee. No addition of milk or sugar, jaggery, honey or sugar substitute. You can even take tea or coffee with 25% milk. These items you can take as many times as you want, as much as you want, no restriction. You can take tender coconut water once in a day. Now people are so desperate. I spent 60 rupees for the coconut. How to waste the malai? And let me tell you, half of India has become obese because of these 3 words. How to waste. Now look at your houses. What happens? After dinner, mother will say, okay, show me that tiffin with the chapatis. How many chapatis are remaining? 3. Are you going to eat stale chapatis tomorrow? People say no. And they will distribute half to each. Finish. So I always say that you take care of dustbin of your house, but convert yourself into a dustbin. I'm not telling you to waste. Keep it in a bowl, eat in your time of 55 minutes. And even you can eat one tomato in 24 hours. I have not said tomatoes. Any advice given to the people, you tell tomato, they will eat half kg tomato. That's not allowed. Best is water, understand. If you are a pre-diabetic or diabetic, what you can take? You can take only 3 items. Water, thin homemade buttermilk, and plain green tea, black tea or black coffee. No addition of sugar, jaggery, honey or sugar substitute. So other 3 items, coffee or tea with 25% milk, tender coconut water once in a day and tomato once in a day are not allowed for pre-diabetics and diabetics. That's the only difference. Next. With this lifestyle, what benefits you will get? Now there are so many lifestyles. I am telling to eat twice. People tell to eat every 2 hours. And there are some people who say they eat 55 minutes every 2 hours. Combination of both the lifestyles. But I will tell you not to trust me, not necessary. Trust your own experience. Because if some heroine becomes 0 figure, what is the use to you? Your wife should lose weight. Or your husband should lose weight. So, trust your own experience. Out of 100 years of your life, give me 90 days. There are 4 things that will happen to you. These are all objective parameters. You lose weight. You lose your tummy. Your HbA1c will go down. Your fasting insulin will go down. These are all objective parameters. You can measure with a weighing machine, a Taylor step, and blood examination. Why I say this is a life-changing experience. Our highest weight loss is of Dr. Shivaji Talekar, who is a surgeon, veterinary surgeon at Junagadh. He was 125 kg. He couldn't walk. He lost 59 kg in 15 months. And he now can run 10 kilometers very easily. Life changed. So a small Talekar has left the big Talekar. You lose a tummy. This is the only lifestyle where you lose a tummy. Your cheeks would never retract. You do any other thing, eating protein, gymming and all that, first your cheeks get retracted. People start asking questions. Any problem in the college? Any problem at house? Here nobody will ask because you lose 1.5 inches from your belly on an average. And what are written in the red line are the research papers published. Life becomes beautiful. Go to the shop and you want to buy a dress and you are triple XL. What happens? The shopkeeper says, madam, I got 4 pieces. Select. And you are L, there are 200 designs. Life becomes beautiful. Next. Your HbA1c will reduce. You may be normal. Your HbA1c is 5.4. It becomes 5.2, still better. Your fasting insulin will go down. Fasting insulin is a proxy indicator of insulin resistance and impending type 2 diabetes. So in a healthy person, lesser the better. It should be near 0, at least below 10. So these 4 benefits you will get. So tomorrow what you should do? Measure all the parameters. Follow for 3 months and again measure the parameters. If you really get all the benefit that I am saying, then trust your own experience and make it a lifestyle. Next. What we learned in the campaign, this campaign started in 2013. We learned that diabetes is underdiagnosed. 50% people don't know they have diabetes. Why? Because we do with blood sugar. If we use HbA1c as a test, you will diagnose 30% people more as pre-diabetics or diabetics. And if they follow the lifestyle, they become non-diabetic. And diabetes is over-treated. Why I am saying over-treated? Because all the guidelines to treat diabetes say that it is a lifestyle disorder. So at least for the first 3 months, you should advise lifestyle to the patient. So what is their experience? Your parents, whosoever is a diabetic, in our study, we found that 50% of the patients were given medicine the same day they are diagnosed to have diabetes. Where is the question of lifestyle? Why this happens? Because what is the lifestyle that is suggested? Frequent eating. Eat every 3 to 4 hours and exercise. Exercise is good. Eating multiple times has not helped any patient. Have you seen any diabetic getting rid of medicine? No. He is eating multiple times. So neither the doctor advising the lifestyle nor the patient following lifestyle trust in the lifestyle, and that's why it is not advised, not followed. So that's why it is over-treated. One more thing, that is it the blood sugar that is important in diabetes? No. We are worried about the end organ damage that it causes. We are not worried about whether it is 300 or 350. Because if your HbA1c is 10 today, has it happened overnight? No, it is 3 months average. At least 3 months it was like that. Maybe for 1 year it was more than 8. Now we have got tests available to find out whether there is end organ damage. Like fundoscopy, you can look for the retinopathy. You can have urine microalbumin, you can have EGFR, serum creatinine, SGPT, serum triglyceride, C-peptide and all that to know whether there is end organ damage. If there is no end organ damage, it is not the blood sugar or HbA1c that should decide whether you can give lifestyle or not. For any HbA1c you can give lifestyle. In the highest HbA1c I have seen is 16.9, and in whom in 1 month it reduced to 9.7. So lifestyle can help. So it should not be dependent on the blood sugar and HbA1c, because there is no convincing evidence to say that if blood sugar is 250 for 6 months, you get retina damage. Or if your blood sugar is 300 for 4 months, you get kidney damage. There is no such evidence. Next. Newly diagnosed diabetic, better not to start medicine, start lifestyle, this lifestyle, not multiple time eating. And what will happen? If the HbA1c is below 7, you call it as diabetes under control, otherwise also with medicines. So if HbA1c is below 7, why to give medicine? Give lifestyle. And the patient will not come back to you. That is the only risk to the doctor. But a good doctor should take that risk. One more thing, hypoglycemia is an opportunity to reduce the dose of diabetes medicine. It's very important. Many doctors say, no, don't follow lifestyle, you will get hypoglycemia. The way after marriage people are waiting for good news, similarly after advising lifestyle we are waiting for the good news. When do you get hypoglycemia? Because you get hypoglycemia, we reduce the dose of medicine. That is an opportunity. What happens today? Somebody gets hypoglycemia at 4 p.m. He is taking glimepiride 1 milligram in the lunch. So that is a very uncomfortable feeling, unpleasant feeling, perspiration, shaky hands, darkness before the eyes, maybe giddiness. He will call the doctor. I am getting this. He says, you are getting hypoglycemia. Eat something sweet, necessary, because hypoglycemia is very bad. You have to increase the blood sugar. You have to eat sweet at that time. Now understand the psychology of the patient. What happens next day? The patient is waiting for hypoglycemia since 3:30. Because at 4 he had hypoglycemia. So he is waiting for hypoglycemia. It doesn't happen, but he is waiting. He will wait for 15 minutes and then eat something sweet to avoid the complication. So without hypo, he eats sweets every day. His HbA1c is more, sugar is more, doctor will put more medicine. More medicine, more hypo, more sweet, more medicine. This vicious cycle continues. Now what our doctors at our center will do, today he will tell him to eat something sweet because you got hypo, but next day what he will do, reduce the dose of glimepiride from 1 to 0.5 so that he won't get hypo now. He will get after 15-20 days. Then again he will stop the glimepiride. That's how the medicine is stopped. That's how people go into diabetes remission. And weight loss is not a prerequisite. People say very easily that you lose 10% weight. How? Nobody tells. People say that you lose 10%, the diabetes will revert. Next. That first example of Vaibhav Kotlapure, he lost 25 kg in 7 months. His HbA1c was 15.6 and it went down to 5.4 without any medicine, without spending a single rupee. Till date, Vaibhav is not taking any medicine for diabetes. Preeti Vedant, she HbA1c reduced by 7, but she lost only 5 kg. So everybody will not lose weight 20 kg. Next. So there are so many stories. Next. In my mobile at least there are 600 stories like this, before, after, pictures and tables. Okay. Many research articles published, this recently published in Indian Journal of Community Medicine. It is a multi-centric trial and all the names in the red are all MD medicine doctors. They are physicians and diabetologists from different places of Maharashtra. It's not a study only done by the community medicine people. What is the conclusion of the study? It is a 240 days follow-up study. One group was advised 2 meals, other group was advised multiple meals. People taking 2 meals, HbA1c reduced by 1 gram %. Number of doses of medicine reduced, dose reduced. Next. This is the paper. Next. We organized 90 days weight loss and diabetes reversal challenges. The 5th one is going on from 16th of January. And in this 90 days, we could stop medicine in 3 patients out of 45. At Sangli, that's a great achievement. Next. Next. Because raised level of insulin is associated with PCOS and PCOD. We are conducting a study with Dr. Gupte and Dr. Patted from Belgaum to find out what is the effect of the lifestyle on PCOS and PCOD and what is the effect on the gut microbiota. Next. What is the success of the campaign? We reached 41 countries with millions of followers. There is the Dr. Dikshit Diet YouTube channel with more than 65,000 subscribers and more than 280 videos. So minimum what you can do to help people is download that channel, subscribe it and share with your relatives in your family groups that this is what it is, and by simple lifestyle you can revert your diabetes. We run 14 diabetes reversal centers. This campaign is absolutely free of cost, not a single rupee is taken from any patient. Recently we have started 2 centers, one at Nagpur, other at Pune. Our Pune center is at Jangli Maharaj Road. Infosys Foundation has given us funds under the CSR, and the aim is to revert diabetes in at least 1,000 patients at each of these centers. Third center is started at Nasik with the help of CTR company. This is possibly the largest diabetes remission project in the world. Because whatever trials, like direct trial and all, people are speaking about 200, 300, 400. We are talking about thousands. And we will be publishing books like this, 1,000 pages books, after August 2025. So I'm sure that this lifestyle will become a guideline to treat type 2 diabetes internationally. That's I'm very sure about it. Next. In December 2019, Modi ji invited me to Delhi to deliver lectures for the Prime Minister of his staff, which included from his driver to his chief scientific advisor. Then I gave lectures to SPG and their families. And I gave a lecture in the parliament to MPs. There are about 250 MPs who attended my lecture in the parliament. Then I met Modi ji. And he discussed with me about 15 minutes about the lifestyle, about the campaign and all that. And after 5 months, news came in Dainik Bhaskar, which is a popular Hindi daily. And journalists asked Modi ji, what is your diet plan? And the heading is PM Modi ka diet plan. Din mein 2 baar bhojan, har baar 55 minute mein pura karte hai khana. So possibly the Prime Minister of the country also follows this lifestyle. Next. There are many books that we wrote on this lifestyle, and I got these books for you. The campaign is free. Whatever money we get from the books and all, it goes to the trust. So indirectly it will help. You can take for yourself, you can gift to people whom you want to lose weight or revert diabetes, you can help. Next. To join the campaign, because people from Pune, these are 2 my coordinators who work at the Diabetes Reversal Center at Jangli Maharaj Road, Vishwas Joshi and Shilpa Unkule. Of course, there is a YouTube channel, there is a website, there is email, you can contact like that. But these are the people, if you want to help your parents, anybody, you can give their numbers. Next. You can also donate for the cause, it will get income tax benefit. Of course, in a college like this, I don't expect money from you. I expect you to become a role model. That's very important. You follow it, get the benefit, and then tell others. That's what is required. Next. These are the references, research articles published. Next. And there are some more in the pipeline. Next. Okay, very important. Recently, a company conducted a study. 260 diabetologists were asked the question whether diabetes is reversible. 71% said yes, it is reversible. I don't know how many diabetics the doctor has said it is reversible. But in the study they have said 71%. Then they are asked the question that how many of your patients can reverse? They say 40% of our patients can reverse. Naturally they were asked the third question. You know that it is reversible. You know that your patients can reverse. Why don't you tell your patients that you can revert your diabetes? So 86% they said that our patients cannot follow any discipline. 43% don't have family support. And 29% of the doctors said that we don't have support of a the physical instructor or a dietitian, so that we cannot run a structured diabetes remission project or program. These are the answers given. What is the real answer? Despite having all the facilities and everything, you are telling people to eat multiple times, you will spoil their diabetes. What you have already done for decades, you will do the same thing. Because small frequent meals has not helped anybody. For that you don't have to conduct any research. Every diabetic patient and every diabetologist with computerized record is the evidence for that. When they want to stop medicine in any patient, not reduce medicine in the patients. If that lifestyle is not helping, you should look for other lifestyle. You know, you have got a 2-wheeler. Earlier mechanics used to do hot puncture, right? Now they do cold puncture. Now why do they do that? It's cheap. Less time is required. They have not waited that till this comes in the Lancet or British Medical Journal and then we'll follow it. They are more clever possibly. If something is helping your patient, you should try it. There's no harm. And you can do this in the safest patients where HbA1c is below 7. Give for 3 months. If you get benefit, make it a regular practice. Next. What do I expect from you? First of all, I said, don't trust me, trust your own experience. If you get benefit by following it for 3 months, make it a lifestyle. Tell others. Join the campaign. Because this campaign is not of Dr. Dixit or Dr. Jiskar or my coordinators. It is of all of us. Why I am saying this? Why I have gone to so many places, giving 40 lectures in 22 days, taking so much of pain, because in this country there are 12 crore diabetics. 6 crore don't know they have diabetes. Half of the amputation of legs that happen in the country are on diabetics. Half of the people losing eyesight is because of diabetic retinopathy. If you even take a metformin tablet 500 milligram twice a day, you spend 300 rupees a month. And 70% of the household don't have income even of 5,000 rupees a month in this country. Imagine a middle class family where the head of the family, 55 years man, his leg is cut because of diabetes and he will be on the bed and survives for 20 more years. What happens to the family? The family will go below poverty line. In this dark scenario, in this situation, which is a bad situation, somebody is giving you a lifestyle which is free, doesn't require doctor, expert, machine, powder, and you can follow it happily for lifetime. And not only it is supported by religion, culture, tradition, saints, but also supported by modern medicine. And not only it will cause weight loss, but it will prevent or revert diabetes. Then I think, as a responsible citizen of this country, it is your duty to give it a try. I'm not saying trust. It is your duty to give it a try. And if you succeed, make it a lifestyle and then educate others to follow this. Because in my view, for the pandemic of obesity and diabetes, this is the only practical and sustainable solution in front of my eyes. Thank you so much for patient listening. Are we taking questions or no? No? If you want to ask any questions, you can ask, because I think people are sleepy, I think. From morning they are listening. But you can write an email if you want, no problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your ideas and expertise on diabetes, healthy lifestyle, and diet plan. Truly, the session was informative and thought-provoking. We will cherish your words of wisdom and look forward to apply your learnings in our lives. Thank you once again for adding immense value to this occasion today. Now, I request our Registrar Ma'am to felicitate Dr. Jagannath Dikshit, sir, as a token of gratitude and appreciation. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Ms. Dhanashri Dupade, ma'am, to felicitate respected Principal Dr. Meenakshi Devdar, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I request Mr. Shubham Gore, sir, to felicitate respected Registrar Dr. Meera Deshmukh, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am. The roots of all goodness lies in the soil of appreciation. As we express our gratitude, we must never forget that the highest appreciation is not to utter words, but to live by them. Now I request Rutuja Wagh ma'am to propose vote of thanks.
Respected guests, esteemed colleagues, and dear students, on behalf of Lokmanya Tilak Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for attending this national conference on empowering health, uniting against diabetes. Your presence has made this event a great success. I wanted to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Dikshit for invaluable contribution to the field of diabetes. Your research and insights have been instrumental in advancing our understanding of this complex disease. Your presentation was insightful, informative, and engaging. Definitely, we would like to incorporate the points mentioned by you in our lifestyle. Your commitment to the field truly commendable, and we will feel privileged to have had the opportunity to learn from you. Thank you once again. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all TMV's authorities, Honorable Dr. Deepak Tilak Sir, President of TUAC Maharashtra Vidyapit, Honorable Dr. Pranati Tilak Ma'am, Director LTIPS, Honorable Dr. Rohit Tilak Sir, Vice President TMV, Honorable Gitali Tilak Ma'am, Vice Chancellor TMV, respected Dr. Meenakshi Devda Ma'am, Principal of LTIPS. I would further like to thank you, our Honorable Director Ma'am, Dr. Pranati Tilak, for being our pillars of strength always and her tremendous support. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to today's speaker, Dr. Hansaji Yogendra, Dr. Ramesh Bonde, Dr. Sujata Vaidya, for being with us and imparting their wisdom. We appreciate their enormous contribution to the field of diabetes. I would like to thank all the presenters for sharing their valuable insights and experiences on diabetes. I would also like to thank our sponsors for making this conference possible. Many thanks to Sonkan, the Taste of Konkan, Asian Eye Hospital, New Dimensions Fitness Studio, and Barwa Skin Therapies. I would also like to acknowledge the hard work and dedication of Team LTIPS for making this event a success. Once again, thank you all for being a part of this national conference on diabetes. We look forward to your continued support in our efforts to combat this chronic illness. Thank you. All the delegates requested to collect your certificates from the register counter and submit the feedback form. Thank you all. Thank you.